That's cool. I want to. Yeah, I gotta go down there.
Whatever you guys want. What's more comfortable for you?
What makes a better picture for bringing the family together?
Whatever you guys want. I have no problem. The picture taker. Okay, well, good afternoon. Glad everybody could make it. Mom, we waited for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Brian told us not to, but we didn't listen to him. So I just want to say real quick that super blessed and honored to be with you tonight or today as we celebrate the promotion of our newest police sergeant, Brian Rose. Afterwards, please join us in the foyer as we celebrate Brian's accomplishment with the cake, which we all know if there's food, cops will be there. That's why we're all in the back. Just real quick before I begin, I just want to talk about the journey with Brian. 11 years ago, I met Brian at a CIC meeting. Back then, I was the commander of the organization, and I was forced by the chief at the time to go to all the CIC meetings because he didn't believe that we were getting the information back from our personnel. They're no longer with us, but if you know that previous chief, it made sense to have the commander go to this meeting. So I would sit in the meeting and I would listen to everybody talk about what they were doing. CIC is the Children's Interview Center, talking about sexual assault investigations and child sex abuse investigations. And we'd always do a roundtable, and then it would always come to Antioch to come up and speak. And this gentleman would speak with just such articulation and professionalism, and I got a chance to meet Brian, and that was Brian who was there representing their city, and just a super impressive gentleman. So then we fast forward to 2016, and I was at a community violence solution luncheon, and we were there having our lunch and doing our thing, and I sat there and I listened to this young man that was getting this award, this community champion award, which was like a detective of the year for them, and just so articulate, just humbled and honored to receive this award. And I sat there and I go, wow, this guy's just so intelligent, he's articulate, but most of all, he was so humble about his award that he was getting and the accolades he was receiving that day. And not to mention that infectious smile, if you know Brian at all. So, and I sat there and I go, this guy's going places. At that point, I was in my career 30-something years, and I met some impressive people, and I would say that Brian was one of the most impressive young men that I met that day. And we talked, and we've been socializing since then, kind of just talking back and forth about leadership and about organizational wellness over the years. So just super blessed to be able to be here today to be able to promote this gentleman. So I'm going to call him up. Brian Rose, please come up. So Sergeant Brian Rose is a dedicated and accomplished law enforcement professional with over 17 years' experience. Throughout his career, he has demonstrated unwavering commitment, exceptional investigative skills, and a passion for justice. Beginning his career as a patrol officer, Sergeant Rose had the privilege of serving as a field training officer, a member of the SWAT team, and a detective. As a detective, Sergeant Rose earned recognitions and awards for solving numerous high-profile and complex cases. He distinguished himself as a tremendous investigator and as a post-certified instructor for child abuse, sexual assault, and interview and interrogation. He actually travels throughout the state to train other detectives in these important disciplines. In 2016, Sergeant Rose was honored as the community champion by the Community Violence Solutions for those who go above and beyond the call of duty to end sexual violence in our community. Sergeant Rose's exceptional work as a detective opened the door for his inclusion on his prestigious panel of child abuse experts, leading to the authorship of the widely respected Post-Child Abuse Manual published in 2021, which we all adhere to this day. Sergeant Rose joined the Pinole Police Department in August of 2023 and was promoted to the rank of sergeant in May of this year. Sergeant Rose has demonstrated outstanding leadership qualities and models the department's values of mentorship, organizational wellness, teamwork, and excellence. He holds a bachelor's degree in criminal justice management, and I have to do an asterisk here. He actually earned his master's in organizational leadership and management, and if you know anything about Antioch, that's an accomplishment. He actually earned his degree. No one else did the work for him. So at this point, I'm going to ask Brian's wife, Shayla, to come forward. Justin promised to watch him. Brian, as your wife approaches and your son, could you tell us who's in the audience today with you to celebrate this day?
So I have my father, Chuck, Rose, and my mom.
Thank you. At this point, we're going to ask Shayla to actually stick Brian, if she can, in the chest with his badge, but you can pin Brian at this time. As Brian and his family stand there, I just have to talk about one other thing before we move forward. So prior to this ceremony, Brian and I met privately, and we had an intimate conversation about what this means to him and his family. And of course, those he has the privilege to lead who are in the room, and the future employees that are not even here yet with the Pinole Police Department. As the sixth most diverse community in the state, we continually strive to employ a diverse workforce that mirrors our community. We strive to hire employees who fit the community well while embracing the values of a diverse and culturally competent workforce. Currently, we have a minority employees represent about 35% of our police department, while approximately 22% are women. So we're super proud of that diversity to meet the needs of our diverse community. So with that, I have to say that we are proud that Brian will represent our first Black Sergeant for the Pinole Police Department. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me in congratulating Sergeant Brian Rose. Brian, anything you want to say, or?
I'll keep it short and concise. Thank you for being here, everyone. It means a lot to me that you guys are here supporting me. Thank you, Mom and Dad. And most importantly, hello. Thank you to my wife. She truly is my foundation. She's my rock. She's been with me through so much, and this is for us. It's not for me. And I'm truly humbled and grateful for you, honey, and I love you with all my heart. And I'm really honored and privileged for this opportunity, and I'm gonna make the most of it, and I'm gonna serve with humility and gratitude, and just thank you so much.
Thank you. As promised, I said this would be a brief ceremony. We do something at the end of the year, which is a little bit more enhanced, and it's more of a private ceremony for the police department and the police department families. But please join us outside on the foyer, and you can congratulate Brian individually, and then we'll move forward. So thank you so much for being here. Thank you for being a part of this. These are always super important for the community, and also, council to be a part of this, because you know what? The bottom line is we're all one team, and we all work together. We succeed together, and sometimes we also trip and fail together. So we're excited that Brian's part of what we'll be doing here in the future. So Thank you very much.
Okay, let's start with the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, before we begin, we would like to acknowledge the Ohlone people who are the traditional custodians of this land. We pay our respects to the Ohlone elders, past, present, and future, who call this place Ohlone land, the land that Pinole sits upon, their home. We are proud to continue their tradition of coming together and growing as a community. We thank the Ohlone community for their stewardship and support, and we look forward to strengthening our ties as we continue our relationship of mutual respect and understanding. And with that, can we please have roll call, city clerk's report, and statement of conflict?
Thank you. Mayor Toms.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Sasai.
Here.
Councilmember Tave.
Here.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin. I'll note that she's here. And, oh, yes, she is in attendance. I think she'll be joining us again at the dais in a moment. And Councilmember Murphy.
I'm here.
Thank you. Interim City Manager Gang is also going to be joining us in a moment. And City Attorney Kasher.
Here.
Mayor and Council, the agenda was posted on Thursday, May 30th at 5:15 with all legally required notices. No written comments were received in advance of the meeting. Does the council have any conflicts to report on our agenda items this evening? Seeing none, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we are going to convene to a closed session, and this is a conference with legal counsel on existing litigation per Government Code 54956.9. Name of the case is MVP Construction. Are there any citizens that would like to speak on this item before we go into closed session?
Thank you, Mayor. There are none in person. Let me just do a double check online. We have no speakers.
Okay, with that, we will convene into closed session, and we expect to be back around 6 p.m. Thanks. All right, we're going to come back from our closed session, and we have no reportable action. Next on the agenda is citizens to be heard, and this is public comments for items not on the agenda. Citizens may speak under any item not listed on the agenda, and the time limit is 3 minutes and is subject to modification by the mayor. And do we have any members of the public?
Yes, thank you. Rafael Menez in person.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, staff, and members of the public. My name is Rafael Menez. I'm a resident of Pinole. Glad to be in here in a slightly cooler building in an increasingly warm world. First off, I've got my routine report on COVID rates with the limited data that's still available at covid.cdc.gov/covid-data-tracker in COVIDnet. It shows that currently the hospitalization rate for the state of California is a little bit above 2 persons per 100,000. There was a brief spike earlier in, I guess, later in May, but it appears to have dropped off recently. I'm not sure how much the trailing data is necessarily updated or not, so it might be something to be concerned about in the near future. Keep an eye on it. And secondly, I wanted to mention for everybody that there's going to be Pinole Pride / Juneteenth this Sunday from 12 to 3 at Fernandez Park. It's going to be great. There's going to be lots of tables, people like the Pinole Progressive Alliance, the Artisans Group, all sorts of people there. So I'm going to be there, and I hope I'm going to see everybody else there celebrating Pinole, celebrating Pride, celebrating Juneteenth, our collective cultures and ideas and our diversity that makes us stronger as a community. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
Thank you. We have 2 online. I'll start with Janet Wilkes. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Janet Wilkes. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you. I am a Pinole resident and property owner, and my property is located in the Pinole Wastewater District. Last week, Pinole Sewer District residents received a letter advising that a $62.5 million sewer improvement project has been proposed that will require individual property owners to take on an additional sewer fee burden of $1,000 per year forever. The current rate is about $800 per year, and it took more than 50 years to reach this amount. And now we are notified that the fee will more than double to more than $1,800 per year. This proposal will apparently pass the council unless more than 50% of residents object in a very specific written format. This letter struck me immediately as a remarkable demonstration of lack of transparency and an effort by council to ram through a $62 million project and a $1,000 annual rate increase for residents with no consideration for low-income retirees or people with special needs. Even to my very novice eyes, I see a $35 million project, not a $62 million project, but a $35 million project with a 30% contingency and then another 45% contingency on top of that. I don't see any mention in the letter of the total revenue the council intends to raise each year with the $1,000 per year increase for property owners. And it is not clear how much of the revenue will go to each of the 11 stated purposes, which, again, to my novice eyes, looked like a fancy way of saying, we'll spend the money any way we want. In a quick Google search, I found California's special district ballot rules, and I believe those rules require a ballot be mailed, not just a notice, and a return envelope. I expect if I could discover these rules so easily that council or staff should be well aware. The mailing did not include a ballot nor a return envelope. I ask that the council suspend the election until a proper ballot can be mailed to residents. By taking the time to engage residents in transparent dialogue, the council will have an opportunity to fulfill its duty to represent the residents of Pinole. It will also give a group of concerned residents time to continue to work with the media to help spread the word to residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Janet. Any other speakers?
Yes, Debbie Long, go ahead. Okay, Debbie, if you can unmute yourself.
All right, there.
There you
Okay,
are.
got it. Sorry. Okay, good evening. I would like to make a public records request. As I'm sure all of you are aware, Rodeo Hercules Fire Department is looking into annexation. So I am asking if any council member, that's Pinole council member, has had any discussion with the county, Con Fire, its staff, or our city staff regarding discussion about annexation to Con Fire. I'd also like to know if the city has any future plans or meetings set up regarding the annexation. Thank you.
And just to follow up on that, is Ms. Long required to submit a public records request in writing?
Nope.
No, and we can follow up with her for
Okay.
more details.
I want to make sure that it's followed up on. Thank you. Any other public speakers?
That concludes the speakers.
Okay. All right. Next on the agenda, we have proclamations. And I'll start with Juneteenth. Okay. Whereas, this is, Juneteenth, June 19th, 2024. Whereas, now I've been free. I know what a dreadful condition slavery is. I have seen hundreds of escaped slaves, but I never saw one who was willing to go back and be a slave. That's a quote from Harriet Tubman. And whereas America does not only celebrate our independence on July 4th, Juneteenth officially, Juneteenth National Independence Day, and also known as Jubilee Day, Emancipation Day, Freedom Day, and Black Independence Day, is a federal holiday in the United States commemorating the emancipation of enslaved African Americans. And
Whereas events in the history of the United States that led to the start of the Civil War in 1861 centered on sectional differences between the North and the South that were based on economic and social divergence caused by the existence of slavery, and whereas the day was recognized as a federal holiday on June 17, 2021, when President Joe Biden signed the Juneteenth National Independence Day Act into law, making it the first new federal holiday since Martin Luther King Jr. Day was adopted in 1983. And
whereas Juneteenth, or June 19th, 1865, is considered the date when the last slaves in America were freed, when General Gordon Granger rode into Galveston, Texas, and announced the end of the Civil War and the insidious institution of slavery. Thousands of enslaved people in Texas, among the last to learn of their independence, tasted hard-won freedom for the first time. Almost 2.5 years after President Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation. And
whereas today, Juneteenth commemorates African American freedom and emphasizes education and achievement, as it is a time for reflection and rejoicing, and a time for assessment, self-improvement, and planning for the future. And whereas Juneteenth symbolizes freedom, celebrates the abolishment of slavery, and reminds all Americans of the significant contributions of African Americans to our society. And
whereas General Granger's announcement called for absolute equality, we know that such a vision was far from complete back then as it is today. We celebrate how far we have come and take stock of how far we must go. And whereas 2024 marks 158 years of freedom celebrations, Juneteenth commemorates African American freedom and emphasizes education and achievement. It is a day marked with celebrations and family gatherings and is a time for assessment, self-improvement, and for planning for the future.
Now, therefore, I, Maureen Toms, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, do hereby proclaim June 19th, 2024 as Juneteenth in the City of Pinole and encourage all residents to celebrate, honor, and reflect on the significant role that African Americans have played in the history of the United States and our city. Next proclamation, and we'll do a photograph after this one for both Juneteenth and Pride. LGBTQ plus Pride Month, June 2024. Whereas in June 1969, a courageous group of Americans rose up to protest the violence and marginalization they faced in what became known as the Stonewall Uprising. And whereas police had raided the Stonewall Inn, a gay bar located in New York City, and for the next 6 days they clashed with LGBTQ plus protesters who bravely stood their ground. Their courage sparked a civil rights movement for the liberation of the LGBTQ plus community and changed our nation forever. And
Whereas by the time the Stonewall riots ended on July 2, 1969, the gay rights movement went from being a fringe issue, largely ignored by politicians and the media, to front-page news worldwide. And whereas Pride is a celebration of generations of LGBTQ plus people who fought bravely to live openly and authentically. And
whereas the City of Pinole feels it's important to communicate its support for inclusivity and respect in our city, and desires to recognize and celebrate June as LGBTQ plus Pride Month, and whereas the rainbow flag, also known as the LGBTQ plus Pride flag or gay pride flag, has been used since the 1970s and is widely recognized as a symbol of pride, inclusion, and support for social movements that advocate for LGBTQ plus people in society. And
whereas all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights, and LGBTQ plus individuals have had immeasurable impact on the cultural, civic, and economic successes of our country. And
whereas the City of Pinole is committed to supporting visibility, dignity, and equality for LGBTQ plus people and our diverse community. And whereas celebrating Pride Month influences awareness and provides support and advocacy for the City of Pinole's LGBTQ community, Q plus community, and is an opportunity to take action and engage in dialogue to strengthen alliances, build acceptance, and advance equal rights.
therefore, I, Maureen Toms, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council, proclaim June 2024 as LGBTQ plus Pride Month in the City of Pinole and call upon the residents of Pinole to support the equal rights of all citizens. Okay, we will move on to Philippine Independence Day, and we do have a recipient for this. Philippine Independence Day, June 12th, 2024. Whereas the Philippines, consisting of more than 7,000 separate islands in the Western Pacific, was colonized by the Spanish in the latter part of the 16th century, and whereas opposition to Spanish rule began among Filipino priests who resented Spanish domination of the Roman Catholic churches in the islands, and
whereas in the late 19th century, Filipino intellectuals and the middle class began calling for independence, and whereas June 12 marks the day the Philippines gained independence from Spain after being under its colonial rule for 4 centuries, and
whereas the Philippines found itself under another rule less than a year after declaring its independence, The Philippines was given to the United States by Spain as part of the 1898 Treaty of Paris Agreement when it lost the war against the U.S. And whereas the refusal to acknowledge the Philippines' Declaration of Independence pushed Filipinos to revolt against the U.S., triggering the Philippine-American War that went on from 1899 to 1902. And
whereas it was only on July 4th, 1946, that the Philippines gained sovereignty through the Treaty of Manila. This prompted Filipinos to celebrate the country's independence on that date, which continued annually for 15 years until Philippine President Diosdado Macapagal officially changed the date back to June 12th. And whereas this year, the Philippines will mark its 125th year of independence from Spanish rule with the theme Kalayaan, which means freedom or liberty in Tagalog. And
whereas Filipino Americans have contributed to the advancement of the city, state, and county, and whereas Benjamin Reyes II, former Pinole City Attorney, was appointed as the first Filipino American judge in Contra Costa County, and whereas in December of 2022, Cameron Sisay was elected to serve on the Pinole City Council as the first Filipino American since the city's founding.
Now, therefore, I, Maureen Toms, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, do hereby proclaim June 12, 2024 as Philippine Independence Day in the City of Pinole and encourage all residents to celebrate, honor, and reflect on the significant role that Filipino Americans have played in the history of the United States and our city. And we do have members of the Pinole Valley High School Pinole Club to accept this, so I would ask our council members to please join me up front. Council, if you can stay up here, we will do the Juneteenth and the LGBTQ. Did you guys want to say something? Just afterwards. Okay, after we do the picture for these, then come up to the podium. All right, thanks. This is the Juneteenth right here. Okay. So welcome.
Firstly, I'd like to thank the council for making this proclamation and following through with it. I really don't know what to do with this. Truthfully, I forgot everything I was gonna say, but hello, I'm Sean Fabia. I'm the new president of Pinole Club, and I'll do my best to follow Malaya's tracks, but she's actually a very good president. So, I don't know what to say. I'm thankful. I really am. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Phoebe Deza, And I just wanted to also share my appreciation to the council for giving us this proclamation and just recognizing Filipino Independence Day. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. And then the other two proclamations that we had will be on display on Sunday during the Juneteenth and Pride Day at Fernandez Park. Okay, so moving on to presentations. We have a presentation about City Manager Department update.
Council, my colleagues and neighbors. My name is Fiona Epps. I'm the assistant to the city manager. I'll be presenting a department update for you this evening on the city manager's office and PCTV. We'll start with the city manager's office. So the mission of the city manager's office is to support the city council in its policy development and to oversee all city staff and operations. One thing that stuck out to me when I first started here, Anna, who is the administrative assistant in the city manager's office, she and I spoke. I asked her questions about what the city manager's office represented, and this was something she said that really resonates with me. We are the face of the city, the glue that holds it all together. So here is the lean but mighty city manager's team. Under the leadership of interim city manager Chief Neil Gang, we've established a more open line of communication with Confire, nurtured community partnerships, and we have embraced employee wellness. Anna is our administrative extraordinaire. She supports not only the city manager's office, but she also supports finance and human resources as well. She has had experience working for almost every department in the city, including public works, recreation, and the police department. I consider her to be invaluable to this organization. And I am Fiona. As you know, I'm the assistant to city manager, and I'm also the public information officer for the city. I have had, I'm the newest addition to the city manager's team, but I have had about 15 years working in the healthcare operations and project management, and these are skills that I've, crossed over to working in local government. And I'm, as you might know, also I'm a 12-year resident, and I'm very proud to serve my neighbors, my family, and my community in this capacity. So we are a council manager organization. And this form of operations, it consists of an elected city council that is responsible for the policy making, as you know, and then we have the city manager who is appointed by the council, who is responsible for carrying out the policies of the council and overseeing city operations. And Pinole is a full-service city. These are the departments that the city manager oversees. We currently have 120 active employees, including electeds, and 7 sites. And we contract with Confire to provide fire services, but the city still manages the fire station facilities. So in addition to overseeing city operations, the city manager's office, we also perform some specific functions on behalf of the entire city organization, which includes strategic planning, communication and engagement, information technology or IT, and intergovernmental relations. So some of the strategic plan strategies that we've accomplished in this fiscal year of 23-24, we supported the transition of Pinole Fire Department to Confire. We're very hands-on with the IT transition there to ensure uninterrupted connectivity. We implemented several IT projects, implemented the communication and engagement plan, and we also facilitated the rebranding and development of the new logo and city seal with the City Seal Ad Hoc Subcommittee. For this next fiscal year, we have plans to develop an interagency legislative advocacy program. It was put on hold until a permanent city manager is hired. And then we'll be completing some priority projects in the 2021 to 26 IT plan, and of course, hire and onboard a new city manager. Communication and engagement. So I'm going to focus the updates on the communication engagement plan and also the IT plan for this presentation today. Here's an example. This picture is an example of outreach that the city manager's office supported Public Works with. This was the Man Drive traffic meeting from last year, and me and 2 volunteers, we visited 124 residences and neighboring businesses to invite them to participate in a community meeting at the Pinole Middle School, and we put up signs and handed out flyers at Safeway. We had over 45 people show up, so we're proud of that, and we've continued to provide updates to the participants as available. And here is a list of the communication and engagement responsibility of the city manager's office. I'm not going to read through all of them, but some of the highlights, just want to emphasize we do provide citywide outreach support and coordination. We manage the logo and branding guidelines. I serve as the website administrator for the city. And Anna and I are the editors of the e-newsletter, The Pulse, which was formerly known as the City Manager Report, where we do crisis communications, media relations, and some special events planning. And these are the main forms of communication that the City Manager's office manages, and we've successfully been able to coordinate. So we support departments with disseminating surveys, planning workshops, and doing outreach at community events. And I have Pinole Speaks, the mobile app, and the website highlighted in green here, because those are the most recent communication projects that we've launched. The website is almost there. I'll provide an update shortly, but those are the 3 newest additions to the communication toolbox, if you will. All right, so some updates. We have started Coffee with the City. This was started by Chief Gang, and so far it has been a success, and we have seen a lot of participation and a great turnout each month. It was a pilot program that started in October, and it was expanded from Coffee with a Cop. The City of Pinole mobile app, we just launched that in March. It's actually available in English and Spanish on the App Store and Google Play. It is actively used, as you can see. It has a lot of weekly activity. And push history is the top feature. This is actually a critical feature that the city uses to push out important alerts, and it sends a notification right to people's phones who have downloaded the app, of course. And the community warning system through the county and the National Weather Service is also built into our City of Pinole app. So when those alerts are pushed out through those agencies, people who have the City of Pinole app will receive those as well. So we consider it to be a crucial communication tool in the event of an emergency. The goal is for all Pinole residents with a mobile device to download this app. PinoleSpeaks.com. This is a public engagement website that we launched in March as well, and we use it for public engagement to hold current projects and surveys. In addition to data collection, it has equity mapping, it has auto transcription of voicemails. It also has AI comment analysis, which we can use to identify themes and sentiment from, if we have hundreds of comments that we're looking through for a survey, the AI will, it's very helpful to staff to put all of those, summarize that for us. And we are also planning on onboarding a media and communications intern for the summer. This person will be joining the city manager team over the summer to do social media, some graphics design related to social media, design templates, and some public service campaign, particularly related to the mobile app as well. So we're excited for that. Oh, and this Thursday, it's not on the slides, but this Thursday we'll be doing a branding and graphics design workshop with staff to do kind of a training session on using and applying the branding guidelines, logo, and designing media. So I'll jump into IT. Next slide, please. Okay, thank you. So the Information Technology, or IT division, it maintains the network infrastructure for the city, which includes telecommunications, hardware and software, and security. We support 114 users amongst the 7 sites. And the city does contract with Precision IT Consulting for managed IT services. And that includes 2 on-site technicians who provide end user support on-site. So this is just a very high level diagram of our network. So we have an AT&T fiber line coming from City Hall. It connects the senior center and the youth center. Those fiber lines are pretty old, and they are in the IT plan to replace those. The goal is to replace those this year. Then public safety is connected to that fiber through City Hall. They also have routers that connect them to the county and San Pablo. And then public safety and City Hall have the servers. That's the main hardware and data storage for the city. And then we've got wastewater treatment plant, Tiny Tots, and Station 74. While they're not connected to fiber, they're connected to our network. Wastewater treatment plant, because of its kind of remote location, is connected via a satellite. We do plan on installing fiber to the wastewater treatment plant because internet connectivity has been challenging in the past, and that would be very helpful for them out there to run their operation. And Tiny Tots and Station 4 use AT&T modems for their internet. So some of the major projects completed for IT last year, there was a fleet-wide replacement of the police MDC units. Those are the laptops that go in their patrol vehicles. We replaced PCTV data storage hardware, and that freed up a lot of space for City Hall. Finance implemented an online payment platform, and the city clerk implemented the agenda management minutes software. So those are just some of the highlights. Just to give you a background of the IT plan, it's comprised of 22 strategies or special projects over the span that were planned over the span of 5 years. Sorry, I forgot to mention that. So the major projects planned for this coming fiscal year, I think we're very excited about the citywide phone system replacement that will be switching us to VoIP. We will be updating the website. That is planned for July. I will get into some of those details shortly. And installing the fiber, as mentioned before, to wastewater treatment plant, youth center, senior center, and equipping the emergency operations center that is located in the public safety building. Some of our IT updates. So regarding the website, we're aiming to launch that in July, so next month. Next week, we're going to be having our first look at the beta site, and we'll be doing some quality assurance testing in the month of June to make sure everything works correctly. But it's really focused on, it's really service oriented. We really expect that we'll help people navigate and find information that they need on our website. It's just really designed to be user friendly and visually appealing. We will have a new domain name, pinole.gov, this Thursday. And so that will also affect employees' emails. The emails will be changing to @pinole.gov at the end, same beginning, but we should expect little to no interruption in emails. We're going to have an alias, so if people do end up emailing the old email, it will still forward to their new email inboxes. So you can assure that we'll still get your messages. We have really taken a focus on cybersecurity this year. So we've done a number of things that were not in the IT plan, but just because the Bay Area cities, we've actually seen an increase in ransom attacks, including some Contra Costa cities like Oakley and Pleasant Hill in February, I believe, is when they were attacked. But, ransom attacks are very expensive. I know that the San Bernardino, they just paid a $1.1 million ransom for a hacker who hijacked their sheriff department computer. So it can be very costly, and we wanted to take some necessary steps to prevent that from happening. All right, so the phone, VoIP, I just mentioned that, but that's something that staff is very excited about. It will make it easier for the public to reach us and get a hold of us. We are going to keep some of the analog lines in place for redundancy, and we've already initiated the implementation. It takes about 6 weeks is what we're expecting. We've started a laptop loaner program and implemented in the drone policy, which has been used by Pinole Community Television to produce some amazing photos and videos that we'll be using for the website. We've been using on numerous media. And speaking of PCTV, we'll jump into their update. So that was Eric in the background there at Pride from last year. And so we can go to the next slide, thank you. So the mission of Pinole Community Television is to provide quality video recording, production, and broadcasting video and audio services to the city, other organizations, and to the community. So it's a PEG station, so that's public educational and governmental station. So PEG stations, they give residents access to local government, and they provide a platform for the public to create uniquely local content television programming. So here are our employees with PCTV. So we have 2 full-time employees. They are here now. They work behind the scenes here in the production room in the council chambers to produce our council meetings. Dave Snell, he is our PCTV coordinator. He has an extensive background in news and sports broadcast and broadcast engineering. There's a typo there. He actually has 36 years of public service, so apologies, Dave. But then we also have Eric. He has adept technical and video editing talents and over 20 years in cable broadcasting, and served in the U.S. Air Force. As you can see, collectively, PCTV has provided almost 60 years of public service, even more if you include the part-time employees who are on the featured there on the right: David, Aaron, Catherine, Andres, and Ben. Some of them have been with PCTV over 20 years. So PCTV's key accomplishments for last year. So they did begin, documenting Pinole with the drone. They've captured amazing footage, some of which we've used for inspiration for the new seal and, like I said, the website. They broadcasted several city events, including National Night Out, the tree lighting ceremony, Pride and Juneteenth, Pinole Earth Walk, and last year's Philippine Independence Day flag raising. They supported the implementation of the agenda meeting and minutes software and council meeting live stream, and they also facilitate the Movies in the Park, Pinole Cinema production at Fernandez Park. And they have supported the communication and engagement plan most predominantly with the production and broadcast of our new series, The Beat of Pinole. So some of the special projects planned for next year, a lot of it is having to do with equipment replacement. PCTV has already initiated all of the special projects planned, or most of the special projects planned for next year. According to the FCC, PEG stations are actually required to transition to HD for widescreen cable access, and HD does require different equipment than is currently being used. So we've already converted partially, but we expect to convert the full pass-through through the configuration of PCTV channels to HD in both the council chambers and at the PCTV master control at the youth center. Much of the video and broadcasting hardware is well over 20 years old, and I wanted to give a background on the equipment replacement funds. They come from 1% of the PEG franchise fees that we receive through Comcast and AT&T cable companies. And also replacing the hardware that controls the video signals there, that last bullet point under equipment replacement. So that will allow us to broadcast PCTV channels via internet streaming channels as well, such as Apple TV, and it will enable closed captioning. So we are also trying to increase viewership capability with PCTV through the internet streaming channels, through the new website, and through the City of Pinole mobile app. Another special project is to revive their sponsorship program. So they had a sponsorship program in the past, and we'd like to revise it to supplement funding support for producing high-quality PEG-related community media and programming. This was very popular with the sports broadcast of high school sports games and such. And to perform a community needs assessment to identify broadcast programming, community media, and other services desired by the community. So we want to find out what types of media and broadcasting or volunteer or educational programs that the community wants. This could mean broadcasting more local sports or having a community podcast studio or a student media film internship, but we'll discover that hopefully through the survey. But the point is to focus on community benefit and service. So PCTV has been a part of the City of Pinole for 40 years, and we plan on celebrating this year. So we are going to start Throwback Thursdays, which will be a social media campaign. We will highlight some of the old photos and video from the PCTV vault and share, a background of the story of what's going on in those photos. We would like to begin that mid-June. They'll have a fresh new webpage design with the new website. And we are planning to do a PCTV studio open house, hopefully in the winter or spring of 2025. And that is it for this department update. Thank you very much. I'll answer questions.
Thank you for that report. Are there any questions of Fiona? Go ahead, Councilmember Martinez-Rubin.
Hello, Ms. Epps. Thank you for all that you do. Much has been done over the past couple years, and especially when you came on. It's been very noticeable to have an increased number of people who know what's going on in the city via the Pulse. And I appreciate that, because for a period there was a group of people who were filling in for what the city wasn't able to do. And it makes a difference when the information source is actually vetted, as I know happens at City Hall. And we put out information that is accurate and that's factually based. So thank you for that. One question I've had for years, I think several people in the community have, knowing that we broadcast the city, the council meetings as well as the council meetings, let's start with that, is a question about viewership and how many people actually view this means of communicating amongst ourselves. Because I believe the broadcast is really to show how council communicates with itself rather than have a show for the public, although it's kind of blended over the years. Nonetheless, viewership has been something that I don't believe we've been able to obtain, and I don't know entirely for what reasons, but it is not because of the city's lack of wanting to have the number, knowing the number of people who actually view the versions that are broadcast on Comcast, on cable TV. So if you can correct me on that, I'd appreciate it. And knowing that we don't have the viewership numbers, if indeed that is accurate, what will we be able to do with the streaming via other means, as you identified as something that's work to be done?
Yeah, so you are correct. We do not have the ability to get viewership data as far as what is what, how many viewers see what is on the broadcast cable television channels. When I got here, we reached out to Comcast and AT&T and had very little luck in trying to obtain that data. I don't know the reasons why. I know that I'm not the first person to try and get that data from them. But what my hope is that when we move towards our new hardware and software that allows us to do internet streaming, we will have additional data. We'll be able to have access to data of who is watching, how many people, when. We'll just have a whole another set of information for us to, refer to. Also with the website gives data on how many visitors we have to our pages and such, and also the app. We know how many people are clicking and watching PCTV live stream through that particular button. So, we are building up to that, having that more of that data, but with the cable channels, unfortunately, we just don't have access to that. We do know people are watching because, Dave and Derek, they do receive calls. When it goes down is when we hear from people. So we know that people are watching. So it's important for us to continue providing that service.
Thank you. When do you anticipate the community needs assessment is going to occur, and in what communication formats, will that assessment be conducted?
So the community assessment is something that is in planning stages right now. I want, Neil and I or Chief Gang and I had discussed waiting on this until the new city manager comes to have a bit more direction, and we can also solicit some feedback from the council members to see what kind of questions you want to see asked to the community in regards to public broadcast. And so, we don't have a set timeline, but we are hoping to get it launched when we have a new city manager on board, and that will be one of our key projects for PCTV in the next coming fiscal year.
Okay. Thank you. I'd be happy to provide some input when asked. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Any other questions?
I do have
Questions?
some.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. I'm going to call you Officer Epps because you've said Public Information Officer is your new title. Is that correct?
You don't have to call me officer.
Well, I want to. I'm sorry. I really want to. I just want to say, first of all, thank you. Since you've been on this team, your work has been incredibly remarkable. And I think it's no surprise to many of us that many of the successes and progress over the last 3 years have been because you've steered a lot of the work from the Pinole Earthwalk to the IT plan. A lot of these things were just plans before, you really put the work in. So I just wanted to commend you and start off by saying thank you for this wonderful presentation. It's also what's eye-catching is like the changes that are happening as we think about the strength of our organization and agency, and you've been a part of that. I wanted to ask about particularly the notion of Pinole Television. So Pinole Television traditionally in its last 40 years has been under the Community Services Department, or formerly known as the Recreation Department. This evening, you're giving a presentation that that reveals perhaps that it's under the City Manager's Department. Is that correct?
No,
Okay.
it's not under the city manager's department. So I'm supervising PCTV temporarily until a new city manager comes on board. When the previous community services director left, that was in February, end of February, I believe. And so I was tasked to, supervise them temporarily. And while we're in the midst of budget season and working on some things, it just made sense to, for continuity purposes, just to continue on supervising them and through at least until the next city manager gets here.
Okay. Well, so far so good. It seems like it's working out very well in terms of the progress of Pinole Television, but also, again, it seems like it's aligning very well with the mission and vision of the city manager's office and department. So I just wanted to say it seems like it's working well. I don't know if we're going to continue that, but if it does, I mean, I think it would be a good fit. I wanted to also acknowledge that many of the things you mentioned as it relates to the next year and strategic direction, it brought me to thinking about where we're going for the next 40 years with Pinole Television. So you mentioned the community needs assessment. My understanding is we also, as a council, funded in this last year as part of the department's budget the Community Services Department's budget, a Pinole Television master plan. Is that still, what's the status of that? Is that still moving forward?
Yes, so we have the Pinole master plan is a professional services budget item in the PCTV budget.
Okay.
And so it is still there for the next fiscal year. We've kept it in there.
And what's the status of that currently? Where are we at with that?
Oh, we have not done anything for that.
Okay. But we're holding the budget for sure.
We are holding the budget, and if it's in the budget, then we're planning to execute that project for the next fiscal year.
Solid, thank you. Love the mention of artificial intelligence. I'm always wondering about, particularly, I think when I got on the council in 2020, a huge conversation about cybersecurity was kind of starting to be in the fold. And now as we kind of have continued on, artificial intelligence is becoming more of a thing, both in, the private sector, but also the public sector. Just generally curious about how we assess the use of artificial intelligence, if we are assessing that. If you have any thoughts on that, I know your presentation mentioned a little bit of that, but I just wanted to kind of ask about where we're at with that conversation. Are staff using forms of artificial intelligence in our city? Should we be worried about that? That kind of, some understanding there would be helpful.
We don't have any formal system or processes for using artificial intelligence. Our exposure to artificial intelligence, and from my experience, has really been whatever AI is built into the software programs that we're using.
Okay.
For example, Canva has artificial intelligence where you can ask it to make you a picture of something, or in public input, we use artificial intelligence, which is built into the software to analyze comments and things like that. So, and relating to cybersecurity, and you're asking about an assessment, that might be something that would be assessed with a penetration test.
Okay.
I don't know for sure, but that's an assessment on cybersecurity that maybe they could, that's something we could ask for them to look into.
Okay, that's helpful. Of course, and of course, the thought process is, of course, the safety of the use, not just for our residents, but for our workers as well. So, as we think about kind of some of the priorities that the department has over the next year, please keep us in the loop about those type of issues. I want to make sure that the residents, of course, know that any use of AI, of course, creates a safety. We're creating as much as we can a safety mechanism for them, and certainly if workers are utilizing that as well, want to make sure we are just thinking about our framework and really our use policy around those things. Oftentimes I know that the private consultants, or the private sector that we work with, at least, or that we procure, oftentimes controls that data, controls that use. And so just thinking about what is our framework as a city, I think is very important in the next probably decade. I do know that other cities are thinking about this as well. So it'd also be, I encourage our team and our staff to really look into what other cities are doing to, again, at the foremost of it, understand how to keep our residents and our workers safe, but also I think there is, an ability for us to consider, how can we efficiently provide services to our residents with what we know as a technology that both the public sector is using, but also the private sector. So thank you for mentioning that. The last question I had was regarding the fiber run. I know you mentioned there's updated fiber run. I'm assuming that's undergrounding from City Hall to the wastewater treatment plant. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm not an expert in that. I will be leaning heavily on Public Works and IT to, help with that project. But I believe right now it is underground.
Okay, wonderful. And I just wanted to thank you for that. The mention there is oftentimes we see in cities that these projects happen. And I know currently right now we kind of have a project on 10th Avenue that's impacting some of our residents. And so while our city doesn't have a dig once policy, I've talked to staff about this in the past, which is dig one policy is basically a framework that some cities use that coordinate kind of the infrastructure retrofitting and construction that basically allows for residents that are dealing with that in their area not to have to deal with that like 3 times within a 2-month time span, right? So the idea is to dig once and we do all of what we can within a short time frame or within the period we can do it. So it's really great to hear that, the city manager's department is working directly with Public Works to ensure that, again, if we're already doing a project there, maybe the fiber run can align with that, or we can do the best we can for those residents. I just want to make sure that we're, as we think about our technology upgrades, which is critical in our infrastructure needs, that we're not putting too much of a burden on people who are just in their community just trying to get home, basically. So it's really great to hear that. And again, Ms. Epps, thank you so much for your work in the city. Of course, your residency, I think, is so important. I think what I hear from the community, from the city manager's department, is your accessibility and your vision in terms of what Pinoleans actually are feeling and thinking and want to see is remarkable and phenomenal. And it should not be understated enough. I mean, it should not be your work should not be understated. You've done so much, as you mentioned. I think my last understanding is in January, we had over 7,000 subscribers to the Pulse, which is incredible. I'm sure we probably have another 7,000 by now, given the type of work that you've been doing. I'm not sure, sorry, that is not facts, but certainly the 7,000 subscribers is beyond what we had in our previous city manager's report. I think the internet streaming is amazing, and I would encourage you to look at pilots. I know MCE has done an amazing job at streaming all of our meetings, including our subcommittee meetings, on the internet, including on YouTube and their website. And so there is a framework there. And if you need support, I'm certainly as a council member and as a director, I'd be happy to make those connections with that agency. And then I think you may remember, but it's so great to finally not have to tell people to email me at my name at ci.pinole.ca.us. That is the longest thing. So I'm really, really excited about just the accessibility of having the domain name change. I know it sounds very small, and some may watch and say, why are we changing our email or things like that? But that's a very small way, but a very big way to make a huge change in terms of our accessibility as council members and certainly the staff who deal with it. So just doing those type of things, I think you're doing an incredible job at modernizing our government and certainly making our government more accessible to the people who we know and the people who we want to serve better. So thank you again for your presentation. I'm really excited for the year to come.
Thank you, Councilmember Murphy. Councilmember or Vice Mayor Sasai, any questions? And then Councilmember Tave, any questions?
No, I'll just wait for comment.
Okay, thank you. I want to echo all of the positive feedback that you've gotten. There has been a huge difference in the communication that has come out of City Hall, and I really am appreciative of all of your work and all of the team's work on this. So with that, do we have any public comment?
Thank you. We do. Rafael Menes.
Greetings again, Mayor, Council, staff, members of the public. My name is Rafael Menes. I'm a resident of Pinole. And I wanted to follow up a bit on Councilmember Murphy's comments about AI. I think there's several potentially significant concerns with the use of AI in public-facing government software related to the nature of large language models and their fundamental limitations as they currently exist. First off, there's the data sourcing and data privacy problem. The training of the model sets was based on a lot of information. When people are inputting information into the city's surveys, is that being used to train the AI? Is that under the control of the city? Is it being sent along to the third party that's providing the AI to be used to develop further AI software? Is it being sent along to other parties? Secondly, with regards to the information that AI software provides, one of the major problems is quote unquote hallucinations, or to put it more simply, the AI making things up because it doesn't have an ability to determine what's true. It just chains together word tokens in what's likely to occur. Are there cross checks to make sure that whatever AI information is provided, whether it's at the public information level or at information that's provided to city staff to assist with writing up minutes and so on, is accurate and not just whatever the AI hallucinated up, because that exists at several different levels. There are notorious cases where lawyers have filed lawsuits relying on case law that the AI said actually existed, except it turns out none of those legal cases were actual legal cases, and the lawyer didn't actually bother to look up whether any of those legal cases were actually legal cases, and they got sanctioned by the court because the courts aren't happy when you tell people that there are cases that don't actually exist. In regards to public outreach, for example, I believe it was the city of New York had a chatbot set up to discuss basically various services the community could get, and it gave out flat out incorrect answers, like, can you just not pay rent if X or Y is the case? And the chatbot was like, yeah, sure, you don't have to pay rent, except if you looked at the municipal code, it would say, yes, you actually do have to pay rent. So what safety measures are in place to protect the city as an entity and to protect the community as users of any city products that may have AI in them from the known and unknown flaws in the AI process? Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, bring it back to council. Yes, go ahead, Councilmember Tave.
I just wanted to say, as far, and I'll keep my comments short, I just want to say thank you for everything that your office has been doing. I've been on council almost 6 years now, and it's very clear where we started, and after the efforts of your office and the city manager's office to where we are now to have these conversations and see these products. So I just want to say thank you, and really your work shows every day. When I saw that app come in and all the information that comes along with it, really took Pinole's communication tools to the next level. So I just want to say thank you. Just quick comment on the AI component. I know more is to come, but I think we really need a policy along with that. It's very easy to type something in and AI to spit out an answer. Too easy, right? And I think that as far as staff goes, like I know for us, we just wrote a policy where I work that it has to be peer reviewed, right? You have to have that human element in there. The intelligence is artificial. When I mean that is, like, when we say artificial intelligence, the tendency might be to rely on that. But I think we really need some forms of check and balance from staff. So, I know that it can produce a lot of data. So, to Councilmember Murphy's point, I think council really needs to consider maybe directing staff to come up with some type of policy around that at some point. But thank you for everything.
Okay, thank you. All right. With that, again, thank you for your report, and we appreciate all of the work that you're doing.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, so we're going to move on to reports and communications. And I will start with the mayor's report. And first of all, almost 2 weeks ago, I attended the West County Mayors and Supervisors meeting. We meet in El Cerrito monthly with all of the mayors in West Contra Costa, along with Supervisor Joya. And there were a number of things that we discussed, including regional partnerships for public safety. We talked about the new Hills, East Bay Hills Fire Prevention Group, coordinating committee that has been just recently established. And then we also talked about the different partnerships in law enforcement, particularly the partnership that we have with San Pablo and Hercules with the dispatch, and then the various other partnerships that we have going on. On June 1st, we did have a closed session meeting where we interviewed some candidates for the city manager. I attended the Hercules Cultural Fair on Sunday. And then today I had two meetings. First one was with Sierra Club, individuals from the Sierra Club, where they were talking about their fuel reduction recommendations, and they call them the 3 R's. And this is to reduce fuel, in open spaces. And the discussion, they call it the 3 R's because it's remove, restore, and reestablish. And one of the premises of their work is that it's not enough just to remove shrubs wholeheartedly, because there's something else that's going to come in there, and it might be worse than what you're removing. So Sierra Club does have some information as far as fuel reduction and how to do that in a more ecologically balanced way. And then the other meeting I attended was via Zoom, and that was the Cal City's legislative update. It's their mid-year briefing of key legislation and budget asks for cities. And so I attended that. So let's see. I have no other announcements and no appointments, so we'll move to City Council committee reports and communications, and I'll move to our Mayor Pro Tem Sasai.
Thank you, Mayor Toms. A short report for me. So I attended the WICTAC board directors meeting in El Cerrito 2 weeks ago. Unfortunately, we did not have a quorum. There were some folks from other member agencies who were not able to attend that meeting. So we will continue on the discussion and business onto the next WICTAC meeting in June. Other than that, looking forward to being with you all at the Pride and Juneteenth celebration taking place on Sunday, June 9th at Fernandez Park from 12 to 3 p.m. It's going to be a free event, musical performances, food vendors, activities for kids, and I'll be excited to be joining you all for this second year we're doing it. Other than that, that's all I have, but thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'm going to start my council communications with a story about advocacy. I consider myself a pretty big advocate. Advocacy is hard for some folks. I mean, speaking up, especially even making public comment at a meeting, can oftentimes be difficult. Well, a year ago, a little girl named Billy, who goes to Elahorst school right here in Pinole, wrote a advocacy letter to Starbucks of all places. How many of you like Starbucks in the audience? I'm not a big Starbucks fan, I promise. I actually love Pete's, but Starbucks it is. Billy wanted a Starbucks on Elahorst's campus. And while that probably would be difficult for some or probably hard to imagine, her mother and her decided that that was something they were going to ask for. So a year ago, Billy wrote a letter to Starbucks, and her mom checked it and, edited it. And, her mom told me today that she thought she wasn't going to actually get a response, but she wanted to teach her daughter a level of advocacy that involved letter writing and how important letter writing is. Well, a year later, after that letter was sent to Starbucks wrote back and said, "Billy, we got you." Now, I'll tell you, Starbucks is not building a new building at Elahorst School, but today I was able to attend a wonderful celebration and really check and meet Billy, who's an Elahorst student who, again, basically got a day to start a Starbucks at our school. So over 100 students today, and some of the staff and myself joined Billy as she basically got to host her own Starbucks store at Elahorst, which was really exciting. Her and her peers today at lunchtime she was able to lead and manage a Starbucks booth where they gave out cake pops and dragon fruit refreshers. The only reason I go to Starbucks is dragon fruit refreshers. And again, she was able to be a business owner for a day and actually lead a Starbucks. I'll show pictures next time. They're on my phone, but next meeting I'll show pictures. But what I think is really exciting about this is that this is a prime example of how advocacy works, and it's also a prime example of how important economic development is. And not only people who are 18 plus can be people and agents and catalysts for economic development. Billy decided that she wanted a Starbucks in her school. She emailed or sent a letter to Starbucks and said, "Hey, bring Starbucks here." together. Again, while they're not bringing a Starbucks necessarily here, they already have one a couple feet away, right down the street on Pinole Valley Road. She was incredibly confident and excited about the fact that her advocacy efforts actually made someone here. I say that to say, if you are someone listening right now, if you're a resident or if you know someone who is a resident of Pinole, we actually want to hear from you. Our council is constantly making decisions. Today we have a number of decisions, including a single-use plastic ordinance for consideration, as well as the budget. And if you can be like anyone in the world, I hope that you're not like me. I hope that you're like Billy Thompson from Ellerhurst School, because she's a wonderful example of how a member of our community can make a huge difference simply by letter writing and simply by advocating. And as we continue to make decisions on this council for the future generations and even for past generations, my hope is that we can do more of that work around advocacy and sharing spaces and making sure folks feel confident about making their voices heard. So really excited to just report back that we had a wonderful presentation today with Billy and her mother and her father there at Ellerhurst School. Thank you to the Ellerhurst PTA for organizing that. And thank you to Billy for your confidence and for your direction and for inspiring your own council member to do more for his own community and to ensure that he's advocating. I also wanted to tell the folks that I am incredibly excited about continuing our work. I know we have had so many different conversations and about our businesses that are coming to Pinole. We have a lot of work to do. There's always questions about spaces in Pinole that may be dilapidated. Our economic development staff is doing a tremendous job in ensuring they're doing the outreach and organizing from key partners, but also that we have a vision. We do have an economic development strategy. And so I also just wanted to take this moment to commend our community development department on the work you all have done to ensure that we are building many Billies, but also that we're doing and taking action similar to Billy to improve our city. And I think it really shows around our city as we see new businesses coming up, and also as we see residents really invested in supporting these local businesses as well. Two other updates I wanted to mention is yesterday I was able to attend in Sacramento the California LGBTQ Legislative Caucus reception. It was a very well-attended reception by many local elected leaders and legislative members, and just wanted to again thank the Legislative Caucus for inviting me to that event and celebrating LGBTQ pride across California. Looking forward to celebrating that more as we do have our joint Pride and Juneteenth celebration this Sunday. It was a really, really great event last year, and so looking forward to bringing the community together. And thank you again to our staff for all of the work, including our recently hired community services director, who's been doing an amazing job at integrating community feedback from last year as well as council feedback. And I know that Sunday is going to be an amazing time, so thank you again for your work. Last but not least, I just wanted to give an update on our city manager selection process, as I know many residents oftentimes email us and call us, or even shoot us a Facebook message about this, so I always want to give a quick update. First of all, thank you to the residents who provide constant city feedback about our search for the CM process. We absolutely have appreciated folks who submitted the survey, but also folks who have not submitted the survey who have sent us, again, emails and Facebook messages and social media and really connected with us to continue giving us feedback about what you want in a new city manager. Last Saturday, our council, in a closed session, joined together to interview seven of the candidates of 46 candidates that we received. We interviewed 7 for the role and then finalized our search to 3 candidates. We will be having the top 3 candidates talk to our executive leadership team, and we'll also set up a community panel to interview our top 3 candidates as well. And once we have those 3 candidates, we will be moving 1 candidate forward. Thank you for your patience as we have continued on our search and our journey, but I want to make sure that we and I think most of our council wants to make sure that we have an intentional dialogue and conversation. So some of the reason that's been taking so long has also been because we want to make sure that whoever we're bringing to Pinole is serving Pinoleans the same way we take our job seriously as council members, and certainly the staff takes their job seriously. So again, thank you for your patience. Please continue to ask us questions about the process. We'd be happy to communicate with you. I'm sure I probably can speak for every council member and saying that we'll, can follow up, but if you're not hearing from someone, please feel free to email us or of course our interim city manager, and we'll get back to you. So thank you so much.
Nothing to report.
Thank you. Since we last met on May 21st, there was a gathering, an attendance by two of your council members who are part of the Naming and Memorial Ad Hoc Committee. I serve on that, as well as Mayor Pro Tem Sasai. And we participated in a meeting that included Assistant to City Manager, Ms. Fiona Epps, and representatives from the nonprofit Confederated Villages of Lijon Ohlone, along with a faculty member from Pinole Valley High School, Ms. Michelle Lamans, and two of her students, to hear a follow-up to a presentation that they made back in November, when there was a proclamation that they prepared and presented here to honor Indigenous Peoples Day. Since then, a different group met, but it seemed to me that the meeting that we attended on the 24th was to reiterate their interest in what then the ad hoc committee, composed of staff and council members, will review via the policy and the procedure that exists to review such things. These things being the possibility of having a plaque or a renaming of a city landmark. There is a process that's involved, and that's why a policy was created. And so what came out of the meeting was that the group that met outside of council members and staff learned about the application process. And so at some point, we will report back as to the progress of the ad hoc committee about that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that report. We will move on. For council requests for future agenda items. Do we have any? Yes, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'd love for us to, given the story I just told, I'd love for us to invite Ms. Thompson to a council meeting to talk a little bit about her story and perhaps give her a proclamation for her work, stellar work in economic development and advocacy.
Okay, and I'd be in favor of that.
Thank you.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
No.
Any other items?
No other items. I did want to mention, and I noted this to the interim city manager as well. I have, and the only reason I mention this is because it's not the first or second time. I just want to name that oftentimes I've either said or made a motion to continue an item or to add an item. I want to make sure that the mayor and interim city manager are in communication to make sure that those items are actually on the agenda as they have been said.
Yeah, and those things are usually captured by the city clerk's office, and I understand that we didn't have our city clerk here at the last meeting. We had the deputy city clerk.
Okay.
And
in the past, there have been meetings about the agenda prior to the publishing of those things, and they usually confirm items about future agenda items. So, for example, we talked about a letter of support being on today's agenda. It was not on today's agenda, and so I just want to make sure that as you and the team meet, that we, include those. It's not the first time it's happened. It's not the second time it's happened to me. It's now getting on the third time. So I just want to make sure that we close that out, and if we don't have a problem, that's okay
got
too.
it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other future agenda items? Go ahead, Councilmember Tave.
Well, I mean, given the discussion, I don't know if this is something administrative, but it might be worth the discussion to have a future agenda item regarding a policy around AI and the usage of AI, just within the city. I don't know if that would fall within the realm of, but I think it'd be a great public discussion to figure out what that entails so that people kind of understand it and how it's being used by city staff.
Yeah, okay.
I'd be happy to support that.
All right, and all those in favor say aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we'll put that on the list of things. And any other future agenda items? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to city manager's report and department staff.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My report will be brief. Some of the council people have already mentioned some of them. So certainly we want to remind everybody about the Juneteenth, which was mentioned. I appreciate Councilman Murphy talking about the city manager recruitment. I think that's important for people to hear, so thank you. If you've been in the city for any length of time and you've worked for the city as long as some of us have, Pinole.gov is huge. Getting rid of all the .this and .that is going to make things much easier and more efficient, and I think that we'll get better communication as well. So we're super excited about that and the work that was done with Fiona on pushing this forward and getting this completed. I know it's something we've talked about for many years, so we're super excited about that. It may seem minor to the community, but it's pretty major to the employees. So. I do want to mention something, the police chief recruitment. I know a lot of people have been asking about that. As many people in the community know, I will be retiring this year. I do not have a set date on when that will occur. We have some moving parts with the city manager recruitment and police chief recruitment, but we are happy to announce that we did partner with Public Sector Search. It's a gentleman by the name of Gary Peterson, who is a retired chief out of Martinez. So a local individual knows the area, knows what the needs are. And so we partnered with them, and they're in the middle of completing their brochure, and that police chief recruitment will go active very shortly. And we'll update that when that happens. Do want to mention that the phone lines have been down at City Hall and also the police department. Earlier this morning, we discovered that there was several phone lines down throughout the city. AT&T has informed us that their service line was cut, and they're working to locate where the damage is and repairing that. So doing a little bit of research, Commander Avery took the lead on that. Looks like there were some cuts in Orinda, some in San Pablo, nothing in our city directly, and it looks like it could potentially be copper theft. Unfortunately, it may take a little time to determine where that is. However, we've worked diligently to work with the county, who is going to be assisting us with answering the 911 calls for us, and also text 911 is still working and available. So seamlessly, any calls that go to the police department are available, and you will not lose any service, and the community will not see any differences there. So we're happy that that's happening. And then the last thing, just on the AI policy that's been mentioned. That HR is currently working on that policy, so perhaps the request can be a presentation once we complete that, and we'll be moving forward with that, and we'll get that on the agenda as soon as HR completes their work in that project. That completes my report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. City Attorney's report.
Thank you, Mayor. Nothing to report.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to move on to the consent calendar. We have 4 items. Does anybody have anything they want to pull or comment on? Yes.
Yes, I'd like to pull item 9A and item 9C.
Okay, and I'm also interested in 9C. Anybody else? Okay. Comments on 9A?
Thank you. Just a relatively minor, but I think important so there's no confusion. In the May 21st meeting minutes, there's a mention of appointment to the TAPS committee as well as the TAPS commission. I believe we have a TAPS committee, so if city clerk can see that those corrections are made and that we're consistent in having us all understand that we have a committee. Thank you. That's it for that item.
Okay. And then the other item?
Item C, the joint exercise of powers, because there is a possibility that, although at this time we are being asked to review a resolution and essentially approve an amendment to the agreement among the joint powers, there is the crux of that amendment has to do with potentially having the WICTAC approve compensation to its board of directors, and that will affect our budget as well, potentially, because perhaps the dues that the city will have to pay will increase. So I'm wondering whether the staff will please make a note of that, flag that, so that that increase can be built into next year's budget. Ms. Guillory isn't here, but I'm thinking that she will pay attention to that point. Thank you.
And I have a similar concern. I see it in the staff report, but I don't see it in the red line where it's described, where there could potentially be a stipend for attendees. But again, if the JPA, if the amendment is approved as is, the members of WICTAC have the ability to vote to be compensated. And that's that much less that's available for transportation improvements. And I would just hope that the JPA members take that into consideration, that most of our committee assignments are, we have the stipend that we receive here, and serving on other committees, it's one of those volunteer things that we do. We're compensated here, and it probably shouldn't be doubled, also compensated there. So just a comment for our representatives there. So do we have any public comments on the consent calendar?
Thank you. Yes, Rafael Menez would like to comment on 9A, B, and C.
Good evening again, Mayor, Council, staff, members of the public. My name is Rafael Menes. I'm a resident of Pinole. First on 9A, just a relatively brief thing. On page number 34 out of 643 of the agenda packet, the minutes state that I said there was a 401 policy. I think what I actually said was 410. I don't know whether I literally said 4-10 or just 410, but either way, I'm pretty sure that I didn't say 401, so I'd like for that to be corrected. Not a major thing, just, a minor typographical point. For item 9B, the warrants, I'm curious as to why under vendor PGE01-PG&E, 2131 Pear Street has so many different account entries, mostly on May 31st of 2024, because for the most part, you have a single account entry for a single address or a use. You have one for the traffic controller, you have one for a traffic signal, and then you've just got a whole bunch of stuff for 2131 Pear Street. You've got like 10 different entries and not that much more detail on them. And this is on page 50 out of 643 of the agenda packet, if people would like to cross-reference that. So I'm curious as to why exactly the warrants are structured that way. And then for item 9C, some of the supporting documentation attached to that document, and you can see this on page 91 of 643, the summary of all accounts for FY 23-24 final budget. One thing that I noticed there was that there was a significant change in STMP project funding. It was rising from an estimated total of $406,540 in the estimate for FY 22-23 to a proposed amount of $6,391,144. And that the revenues, on the other hand, the STMP fees, would be dropping from an estimated total of $3,905,861 to a proposed total of $2,130,000 exact in FY 2023-24. So I was curious if staff knew why there was this mismatch between the decreased revenue available and the increased expenditures required. And finally, with regards to whether or not the WCC-TAC Joint Powers Authority members should accept a stipend if it's offered, I think that should be a matter for the individual members to consider as a matter of equity. Some members are going to have access to more resources to travel between meetings, others not. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other public speakers?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to just check online to see if there's anybody with a hand raised. No additional speakers.
Okay.
I'm sorry. This is for line items 9A through...
Oh, come on up if you have a consent calendar item.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. My name's Amy Eubanks. I am a Pinole police officer, and I am here standing on behalf of the PEA president to speak regarding the EV charging ordinance. This is kind of in alignment with Councilmember Murphy's talk about advocacy. So I have the following to say as far as advocacy on the EV charging stations. Given the current gap in budget for the city of Pinole, I'd like to address the proposed ordinance for the EV charging station. I can't help but feel like we put the cart before the horse on installing this. And because of this, the city has taken the financial hit of approximately $82,500. Now, I may be wrong because I don't know the cost of the $65,000 for the installation, if that came from a grant. I'm going off of generality that I have here. But given the $2,500 per month in electric bills for the past 7 months, that does equate to $82,500. And this happened because you guys allowed people to charge for free. I'd like to address the overstay fee. Users are given a 15-minute grace period past the 4 hours of charging. After that, you're charged $1 per hour for up to 30 minutes, meaning you would only be charged a $30 fee. So after 4 hours and 45 minutes of occupying a charging stall, the owner of the vehicle is charged for the electric use plus $30 in overstay fees. And then they can leave it just parked there for an undetermined amount of time with no other financial consequences. That doesn't seem fair to other Pinole citizens who may need to use it. Furthermore, the overstay fee of $1 per minute for up to 30 minutes was proposed for the hours of 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. every day. This allows for someone to start charging in the evening and leave the vehicle parked overnight with no financial consequences. Let me give you an example. Let's say I come to Pinole to visit a family or a friend. I get into the city around 10 p.m. I need to charge my car. I park my car and I charge it. It's fully charged after 4 hours. 4 hours and 15 minutes, right? That's the grace period. At 2:15 in the morning, I'm done charging. My grace period's over, and the $1 per minute comes into effect. So at 2:45 in the morning, my fees are done. I get to leave my car parked there from 2:45 in the morning until whenever I decide to move it, with no extra fees. So now let's just say a city council member comes to work. They have a Tesla, maybe a police officer, maybe a Pinole citizen. They come to work at 7, 8 o'clock in the morning. That car is still parked there. They're not being charged any additional fees. And we don't have the authority to tow it because it's an electric vehicle in an electric parking spot. Just some food for thought. That car is taking up spots for other Pinole citizens, and I find that a problem. I propose that the city should make a municipal code section that allows the PD to issue parking tickets for vehicles left either overnight or if they're not charging. Now, I know this is a little bit convoluted and it may be hard to decipher how we can do this, but I do feel like it's important if we are wanting to free up that space for other people to use. And on a personal note, I spoke to somebody who said that their son came and charged their car overnight and left it there overnight. And the son didn't live in our city, so they're just using it for free. Line item F addressed the towing for non-electrical vehicles under the CVC vehicle code, 2511, I think? And it said that the vehicles can be moved under that ordinance. However, I feel like there's a better ordinance that we could be posted, which is 22665N, which is parking's prohibited by a local ordinance or resolution. So a sign would have to be placed in that area, much like we have at the farmer's market, where they can't park during certain hours. Well, that's it.
Why don't you go ahead and finish?
Thank you. Line item 8 was the energy fees may be adjusted not more than 1 per year. This wording leaves room for the city to incur additional electrical bills should PG&E decide to change rates more than once a year. If they change the rates twice a year, we're going to be incurring those fees as a city. So I propose the wording would reflect something like energy fees will be adjusted in accordance with any and all PG&E rate increases. And the last item regarding this is just a note. I really feel like it was financially irresponsible to install the EV station prior to establishing an ordinance for use because we incurred all of those debts and we can't get them back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to turn to our city attorney on those question on those issues. The item number G8 about energy fees can be adjusted no more than once per fiscal year. Can we add, is it appropriate for us to add some language in that area? And then there was another comment about overstay fees charged after 4 hours and 15 minutes between 5 a.m. and 10 p.m. If we just eliminated, is it easy enough to just do some strikeouts? I really don't want to continue this and, redo it because, we need to start charging SAP. So I'm wondering if you want to give it some thought, if we can move this to a new business, if that's enough time, or if we can do some editing, here at the dais.
Through the chair. So
Yeah.
the item is currently on second read. It has not been approved yet. So the city council can propose language changes. The general rule is that if it's a non-substantive change, then you can just make the proposed edit currently, and we can approve the ordinance. If we're changing kind of requirements or some of the changes that were proposed, I would recommend staff receive the direction from the council on the language change. We would then bring back a revised ordinance reflecting those changes. We could put it again on consent at the next meeting, and we would just add the proposed language on a redo of the second read.
Okay, for instance, on G4, if we were to just strike the part that says, 5 a.m. to 10 p.m., so it would be 24 hours a day. Would that be something that you would want to take back and consider, or is that something that we can do now? Because I share the frustration of not having access to the charging stations.
Yeah, so I would propose that we bring that back as a text amendment to the existing ordinance, the proposed ordinance.
So that and number 8, and then where would it be? Would it be in this ordinance if there was some ability to tow vehicles that are either not charging or that have stayed a certain amount of time beyond,
Yeah, so the current ordinance provides that we can tow for violations of these sections. I'm happy to consult with, I didn't catch the vehicle code section that was referenced, but I'm happy to coordinate and receive that. If there's a way for us to improve the authority that the city has to tow for violations or other types of violations, we could add reference to other vehicle code sections. We could bring that back in the next revision of the ordinance.
Okay, and is that something that can come back at the next meeting?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I don't want to delay too much on that. Okay. Is that the consensus of the council?
Yes, so Mayor, I was going to ask, shall we make a motion
Well, so,
to provide direction to city attorney? Okay.
I'd like to have a discussion at some point. I don't know if it would be after the motion or before, but I recall us spending $65,000. And is there any degree as to when we would recover, or where was the break-even point? I know that we've offered this for free for quite some time.
We've offered it for free, and I don't think that there was any time that we would recover the investment. What we need to be doing is being made whole on our charges, our PG&E charges going forward.
I understand that part. What I'm saying is that by us offering it for free, there are several people that have had a benefit that equates to a dollar amount, right? And I think what we're really looking at as a cost benefit for this charging station was the intent. I'm wondering if Director Mishra can give us an idea of how much this actually costs, because I remember that conversation, and when I heard that number, it was very high, and I'm wondering, have we gotten $75,000 worth of charging or benefit to the community? And implementing these charges would be a good recovery, but it also equates to, well, how is the community benefit happening? I'm wondering if you guys have just kind of a general. number?
So I know both this project predates Sanjay and myself, but I don't know if Sanjay has maybe able to help us with a little bit of background, but I believe it predates him as well.
Good evening. No, I was here when this project was done. So the total dollar value, what you see here, actually, it is not only the chargers, it's also the site improvement that was done. There's a ADA access ramp that was built. There was the parking lot. There was a the striping of the parking lot. A portion of the parking lot was paved. It's a small portion, but it.
So I guess what's that cost split? So I guess what we're saying is that we were out of compliance for ADA access to City Hall, to
with a public safety building.
Okay, so those improvements needed to be happen anyway. What's the split?
I don't have it top of my head, but I would say that most of the site improvement, the sidewalk, concrete, and the installation of those chargers, the charger itself was about $12,000. Just the, but electrical conduits and other site improvements were close to $45,000. So that's.
I see. So for us to even do the project, we had to come up to code compliance.
Yes. Yeah.
Understood.
Yeah.
Is there, I guess, do we have a degree or understanding of, I don't know, how much per kilowatt has been charged at that area? It'd be nice to know that benefit, because when we do these projects, although they do seem pricey, I think we had two benefits from this. One, somebody in a wheelchair or has mobility issues can get to public safety building, which in my mind is fantastic. And then secondly, that we've been allowing people to charge for free for quite some time, and what that benefit looks like. But to the speaker's point, enforcement is starting to become an issue as to, well, if somebody parks there for free for all night, I mean, that is an issue. I guess to the mayor and with the motion is just, what is there, I guess when we do these ordinances, there's also the question of enforcement, right? And I know for me, when I sat on the committee, I assumed that there was a discussion between, the city attorney, staff, and what the enforcement of these codes would look like, because we could put municipal codes in, and you can't enforce them, right? And that then it's like, well, why are we doing a municipal code, right? So is there a discussion that happens once the committee and staff meets to how we're going to, I don't know, I don't want to say police them or, like, hey, you're code enforcement. And that's been, I guess, an issue here since I got on council was, okay, how, code enforcement, and how do we implement these municipal codes that we're asking for?
Yeah, I can
mean, what's that discussion look like?
Yeah, we did discuss, if somebody left their vehicle there after charging, and you do get notifications on your phone when your charging is done. And then, there's also a notification about how the fees going up, per minute after, during the overage time. We did talk about that, and we talked about, it's typical that that's only going to happen once, because somebody will learn that they need to pay attention to their phones or set their alarms and move their cars.
Unless they're parking overnight, go hang out with somebody. So, and to the speaker's point, I guess what I'm asking is, process-wise, when we put a municipal code together and we talk about how we're going to enforce it, I guess the assumption is that code enforcement will enforce it. Or if it's a vehicle, that the officers would have looked at that municipal code, said, okay, this is our right and left, this is what we can do. I'm just asking, does that happen?
Yeah, go ahead.
Through the chair. So absolutely. I mean, we have to enforce the municipal code. And so if there are means in the ability for code enforcement or law enforcement or anyone to cite for violations of the municipal code, that's the idea. That's the idea. We did have a discussion at the municipal code update subcommittee about the value of having some of these penalties be automated. So it's not like someone needs to go around and ticket. And so it's not going to require, someone going around to monitor the actual the charging station, the fee gets imposed once if they're staying and they're plugged in longer, then they get assessed that fee on top. So there isn't the need for someone to be walking around checking to see if the meter has expired. It's all actually like charged to the person who's already plugged in. So that created some efficiencies from a staffing standpoint in enforcement because it's just done through, they would just get billed more essentially on their use of the charger. So we did have that conversation, but enforcement is always a challenge, frankly, for all municipal codes.
And thank you for that, because my wonder is if we did go through with this ordinance, is $30 the number? And I think that we'll be able to know after 6 months to 8 months if people are still parking there and still, then that's obviously not enough of a penalty to get somebody to move their car, right? And I think we're not going to know that until we actually pass the ordinance, get feedback from I would imagine the officers or people in City Hall that might be parking in that space, and then try to craft language that I guess suits the situation. I mean, I know that this is kind of $30. Somebody might say, thanks, this is awesome. I get free parking all night for $30, right? But if it's 100, they may say, oh my God, I got to move my car now. We don't know that number, and we're not gonna know that number until we actually put something in place.
Right, and then we did put the limit on 4 hours, and some of the, it's a level 2 charger, and in some cases, it could take 6 hours to charge up a car, but we're only allowing them to do 4 hours.
Okay. Director Mishra, can you confirm, I asked this question last time, the overstay fee, which is also known as an idle fee for some vendors, that's decided upon the vendor, is that correct?
No, that we can set whatever we want.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the $1 per minute came to what was that how did that come to a conclusion? My understanding as someone who unfortunately pays some idle fees when I get into a meeting and I'm charging my car and then that meeting goes from an hour to 3 hours because constituents matter to me, I pay a lot of idle fees. Why is that number $1 per minute?
$1 per minute, why it is that?
Yeah.
No, that dollar number, we took it from other cities that have adopted similar fee structures, and we wanted to cap it at $30. So in a situation, say you are here or somebody is here, and there's some business is going on, you probably still can afford to pay $30, not $300 for as long as you stay there. The idea was to model the behavior of people by just penalizing enough, not to really putting a hefty fine.
Okay, so the agencies you looked at were which agencies for that idle fee or the overstay fee?
I would say City of Berkeley has a very similar fee structures.
Okay, and does the City of Berkeley also have free charging for some
No,
stations? Okay,
I don't think so.
Are there any other cities you looked at for that fee?
Other cities, no, I haven't. The idle fee, I haven't seen other cities yet. I just researched only at this area. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
And remind me, Dr. Mishra, in those meetings, we did do a comparison with with Contra Costa County's EV charging ordinance. How was that in line with the county's ordinance in terms of the overstay fee and ancillary fee and various fees that were?
Yes, it's very similar to Contra Costa County as well, our fee structure. Contra Costa County may have a little more than us, but it's very similar.
A little more of what?
Fee may be a little more.
Gotcha. And in comparison to the other jurisdictions, the cap of the overstay fee is also around that time frame as well?
That's correct.
Gotcha. So, the fees here, the amounts aren't entirely arbitrary. I think a lot of the value we brought to the subcommittee was we're both EV drivers, and so that's based on what would be a sufficient disincentive for most folks to overstay and all those things. And so it was our recommendation that was a sufficient number. Once again, to Councilor Tave's point, we won't know until we see the results of this in a month, 2 months, 3 months. So just want to share that perspective as well from the committee.
So Mayor, if I may comment, given the amount of time that it takes to actually weigh or measure behavior change and their effects, and with an ordinance, probably I would double or triple that. Is there any way that we can insert language. I'm going to rephrase that. There's always a way. How can we insert language that includes an increase in fees so that we don't have to come back and amend an ordinance with the fee structure that's being suggested at this point, thinking that everything is going to increase, generally speaking, the cost of maintenance increases over time. And if we have an ordinance with a fee structure that doesn't have language to adjust for that, and maybe that's the language, with an adjustment based on, and then you would do the research as to what kind of adjustment that would be, so that we, as a city, aren't shortchanged with regard to the cost of maintenance and having a fee structure that was established in 2024.
Yeah, I believe the language says that the council authorizes the city manager to do that change, so it doesn't have to come to the council, and city manager may be authorized to make that determination and have those criterias kind of publicly available for review. But the city manager is authorized to do those changes.
Okay.
So just through the chair, so a little bit of a clarification. So the ordinance allows for the city manager to change the energy fees, which would kind of be the cost of the use, but the overstay fee, I would consider that a different fee, frankly, because it's its own separate fee. So my recommendation would be the fee currently for overstay is $1 per minute for up to 30 minutes. If the council wants to increase that, you can do so now. That can be set at $2 based on the feedback that's been received. Or we can say, the ordinance can provide that every 6 months the fee would be adjusted by a certain percentage. But I wouldn't want to have kind of arbitrary language where we kind of leave it up to, where it's not a clear standard. So I would like, if we're going to have language in the ordinance, I think it should be, every 6 months or every year there's a percentage increase in the fee, or we just set a fee that we're comfortable with currently. That would be my recommendation.
If I may, again, $2 today is not going to have the same value 5 years from now. And what I am concerned about is that the ordinance will be in place, costs will continue, maintenance will be required, and it's not only for this charger. The ordinance will apply to future chargers that we're probably going to be looking to have somewhere. And so I hear maybe a concern about the percentage if we don't have a percentage. But I'll make a motion to allow enough flexibility where you can think about what language to best insert there that would address possible increases needed. How about that? Okay, all right.
Yeah, and this is to be continued to the next meeting with some minor adjustments to include adjustments on G4, which is the overstay amount, eliminating the time where overstay fees are charged. And then the other one is the adjustment of, instead of no more than once per fiscal year, it's anytime PG&E increases.
And through the chair, if I may add, I will also look to other vehicle code sections that we could cite within the municipal code to provide us with more authority to tow, if those sections are available. So I could add that to what we look into.
Okay, and then we also have a municipal code meeting on Monday, and if you need to do a check-in, that might be appropriate.
So, Mayor, are your comments, is that direction sufficient, or do you still want to hear a motion?
Do you have enough?
I have the direction, but if you'd like to make a motion based on that, that'd be great.
I will make a motion that we continue consideration of the ordinance till the next meeting with the potential changes that we discussed here tonight.
I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I didn't hear the motion.
That we continue the second reading and adoption of the ordinance to make some modifications to G4, G8, and also allow the city attorney to look at vehicle code sections that would relate to enforcement.
If I may, a question on the
Yes.
motion as well. Is part of the motion also so this is to be heard in the municipal code update subcommittee on our Monday meeting, and then come back with amendments for our second June meeting. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Correct.
And it would still come back as a second public hearing, or what is that process like?
Second
City Attorney?
reading?
So because this is currently on the second reading, we're receiving direction on some text amendments, so we would bring it back. We can make it a public hearing or make it a business item, either way.
It could still be the second reading, though?
Yes.
Yeah.
Gotcha. And we could adopt the ordinance on that second reading on second June meeting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Got it, thank you.
Okay, and so that was that a yes?
Aye.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, I just go on record for no. I think there's been a lot of work with no data behind it. I think this might prove, to better the ordinance, but respectfully, I think we've done a lot of work to get to here.
Right.
I'd really like to see what comes out of that before going back with staff and revising an ordinance. We might find something else out that might govern a change too. So rather than doing work 2 more times, I feel like the work's been done. This sounds like it would work. So my vote would be no.
Okay, so that was a 4-1. So can I get a motion on the other sections of the consent calendar, 9A, B, and C?
I'll move approval.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, and that passes 4-1. Okay, next we have public hearings. We have, the first one is fiscal year 23-24 utility users tax review, and the action is item to be continued to June 18th, 2024. So we will move on to
Thank you,
the
Mayor.
next.
May I have a motion for the continue to a date certain so that we don't, and that will allow
Oh, yes.
us.
Can we have a motion to continue to June 18th, 2024?
So approved, or so motion.
Second.
And all those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay. Next, we're going to have 10B, and this is single-use plastic foodware and bag reduction ordinance. And this is a public hearing, and we have Lily Whalen, our Community Development Director.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, council members, good evening. I'm pleased to recognize here Kapil Amen. He's our Sustainability Fellow, and he's been doing the lion's share of the work on this ordinance. He'll be presenting that work and the proposed ordinance to you tonight.
And can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, staff, and members of the public. Today I'll be discussing a proposed ordinance for single-use plastics reduction. Next slide, please. So why regulate single-use plastics? They are a major contributor to street litter and our very own Pinole Creek, pollution of our very own Pinole Creek. They have extremely low recycling rates. And even if they are recycled, they attenuate after 2 to 3 times. Their composition, they're made of petroleum, which increases reliance on fossil fuels, as well as they break down into microplastics, which accumulate in our body and interfere with normal body functions. Next slide, please. So to get to the development of the ordinance, it was a 1.5 year long process, and it began in 2023. There are many opportunities for businesses to provide input, as indicated by the megaphone icon, as well as multiple municipal code subcommittee meetings. The beginning of the development, we kicked it off with a campaign called Plastic Wise Pinole, and which entailed surveys for residents, visitors, and the business community. We held a public expo where the public and community and business community could interact with different alternatives to single-use plastics, as well as we conducted a pilot with Firewings Pinole and Foodware for customers to try out and test out a reusables takeaway pilot. And so after we took kind of that feedback, we went one-on-one with businesses and kind of vetted different components of legislation that we studied in other jurisdictions and kind of vetted those. And in 2024, refined that into a draft ordinance that we have today that was taken to the Municipal Code Subcommittee, as well as to the business community. Yeah, next slide. And so some key findings from the retail businesses, 87% of business respondents support customer brought bags at retail businesses. 63% of respondents are extremely supportive of retail paper bags. Performance of paper bags is a big concern. Free signage and a transition period of 12 to 18 months were the most requested resources by retailers, and a fee greater than 10 cents. The retail business community felt a fee greater than 10 cents would increase customer brought bags. Next slide, please. So food business feedback, 64% of food businesses ranged from slightly supportive to extremely supportive of a transition to compostable foodware. A transition period and financial assistance were the most requested resources by food businesses. Increase in cost is a large concern, followed by the functionality of foodware. 68% of food businesses, they ranged from slightly supportive to extremely supportive of a transition to paper bags, and 50% are not comfortable charging a mandated takeout fee. Next slide, please. Community feedback, 80% of survey takers are supportive of regulation. 80% of survey takers are also supportive of customer brought bags at retail businesses. 93% of survey takers are comfortable with customer brought reusable containers, and 50% of survey takers are interested in a reusables loop system where they can bring back a reusable container and keep checking that out like a library system. Next slide. So who would be impacted? Retailers. So some examples are like a hardware store, clothing store, beauty stores, and they're stores that are not currently regulated by SB 270, which is state regulation on large grocery chains and liquor stores. Food providers would also be impacted, and that's any establishment that sells or provides prepared foods to the city within the city of Pinole. And some examples are food trucks, cafes, delis, and restaurants. Next slide. So food providers would have to convert all single-use plastic food containers, utensils, accessories, cups into a compostable version, as well as convert single-use plastic bags into paper bags. Next slide, please. Compostable foodware requirements. So bioplastics would not be allowed as they're not processed by the city's waste hauler. PFAS would not be not be allowed because they are a forever chemical. Foil, only foil like aluminum foil to wrap items would be allowed, and bleached compost foodware would not be allowed. Next slide, please. So other ordinance components for food providers, takeout fees and bag surcharge fees would be optional for food providers. If the establishment requires that customers have to sort their own waste after dining in, 3 bins for different waste streams would be required. The ordinance places high importance and value on reusables because they are sustainable and cost effective. And so the ordinance would encourage either participating in a reusable foodware loop or reusable foodware for dine-in. as well as allowing customers to bring reusable bags when and where feasible. And then also unbleached, 40% post-consumer recycled content paper bags would be required. Next slide, please. So what would retailers need to change? They would have to convert their plastic bags to paper bags. And that's mandatory for all retailers not subject to SB 270. And it would be highly encouraged and voluntary for retailers that are subject to SB 270. Next slide, please. Some ordinance components for retailers. Sorry, that first tile should read that customer-owned reusable bags would be allowed. Retailers must issue a 15-cent surcharge fee to customers that require a medium or large-sized bag for takeaway items. Unbleached and 40% post-consumer recycled content paper bags are allowed, as well as BPI compostable bags, such as like a compostable t-shirt bag. And pre-checkout bags, this pertains to grocers, must be compostable, such as when you're bagging your produce. Next slide, please. The ordinance would include waivers, partial and full waivers, and they can be granted for a maximum of 2 years. And some eligibility would be undue financial hardship caused by implementation of the ordinance, supply chain issues, performance of that foodware item, as well as health and safety. Next slide, please. So extensions of time can also be granted through the ordinance, and they can be granted for up to 6 months, providing documentation of a good faith effort to comply. And if additional time is needed, an additional final 6-month extension could also be granted. And the eligibility for the extension of time is the business employs 10 full-time equivalents or less, as well as can provide proof of gross annual receipts less than $500,000. Next slide, please. So the transition timeline, if the ordinance were to be adopted in June of 2024, education and assistance to businesses would roll out from July to through the end of the year. And the effective date of the ordinance would be January of 2025. And enforcement wouldn't begin until a 6-month time frame. So by June 2025, all businesses will have had a year to comply before enforcement. And then if the eligible businesses are granted extensions, they can get an additional 6 months through December, and then even an additional if they are eligible. So that can total up to 2 years of a transition period for eligible businesses. Next slide, please. So the fiscal impact for businesses, compostable foodware, it can range from being less expensive, equal in price, or 10 to 15% pricier than plastic foodware. Paper lunch bags, they usually have a cost of like a 1 cent more than plastic bags. On the retailer side, they would be able to recover costs with that mandatory 15-cent surcharge fee. And cost can be mitigated by allowing customer brought reusables. And that's through AB 619 through the state by practicing standard sanitation guidelines to when allowing customer brought reusables, as well as participating in a reusables loop system that can help reduce costs. Also working towards community compostable contracts where multiple businesses can buy from that one contract and decrease that unit price. As well as it's also an opportunity for businesses to kind of evaluate their current packaging and kind of look for creative and optimized packaging solutions. Next slide, please. Oh, and I also do want to mention that the market is kind of moving in the compostable direction, so that's going to help reduce costs in the next couple of years as well. fiscal impact for the city. Code enforcement costs to proactively and reactively enforce the ordinance would have a fiscal impact. And it's highly suggested that council approve funds for comprehensive technical assistance to businesses, because that is crucial for timely and accurate compliance. And comprehensive technical assistance would include education to all businesses, support with waivers and extension, business grant support, doing cost-effective conversions, as well as integrating reusables into their foodware. Other costs to consider would be an increased need for more green waste receptacles around the city, as there will be more compostable foodware. A citywide reusables loop system, it really helps with reducing costs for businesses by having kind of spurring that that movement, and educational campaigns for businesses and the public with these new kind of waste sorting that needs to be taught. Hosting additional expos for businesses to learn what's new out there in the market, and kind of coming together for those community contracts. Public-private partner dishwashing facilities can also increase the uptake of reusables. Next slide, please. And with that, staff recommends that City Council conduct a public hearing and first reading of the ordinance adding Chapter 8.38, single-use plastic foodware and bag reduction to the Pinole Municipal Code. And yeah, that concludes my presentation. And Director Whalen, I are available for questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that report. Are there any questions of the council? Yes, Councilmember Martinez-Rubin.
Thank you for presenting this. Been waiting for it for quite some time. How does this ordinance apply to city facilities? Another way of me to ask is the city considered a food provider?
Sorry, I didn't catch the tail end of that.
Is the city considered a food provider? And does this ordinance apply to it? In other words, there are facilities in our city that provide food, but is that sufficient is their provision of food sufficient so that this ordinance applies to city activities, e.g. the distribution of food or the lunch availability at the senior center?
Yes, it would. Yeah, any food that's prepared.
Prepared food, okay.
Yeah.
What about, does the ordinance exclude users of city facilities? Again, the senior center, if it is rented and food is provided there, not necessarily sold, but it's served by the party that would rent it?
I can jump in here, yes. So I'll direct your attention to section 838-150, City of Pinole purchases prohibited. The city or city facility users shall not purchase any disposable foodware that does not comply with the disposable foodware standards in section 838-080, nor shall any city-sponsored event utilize non-compliant disposable foodware.
Okay, thank you. I see the mention of gross receipts among businesses for waivers to comply. And I've been under the impression for years now that gross receipts are not available to the city unless there is some compelling reason, legal reason that allows us to tap into what gross receipts the smaller eateries have. It's been on my mind to think about when there is discussion about assisting small businesses in one way or another, and we can't really obtain the information about how much contribution to the revenue tax is generated from those same eateries. So it surprised me to see reference of gross receipts mentioned here, because I can anticipate that the same eateries that ordinarily request monetary assistance from the city are going to be the ones that are going to be requesting waivers.
Director Guillory might be able to address the gross receipts issue. I know the intent in this section was to acknowledge that small businesses might have a harder time complying with the ordinance, and to carve out an allowance for those small businesses. And this is how this section came together. But regarding how we verify that, if it's a checkbox that the business needs to check to confirm that they comply, they have gross receipts less than that $500,000 annually or not, I am not sure.
And that's the question, again, kind of comparable to an earlier discussion item, is the implementation and the enforcement of the ordinance. In particular, among, again, those eateries that are likely to be requesting assistance from the city in one way or another.
Through the chair, if I may, so it looks like this is in reference to subsection F, and so this is really kind of an opt-in. So if there is a food provider that would like to be eligible for an extension, then they would need to essentially provide that they employ 10 full-time employees or equivalents or less, and that they have gross receipts of less than $500,000 annually. So there would be, from a practical standpoint, there's a couple of ways we could confirm that. We could have them kind of sign a something where they're signing under penalty of perjury that that this is accurate, that they're making that representation. It wouldn't necessarily require us obtaining copies of all of their gross receipts, because that would obviously make it a public record. So there's, from a practical standpoint, I think there's ways for us to achieve that without actually seeing and receiving all of the gross receipts.
If that's satisfactory to you, I'm only asking the question because, again, that availability of gross receipts, I think, has been a barrier for the city to determine the revenues generated for certain eateries who continually need assistance of one sort or another. So just please flag it or think about that. And then related to that is the maximum number of, not years, I heard maximum number to waive would be 2 years, but how many times can one waive compliance?
So there's the ability of a business to request a waiver for individual items, foodware items. So if there's I'll give the example of a boba cup, for example, that's mentioned, specifically regarding the special use of the cup and the plastic on top and popping the straw through. I'm not saying that we would give a waiver for that type of a cup, but just as an example, that might be an item that a business might request to waive due to the special properties of the cup and the business that they have in selling boba. So it's not all, business wouldn't be granted a waiver from all of the single-use plastics foodware components, but a specific individual item. And so that's a different section than the time extension. So the time extension is granted once for 6 months for an eligible business, and then a final extension for another 6 months to comply with the ordinance. The waiver is a separate section, and I believe that the waivers can be requested for, let me get to that section unless Kapil has it off the top of his head, for how long a waiver could be requested for.
I heard a maximum of 2 years, but I don't know if it's like 2 years times every kind of waiver that's being asked, which in my mind could potentially extend waiving compliance for multiple years, which is not what would be desirable here, because the sources of plastic come from all kinds of eateries, including large and small ones.
I think also other cities, what they do is they kind of replenish or they update their lists of like if the supply chain hasn't reached certain products, but they'll keep updating it every so often, and then remove items as that supply chain has caught up. And so that's why the maximum 2 years is only for certain items if the supply chain hasn't caught up yet. And we can maintain that list. And other cities do that as well.
I need a little bit more time to look through and determine where that time limit is for each individual waiver item. So we can get back to you tonight on that.
Sure. And it's actually not like, I'm not looking so much for the number, but the number of opportunities to extend compliance, which is, again, not the desirable thing here. And related to compliance is, what does an administrative citation entail, and what, if any, consequence is there monetarily? Because in my mind, administrative citation means I get a note and I'm informed that I need to comply, but I can ignore it, or I can claim that I did not receive it and, again, not comply.
So administrative citations are sent via certified mail, and they begin at $100 for the first violation, $200 for the second, and then $500 for the third in any 12-year calendar period of time. I'm just looking at the...
Pardon me, Director, we're in 12-month or 12-year?
Sorry, 12 months. Sorry.
Yes.
I'm sorry for mistaking that.
12 months.
One year. One year.
Thank you. And then would another consequence be not issuing a business license in Pinole? Could that potentially be a consequence? Pardon me, I'm piling these things up, but they did occur to me because I'm so interested in having an ordinance work for everyone, while at the same time reducing what it is we're trying to reduce here, which is plastic.
I'll have to look at that again, also in conjunction with our administrative citation provision, to see what can follow after, the fourth or fifth citation that's issued.
Okay, thank you. Those were my questions.
Okay, Councilmember Tave, did you have any questions?
No questions.
Okay, and I'll move over to my right. Councilmember, yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Whalen, and thank you, Kapil, for this presentation, also for your work, 2 years in the process and probably a couple more years in terms of the yearning for this. You mentioned something a little bit about the budget ask. You mentioned a program around education and technical assistance. My understanding is that there also are like state and local countywide programs. Is the California Green Business Network or the Contra Costa Green Business Network, do they have programs that also support in the transition of what is needed basically through technical support of what you're asking for?
I'll let Kapil share any information he has on that. I don't know.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, and I'm not sure specifically if the Green Business Program has, but I've looked into Rethink Disposable, which is kind of like the go-to technical assistance for many jurisdictions.
Okay.
As well as we have a local chapter called the Plastic Reduction Project, and they also help with facilitating assistance.
So I see those, Kapil, and thank you again for that. I see those here mentioned in the staff report. So when I'm reading these, I believe my understanding is we're a member of one of these already. Is that correct? Rethink Disposable? Aren't we a member of that?
No.
We're not. Okay.
Yeah.
Recycle. I'm sorry?
Recycle More.
Oh, I'm familiar with that. But I thought we were a member of something that already provides technical assistance to businesses, that we became a member a couple months ago. So we're not a member of anything that provides technical assistance for this type of education.
Not that I'm aware of.
No.
Okay. So they ask. I just want to make sure I'm understanding you all's ask, because it's put in a presentation. We're having conversations about a budget. So the ask is to provide and give you all support for additional funds for teaching assistance and education for these businesses throughout the 2024-2025 year.
Yes.
That would be recommended in order to make the ordinance more of a success.
Stronger. Okay. And that amount is a total of $50,000, or are the two options to use Rethink Disposable or Plastic Reduction Project?
Kapil, did you have
Plastic reduction. Yeah. plastic reduction projects, it's a suggested donation of $10,000. And they kind of enlist the support of volunteers to go out and educate businesses and help with kind of inventory conversions.
Okay.
And then Rethink Disposable can go up to 50,000, or it's kind of just a ballpark estimate. But yeah, about 50,000 can get like hands-on meeting businesses, like boots on the ground,
and also Capil help with the waiver and time extension requests as well.
What was that?
That organization would be able to help with any waiver and time extension requests. And I think that's particularly important to have someone knowledgeable about the industry and what's available to be overseeing and issuing waivers for businesses.
Yeah, the thought is we can like streamline the whole process, and so they could even do like performance tests and see what's not working, what's working, and then kind of streamline that whole process through a technical assistance group.
Okay, so if we were to pass this ordinance by the end of the month, as your timeline suggests, my understanding is the ordinance would not provide the funding. So I guess I'm trying to get you what you need. What do you need, and have you included that allocation in your department budget as is?
It is not included right now. So we would come back to you with a proposal and a cost associated with the proposal and what we would get for that amount of money.
Okay, solid. So my other question is, my understanding is that this type of policy would impact our water. I mean, our creek, of course, but like our actual water. And so are we able to use sewer enterprise funds for a program, an educational and technical assistance program like this? I know that's a Director Guillory question. I was going to mention that, so I know she's behind you. I don't know if you can answer that, Director Guillory, but I would like an answer to that question.
Good evening. Could you restate the question, please?
Yeah, so I was making the notion that perhaps passing a policy or ordinance like this can impact water treatment, but I'm not sure whether or not education and technical assistance for a program, or well, if this ordinance passes and we decide to move forward with the educational and technical assistance program, are we able to use sewer enterprise funds for a program as that?
That I'm not sure about. I would need to do some research on that.
Okay. Well, what I'm hearing is that the department is coming back with a request at some point for that program, but I'm also seeing in that timeline that you have basically the education starts basically in July. So I just want to make sure we, again, love the program, love the ordinance, been waiting on the ordinance, wonderful program. How do we get you what you need, and how do we get you the support you need? And what's the time frame on that?
Yeah, so I anticipate we'd bring back something in the July timeframe to council regarding, different levels of costs and actions that we could take with those costs. We would start, if the ordinance was adopted June, at the second meeting in June, we would start with the staffing we have right now with education to the business community about the ordinance, and we can do that in-house with Capil.
Okay, thank you. Something I want to see, something I know that's very notable about your presentation is that you received, out of the 83 businesses you reached out to, you received an 80% turnover and response. How did your team do that?
Capil, do you want to address that on how we received such a great response rate?
Yeah, it was a lot of just me going out there and meeting and just going back and just kind of checking in on businesses and doing that repeatedly, and getting that, like meeting one-on-one, as well as just reminding them. And
yeah. And then we also, there was a couple different platforms too. So we did a snail mail survey in 4 different languages as well to the businesses. We did emails to the businesses. And then Capil also recruited the plastics organization in town.
Plastic Reduction Project.
Plastic Reduction Project, and they volunteered their time to go out and help achieve that response rate as well.
Okay. Yeah. And the folks who are responding, are these the managers of the companies? Are they in corporate headquarters outside of Pinole? Who are the people actually responding to them? Because you have a great turnover, but I'm wondering, is it the person you walk in and just talk to, or is it someone from corporate?
I think it really depends. Kapil, do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, the independent businesses, it's usually the owner that I'm speaking with. And then for franchises, it would be the managers. I tried to reach corporations through email, but they weren't responsive, and I couldn't really get hold of anyone like at the corporate office.
Okay.
But the managers, I made sure they were aware of the financial status of that business. And so I kind of used that as a way to understand if it would be a barrier, since the managers are aware of the financial situation for that business.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for your work on this. Great work.
Okay, Vice Mayor. No questions. And I have no questions. Yes.
Can I just add something that triggered with the comment about wastewater funds? Yeah. I'm wondering if the NPDES permit that we have for the plant covers the same stormwater. So, I mean, that might be a good place to start to see if there is a nexus between the waste that's going out through the creek and through our storm drains during the first flush to the wastewater plant. And because I think our permit, kind of dictates what we have to do. I think in 2023, we received some comments back from the MP or from the Regional Water Quality Control Board regarding the plant. I'm just wondering if there is anything to tie those two together. So there might be something there, considering the amount of I&I we have and whether or not that has any influence.
Well, there's two different functions. There's the plastic gets into the storm drains, which gets into the creek, and that's not treated at the wastewater treatment facility. That's sewer water.
That's my point, is that, I mean, I think what we're saying is that, is it one permit?
Right, that's what, yeah.
Is it one permit or is it two permits that we manage? I'm not sure if that's there or not, but it might be a good place to start to see if there's a nexus there.
Yeah.
That's just a comment.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go ahead and open this up to the public. Yes.
Thank you. First speaker is Rafael Menes, followed by Ann Moriarty, then Paula Jarvis.
Good evening, and Mayor, Council, staff, members of the public. My name is Rafael Menes. I'm a resident of Pinole. And I'd like to start by reading over a few sections of the proposed ordinance because I think they would answer some questions and also provide some background context that the community would find helpful. First, section 8.38.010. It says that Council of the City of Pinole finds and declares as follows: A, single-use plastics, SUPs, including bags and foodware, plates, cutlery, cups, lids, straws, clamshells, and other containers, is a major contributor to street litter, ocean pollution, marine and other wildlife entanglement and loss. A 2022 trash survey of the Pinole Creek found SUPs represented the majority of the debris collected from the creek. B, the production, consumption, and disposal of SUPs contributes significantly to the consumption of fossil fuels and exacerbation of greenhouse gas emissions. Plastics are made from chemicals sourced from petrol, gas, or coal. Recyclable plastic, on average, can be recycled 2 times before attenuating. Over 3/4 of recyclable plastic ends up as litter or in the landfill. Plastics. C, plastics in waterways and oceans break down into microplastics, which are not biodegradable and can now be found in most of the world's oceans. These microplastics have been detected in human blood and can disrupt normal body processes, increasing health risks. D, plastic debris in seawater and freshwater can attract and collect pollutants, which can then accumulate in fish, seafood, and salt that is later consumed by humans. Additionally, some food packaging, such as food contact papers and compostable paperboard containers, may contain harmful fluorinated chemicals that are associated with serious health problems. E, 2011 Bay Area Litter Survey showed that over 2/3 of trash collected was from takeout food and beverage packaging. In the Bay Area, food and beverage packaging comprises the majority of street litter as a significant contributor to the total amount of waste entering the waste stream. F, it is in the utmost interest for the health, safety, and welfare of, I assume, those who live, work, and visit and do business in the city of Pinole that the consumption of SUPs be reduced. G, the Pinole Sustainability Elements strives for Pinole to become a model city but demonstrates how sustainable practices can be incorporated in municipal, commercial, and residential functions of a city. Reduction of single-use plastic food packaging and bags furthers this goal by eliminating solid waste at its source and maximizes reusing, composting, and recycling. H, this chapter is consistent with the city's sustainability element of the general plan and the CalCycle recycling and waste disposal regulations contained in Titles 14 and 27 of the California Code of Regulations. And then I wanted to briefly highlight for people's consideration the waiver segment, which was 18.38.110. You can find that on page 112 of 643. And then finally, I had one question. On page number 182, it stated that Republic Services recommended that aluminum food containers not be used. Is there a reason why they are permitted in this ordinance? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker.
Mayor, council, staff, and Pinole. Representing Friends of Pinole Creek Watershed, my name is Ann Moriarty, and I wish to thank the city for the continued collaboration that we share that benefits Pinole Creek and our community. I'd like to give a special shout out to Code Enforcement Officer Sarah Patton, who has been no nonsense and professional in addressing violations that affect the creek. Her diligence has resulted in real positive change, and she'll be very busy with this ordinance, I'm sure. Another shout out to Public Works Director Sanjay Mishra, who has been proactive in showing up to events with his family and working alongside volunteers, offering potential solutions to make our care for the creek more manageable, and has responded to suggestions to install and maintain trash cans in high traffic areas. Fiona Epps and Letitia Andreas have publicized and supported our efforts. Thank you. And finally, I'd like to thank Kapil Amin, and I see you up there, and Lily Whalen for their tireless work in this proposed single-use plastic foodware and bag reduction ordinance. They have conducted a thorough and thoughtful process of engaging with interested parties, including the community and businesses. They have shepherded this ordinance to the Municipal Code Subcommittee and now to this public hearing. These are high-quality staff who deserve the community's thanks. Thank you. Which brings us to the proposed ordinance. So, as reported in the issue summary, this ordinance responds to data gathered by hundreds of volunteers who have cleaned up trash in Pinole's parks, trails, creek, and streets. The overwhelming majority of trash, which we have picked up in the past years and identified in our original trash assessment project, is single-use plastic, much of it generated from local businesses. The problem is not just about people thoughtlessly tossing their trash, it's about what kind of trash. And single-use plastics that affect all of us in the watershed and also in the bay and the ocean. In April 2022, together with Earth Team, Friends of Pinole Creek Watershed presented the data and community response from the Trash Assessment Community Science Project to Council. We presented a list of requests to Council for follow-up and collaboration. And so together with the city, we have 1, identified trash spots and addressed problem areas with trash cans, fences, and encouraging Caltrans to do their part. We have instituted monthly trash cleanups, harnessing the power of the community. We have initiated litter awareness outreach and educational programs in schools. I'll be right there. And the city has run a large capacity trash bin pilot and now has proposed this citywide single-use plastic and bag reduction ordinance. It's been a long road, and there's more for the future, but let's be clear. This ordinance addresses a core problem affecting our watershed, single-use plastics and bags. And in codifying this ordinance, it is clear that the city will effect positive transformation for the watershed and for the greater community of Pinole.
Thank you.
Let's do it.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Paula Jarvis.
Mayor and council and citizens, staff.
I just want to, I don't have any prepared remarks. I just want to support everything Ann said. I've been a volunteer working on the trash cleanups for a couple of years now, and I've seen the dramatic improvement that has come because of the cleanups that we have done, but there is always something to be picked up. It's really difficult to take a walk in Pinole without seeing trash, and I walk the creek almost every day. I'm very much in support of this ordinance, and I think that the city, I think it's more than a question of just our water quality and the quality of the environment that we're protecting for all the creatures that live there, but it's an example of our civic pride in what our city looks like to anybody that comes here and what we teach our kids as to how we should protect our own backyard and our creek. So thank you for taking this on.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Yes, we do. John Jarvis, followed by Sherry Ingberg.
Mayor, City Council, staff, I'm John Jarvis. I'm a Pinole resident, also a volunteer with the Friends of Pinole Creek Watershed, and have been involved in the trash cleanups for a number of years, like my wife Paula. And just to reiterate, a lot of the trash that we pick up in the creek, some of it particularly concerning are things like grocery bags, which break down a bit over time, and they become almost impossible to remove from the sediment, from the debris in the creeks. And so by just eliminating those type of single-use plastics from their source can have a significant improvement to the creek. And of course, the creek flows directly into the bay, and I think those of us that live along the bay and have within a watershed that feeds the bay, that feeds to the ocean, have a significant responsibility to step up and support this. So full support of this ordinance, and thank you for the work on it. Thanks.
Thank you. Sherry?
Council, mayor, staff, I'm Sherry Ingberg, a resident, and I've worked for a couple of years with Ann and the rest, and I just want to testify that everything they've said is I concur with, and I'd like to see this ordinance passed. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
Yes, thank you. We have one remote comment. Wynn Calger.
Hello, I'm Dr. Wynn Calger. I'm not a resident of Pinole, but I had the opportunity to work with Friends of Pinole Creek on the study that was referenced earlier. And I had the opportunity to speak to you all about a year ago. So thank you very much for pushing forward this ordinance. I fully support it and support all the great work that Pinole is doing. I think you all are a ray of hope to the future of a trash-free world. So keep on doing great work. Thanks.
I believe that concludes our comments. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll bring it back to council for any discussion. Yes, Councilmember Tave.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, any further discussion?
Thank you, everyone.
Yes, this is a long time coming, and thank you to the advocates for coming out and for all of your work in Pinole Creek, and this is where you're really needed also. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes.
Yeah. City Attorney Casher, just a quick question. This has a second reading. It's coming back to our council. I just want to make sure we are clear.
That's correct. Yeah, so this is just the first reading. There'll be a second reading, and then the ordinance will go into effect 30 days after the second reading.
Yeah.
Or actually in January, that's right.
Next year, yeah.
All right, and thank you to staff. Kapil, thank you for all of your work on that too. And
Thank you.
All right, next on the agenda, we have another public hearing. This is the military use equipment policy and city ordinance per AB 481, and we have Commander Crum and our city attorney. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor, Council, City staff. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you again. The presentation that I have this evening mimics the presentation from the public engagement hearing. We'll take you through that, but I'll go over quickly some of the sections and stick to the highlights of the presentation. So tonight is the public hearing. As some of you, or many of you are probably aware, next slide please, this is regarding our compliance with Assembly Bill 481, which deals with military equipment funding, acquisition, and use. This was put into place in 2021. It was the initial adoption of the city ordinance and police department policy regarding military use was approved in 2022 and then reaffirmed in 2023. The action section requires that law enforcement agencies governing body to adopt a written military equipment use policy by ordinance prior to the acquisition and use of any military equipment and the approval of such a policy for the continued use of any existing military equipment. And that's what brings us here this evening. Next slide, please. Per our policy, the police department has adopted policy 707, which addresses military use under the applicable government codes. We worked with Lexipol Law Enforcement or Risk Management Group, as well as neighboring law enforcement agencies in Contra Costa County to create that ordinance, which has been approved and reaffirmed in the previous years. Next slide, please. This policy covers and meets the requirements of AB 481, which includes some of the elements of defining what the equipment is, the inventory of that, and annual report, as well as community engagement requirements. Next slide, please. Our military equipment list per AB 481, we'll go through this quickly. The first one you see there is a mine-resistant ambush protected vehicle, which is our emergency rescue vehicle, ERV. Unmanned remotely piloted ground vehicles, which is our iRobot. Command and control vehicle, which is our universal trailer, command post DUI trailer. Our semi-automatic rifles and ammunition, Colt AR-15 and 223 ammunition. You'll see the asterisk there, as we pointed out before. These are standard issued rifles that are exempt from AB 481, but included in interest of transparency. Our pepper ball launcher, which is our FN 303 Mark II, and its applicable projectiles, and then less lethal shotgun beanbag projectiles. Next slide, please. So the timeline here is the last ordinance was reaffirmed in June of 2023. In March of this year, we conducted our internal audit. In April, we published the policy and annual report, and then a couple weeks ago, we had the community engagement hearing that covered the annual report and policy. And here we are today for the public hearing of policy, annual report, and ordinance, and then the second reading is scheduled for June 18th. Next slide, please. Our annual report covers topics in summary, which has been included in the packet. Next slide, please. In brief, costs for this last year, we had some service to our rifles, purchase of ammunition, as well as purchase of an FN 303 Mark II launcher, which replaced a legacy system. We also conducted training with our patrol rifles, the pepper ball launcher, the old platform as well as the new one, and also conducted ERV officer orientation and driving training. Next slide, please. We engaged in, used our equipment in community events, which primarily included the ERV and Command Post. At the Pinole Car Show, National Night Out, Pride Event, Special Olympics, Bike the Bridges, overall in 9 community events. We had a few incidents in which our equipment was deployed, which we've covered before. 2 were mutual aid incidents in which we provided support with our Command Post and emergency response vehicle. We had 2 mutual aid incidents in which we received support from a UAS, unmanned aerial system, a drone, and then we had 2 deployments of our FN-303 Mark II launcher. We did not receive any formal complaints, although we talked about it extensively in the last meeting, the community engagement meeting. We've had multiple conversations with people within our community about answering questions, curious about what our equipment is, how we use it, and those kind of things. And we pride ourselves on ensuring that we always are engaging with our community on any questions or concerns that they may bring forward. Next slide, please. Projected for 2024, 2025, the purchase of ammunition for the rifles, additional replenishment of projectiles, the Mavic 3T UAS drone, which we'll go into a little more detail here in a minute, and then maintenance on the ERV. All the above costs are included within the existing budgets. We spent some considerable time on this in the last presentation regarding the UAS. The drone that we've identified is a DJI Mavic 3 thermal UAS drone. The purchasing, training, and maintenance was approved in the 2023-2024 budget and is a rollover item for the 2024-25 budget. It's a battery-powered drone. It is thermal imaging capable and can be fitted with a one-way speaker and spotlight. The uses are for crime scene analysis, search, rescue, pre-operation surveillance, major collision investigation, etc. These are some of the things that we touched on and had conversation with in the community engagement hearing as well. This would be operated for our purposes under the FAA Part 107 authorization. Our policy 607, covers the compliance with the FAA regulations, training requirements, authorizations for use, privacy, and prohibited uses. Given the feedback we received in the last meeting, we did update some of the language in our policy 607 to include some of the community feedback that we received. So the findings to be made by council is that the military equipment is necessary because there's no reasonable alternative. The proposed military equipment and policy will safeguard the public's welfare, safety, civil rights, and civil liberties. The equipment is cost-effective compared to available alternatives. And primary military equipment use complied with a policy that was in effect, or if it did not comply, corrective action had been taken to remedy non-conforming uses. And with that, I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, great. Thank you for that report. I'll start to my right. Council Member Murphy, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
And Vice Mayor?
No questions, thank you.
Okay, any questions over here?
Yeah, I had one. I think we talked about this last time, but just I couldn't remember. I know there were 2 calls for the UAS. Have there been other calls that weren't met with resources? I guess, does that reflect the call, the unmanned aerial?
I want to make sure I understand the question. So are you asking if we've requested that and the...
What I'm trying to understand is the need, right? So 2 instances were pretty clear that the resource aided. What I'm asking for is have you made that request before and the unit was not available to, like, were there other situations where that would have helped but didn't?
Understand. Thank you for the question. I'm not aware of any specific instances where we requested it and it wasn't available. At least I'm not aware of that. We have had multiple situations where swift deployment of that resource would have been available if we would have had it.
Could you estimate, what I'm trying to get is the usage. Do you need 1? Do you need 2? right now the request is for one, but I'm trying to understand like
Oh, I got you.
how much in the future would we say that we're going to be deploying this, and just for the community and the council's understanding, how many times will we see the drone? Just kind of get an understanding of.
No, thank you for the question. It would actually be for two, so we'd have redundancy. So if one goes down, we would have a backup.
Understood.
Which is important to make sure we have a viable resource that we can use. Complete guess, if I had to do that, I would say there's probably half a dozen times throughout the year that resource that comes to mind that it would be immediately deployed, or could be if available would be very beneficial to the situation.
Right, great. I mean, I know that these incidents happen fast, and there might not have been a time to use that unit, but if there were, right, are there instances where you could? So about 6 times or so?
So if I can, just to mention that being absent of that resource, officers aren't thinking of using that as a resource.
Right.
Give you an example, vehicle bailouts after a pursuit, missing person calls for individuals that are near open spaces. We had an individual that was missing. Their phone was pinging in the bay. We had to wait on resources from East Bay Regional to see if we can get a boat out there. The GPS was off, but it was a suicidal subject, so we didn't know. So it's hard to gauge that. It's really anecdotal, only because without having that resource, we're not thinking, okay, that's a tool on our tool belt, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not looking for a factual, answer right now. It's just kind of to get a sense and feel when we're making the decision to move forward with this equipment. And really for the public to kind of get a gauge of, in your professional opinion, how often would we be using something like this, and how much more would it aid the department, right? So it sounds like it'd be significantly more help to you guys than the 2 instances that you received the aid.
Yeah, one thing that's, I know the commander's trying to, off the top of his head, trying to think of what we could use it, and when we would use it. But even an altercation at a high school for surveillance to be able to identify suspects potentially in a physical altercation later on. So there's a ton of resources that just without us knowing what that tool would be utilized, it's difficult for us to kind of just give us a number out there successfully.
Yeah, I understand. I'm just trying to, as we're going through this and having the discussions, that is a new unit that's being introduced to Pinole. So that's kind of why I was asking the question. But that's the only question I had, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, we will open it up to the public then.
Rafael Menes.
Good evening again, Mayor, Council, staff, and members of the public. My name is Rafael Mess. I'm a resident of Pinole, and I have a few comments and questions related to this item. First, I'd like to second the comments made by Mr. Vosbrink in the prior meeting with regards to the deployment of the ERV at community events, that it be deployed in, non-grass-based areas at the very least, so it's not causing damage to parks that needs to be repaired later. We're going to see. I know that in one of the survey options was basically talking about park maintenance being a cost area that could potentially be reduced. So, not increasing park maintenance costs seems like it would be a good idea. Secondly, with regards to the drone policy, I appreciate that there's an explicit segment talking about how drones are prohibited from being used. They can't be used to conduct random surveillance activities, to target based on actual perceived characteristics, to harass, intimidate, or discriminate, to conduct personal business, or to be weaponized. But I guess I'm concerned sort of about the flip side of what Chief Gang was just mentioning about how people didn't necessarily see the uses for the drones because they didn't really see them as being available. Like you mentioned, being able to use them if there's a conflict at the high school, being able to track down some particular student. Does it ever become a situation where, for example, there's routine conflicts at the high school, so maybe we just have a drone dedicated there all the time, monitoring. You mentioned that one of the drones was intended to be for backup and that there would primarily be one drone in use. Would there be tactical situations where the city would need to have 2 drones and so it would be up? Would there be a limitation on how many times in a year of tactical use could be the case? Or is it just, we expect it to be this way, but if we end up using both the drones and then they burn out, well, that's too bad. We can't really do anything about it. With regards to privacy, I appreciate that exigent circumstances was explicitly added into the language of the policy. I would still appreciate more detail being included as to what reasonable precautions are. I appreciate that there's one example provided. I think that more examples and maybe categories of, like, for example, use of thermal imaging might be worth noting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Irma Ruport.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and public. And I was here at the last council meeting. I have very much concerns. I've spoken to a couple of my neighbors, people out there that have seen this, and it's up today, and they were telling me, you know, why do we need this? But just to tell you that I'm from a public safety officer family. My brother was a police officer in Texas. My niece is currently a Dallas police officer. So I totally respect the career. It's part of our family. However, I do want to say that in about no complaints, last year I mentioned it at the last council meeting, lots of complaints on Nextdoor. I talked about the vehicles, any vehicle concerning on the grass, parking on the grass during events. It's horrendous. People have nowhere to sit. You're damaging our parks, our grass. Can you politely do it on the street? Or there's a baseball area that you can use your vehicles at. So I sent an email to the city attorney regarding the parking on the grass. And what I'm just going to make the response that he told me, and please correct me, Eric. He said that it has to come from the council direction because according to the ordinance, maybe it's not strong enough. And maybe you could explain that a little bit after I finish. But I would like these vehicles off the grass area. Please leave it for the people to sit on and enjoy the festivities. And the other thing I want to say, Mayor, I don't like the cost. We're making cost cutting right now. This vehicle, why? We're 19,000 people, maybe less. Really? Why can't we just send it to a bigger city, Oakland, Richmond, San Francisco, and do this mutual aid that we talk about? Why 19,000 people? We're trying to cut our budget, and you're having vehicles like this out here that we use maybe once or twice a year, and I totally respect, you know, we need to protect ourselves. And then utilize them out to schools and kids and all this. A military, really? I mean, don't we have enough of that on television, all this stuff going on? Personally, I'm from the era way back. My father was a World War II veteran. My brother served in the Vietnam War. I don't know. I disagree now. I wasn't taking a stand 2 weeks ago, but I totally like to see this go down, move it somewhere else, and have someone else utilize it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
Just checking online. Looks like that is the end of the public comments.
Okay. Yeah, and just submit a card afterwards. Okay.
Hi, Amy Eubanks, Pinole PD and PEA president. I just wanted to address a couple of questions that you guys had about the usage of the drones. I was on Graveyard for the last 2 years, and I can count at least a handful, if not more, times in which a drone would have been beneficial, and we didn't have the access to a drone from neighboring agencies because they also didn't have a drone available and their helicopter wasn't available. And in incidences like that, a drone would have been very helpful. I can think of 2 incidences that I was dispatched to separate from those in which a drone would have been useful. We had a missing person on Pinole Valley Road, and he was later located way up in the hills. I was being directed by the helicopter on how to locate him, and I went way up the hill to locate him. But it took a long time to get the helicopter, and it took a long time to get all those resources. And in the meantime, we could have used the drone with the heat sensing to locate him a lot quicker than getting Star One from the sheriff's office into our city. Second time was at the Ave and Roble with the new development there. It's like 3 or 4 stories, huge complex that went in. We had a person who was seen on their surveillance cutting copper wire, taking copper from that location. We had a sergeant and 3 officers, and it took us almost an hour to clear that entire building because it's so large, all the floors, and it's in construction, very hard to navigate, safety concerns, having to do that. It would have been so much easier with a drone to just be able to lift that up, heat sensor it, and then be able to pinpoint a specific location in that large development. So I really find that beneficial. I am in agreement with the deployment of the MRAP not being on grass. I do think that that's probably very important considering we're trying to navigate the parks being nice and not having to spend money to keep those in good order. And the last thing is I kind of feel like with the MRAP, the concerns from the community, with us not having it and send it to a larger city and send it somewhere else, we don't need it. We're a community of 19,000. We don't need it until we need it, right? What happens when a flood happens and we have landslides in the valley where we have flooding issues and we have issues like that, and we have to use that to trample over large amount of soil, maybe to get somebody out of their home or out of the area that the landslide has affected. We won't know until it happens, but I do feel the minimal cost of just maintaining it and not having to pay for it is beneficial.
Thank you. And if you can get a card to Heather, that would be great. Any other comments?
Just checking online. Nope, no other comments.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we will close the public hearing and bring it back to the council for discussion or motion.
I move to waive the first reading.
Okay. And
second.
Or hearing, excuse me.
Second, any other comments? I'd like to just make one comment. Can we direct the police department not to have the MRAP vehicles on the grass area in the park? Is that something that can be incorporated into the motion, or should we, just provide direction?
Through the chair, and just to clarify, so the city does have park rules that are adopted by resolution, and it's codified in the municipal code. It's chapter 12.08040. The park rules provide that there are no vehicles to be placed on lawns within parks in the city. There's an exception for kind of public safety vehicles and emergency vehicles.
Right. And the car show.
In the car, yeah. So there can be exceptions. The city council can provide direction to staff. That's within the purview of the council. So,
okay.
Sure.
All right. Thank you. And then I also wanted to provide a comment is that thank you, Officer Eubanks, for your comments about, needing a vehicle when there's an emergency. So, when there's an emergency, if there's a landslide because there's a storm happening, that storm is also happening in all of our neighboring jurisdictions. So if we have those resources here, we can use them here. It's not likely that we would put out a request for other resources and they would be available to us because they may be used in San Pablo, in Kensington, in Crockett, where there's other, where a similar incident is occurring. So, as much as I know that the MRAP or the rescue vehicle is of concern to citizens, it is a resource that's available to us during an emergency. So we do have a motion. We have a second. Any further comments? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Okay. All right. And is it best to provide direction regarding the parking of the MRAP on in the park area?
I'll make a motion because it just seems like it's an intention there.
Okay.
We'll move to, with the exception of emergencies, not park the MRAP on the park, in the park grass areas. Is there any clarity that needs to be added besides that? Okay.
No, I'll second that.
Thank you. Commander Crone, is that something that your team can commit to, with the exception of emergencies, of course?
Yes, if we're being directed that way.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So you made a motion, I seconded it. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for your report. Okay, we will move on to old business, and this is the revised proposed fiscal year 24-25 operating and capital budget. And Director Guillory.
Good evening again. Just waiting for the presentation to come up here. Okay, for this report, I will be providing an overview of the revised proposed fiscal year 2024-25 operating and capital budget, as well as present the budget balancing strategies for City Council's consideration. Next slide. And staff's recommendation is for you all to receive this report and to review the recommended budget balancing strategies and direct staff on any one or combination of the strategies to implement for the next version of the budget document, which will be the final proposed version. Next slide. Next slide, please. So just to provide some background on how we got to where we are today, on April 16th, staff presented the baseline operating budget to the Finance Subcommittee, then presented to the full City Council during the budget workshop on April 30th. On May 21st, staff presented the preliminary proposed budget, and today we are presenting the revised proposed budget and budget balancing strategies. Next slide. So looking at the revised proposed general fund budget as a whole, it is comprised of two main components. So the total that is being proposed at this point is $37.5 million, and that includes our baseline budget, which is our ongoing operating budget, and that stands at $28.5 million. And the other component that makes up the other part of the revised proposed budget are the one-time items and the capital improvement projects for a total of $8.9 million. And the recommendation is for those to be funded with one-time sources of funding, which in this case is general fund unassigned fund balance. Next slide. So looking at the baseline budget, it hasn't changed from the last time it was presented because no final decisions have been made, so we have not incorporated any of the budget balancing strategies into the budget until after this meeting. But the total sources in the general fund total $27.4 million. Uses total $28.5, leaving about $1.2 million shortfall to be filled. Next slide. And I won't go through all of these. You've seen these before, but just a reminder of the one-time operating budget items that are included in the budget at this point. Again, these are things that will be funded with unassigned fund balance. So for operating budget items, they total $903,000. Next slide. And adding those to the capital improvement projects, we're proposing to use $8.9 million of unassigned fund balance. Next slide. Some additional budget considerations for City Council direction includes proposed new positions in the Community Development Department. At the last meeting, the City Council directed staff to bring back more information on those 3 new proposed positions. And those job descriptions or draft job descriptions are included in the agenda packet as attachments. So that includes the Housing and Economic Development Coordinator position, and this is to advance the work of the Economic Development Strategy, focusing on the housing element. If the position is not funded, $60,000 would need to be added back to the budget for the economic development support budget, and that totals $80,000. It's been $80,000 for the last 2 fiscal years. There's also the Sustainability Coordinator, and this will be a limited term position. There is funding in the budget that can be redirected toward this position, and this is to advance the work of the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan. This position is actually required for the city to apply for various grants. So just something to be considered there. And then the last one is the Planner 1 through 3 series. This would be one position, but staff is recommending to create the series. And this will replace the temporary outsourced senior planning services with a full-time permanent person that will provide planning services 5 days per week as opposed to the current 3 days per week. And this will be funded by the Building and Planning Fund, so no general fund impact there. Next slide. So looking at the fund balance and how the impact of the budget on the fund balance. So we're looking at right now $1.2 million budget shortfall. We're proposing use of unassigned fund balance in the amount of $8.9 million. And we're estimating an ending fund balance of $452,000. The unassigned fund balance assumes that all the budgeted one-time items and capital improvement projects will be completed by the end of fiscal year 2024-25. However, we know that some capital improvement projects span multiple fiscal years. We do earmark the funds up front to make sure that they're available. In the case that a project starts, we want to make sure that there's enough funding there to finish it. For the general reserve, the estimated ending balance at 11.6, that assumes that no funds are transferred from the general reserve to the general fund, and that is one of the budget balancing strategies. If we don't go with that strategy, then we're estimating to end the year at $11.6 million. And then lastly, we have the pension trust, which a portion of that is transferred each year into the general fund to help cover the cost of the CalPERS pension contribution. Next slide. So going into our budget balancing strategies for consideration, during the City Council meeting on May 21st, the council directed staff to go through the exercise of preparing 6% and 10% budget reductions across all departments funded by the general fund, and staff went through that process. So I won't go line by line. This is just a summary of those reductions. You have the detailed line items included in the packet. Next slide. And staff prepared reductions totaling $1.3 million. Next slide. And we also prepared the 10% reduction scenario. Next slide. Which totals $2.1 million. Next slide, please. And then here's a summary of staff's recommendations for balancing the budget for your consideration and direction. So we could implement the 6% reductions, which would balance the budget. We could implement the 10% reductions, which would balance the budget as well as create a surplus in the general fund, which would be added to the unassigned fund balance. We could freeze one or more of the 5 vacant positions that are shown in the budget for a net savings of about $430,000. This is because the budget does include a vacancy savings factor as a practice that the city instituted 2 fiscal years ago. So we already have $510,000 built into the budget as a vacancy savings. If we took the 5 vacancies at $940,000 and netted those against the savings factor, that gives us about $430,000. Next slide. The fourth option would be to reduce the city's general fund reserve from 50% to 40%. And this would give us approximately $1 million that could be moved into the general fund to balance the budget. This would reduce the current balance of $10.3 million down to $9.3 million. And also at the 40% level, the general fund reserve will provide 5 months of coverage versus 6 months of coverage at the 50% level. Should also be noted that the standard practice for a general reserve is between 18 and 25%. So at the 40 or 50% level, Pinole is still well above the standard. Also important to note, this is a one-time short-term solution, so not something meant to be used more than one fiscal year if we could help that. So, but if we need to use it to get through the year, it is an acceptable use of the general reserve. And then the fifth option would be to implement a combination of any of the options as stated above. Next slide. So I just wanted to provide some just high-level information on the results of the community budget survey. During the May 21st meeting, the City Council directed staff to develop and release a survey to the community to provide their input on how they would make cuts to the various service areas that are funded by the general fund. And these were the results. Next slide. So looking at priorities just from a qualitative standpoint, and this was actually before the survey that we released regarding the reductions. We looked at where the highest ratings came from in terms of very to extremely important service areas, and these were the top 7. As we can see, as a recurring theme, public safety is a very high priority in this community, not unlike other communities. And then also streets and roads is another high priority area. For number 6, there was a tie between maintaining the city's long-term financial stability and preventing cuts to police services. So again, continuing to see that public safety theme flowing through the results. And then for number 7, it was tied at maintaining the number of police officers patrolling the street and protecting and maintaining essential city services. Next slide. And then for the survey that was released related to budget reductions, for the areas where we saw do not lower the budget at either the 6%, 10%, or don't lower it at all, again, we see the same theme, is that public safety was is the priority for the community in terms of police operations, support services that includes community outreach, police dispatch, fire prevention, of course, and then public works road maintenance was another high priority area. All other services, there were votes to reduce those by 6%, 10%, and even higher in some cases based on the comments. And then we added a bonus question just to gauge the community's appetite for moving funds from the general reserve to the general fund to balance the budget, and we received votes of 52% in support of that. So the next steps in this process would be for the City Council to direct staff on which budget balancing strategy to implement, to also provide direction on the community development, propose new positions, and staff will incorporate the changes into the final proposed budget and present it to the City Council on June 18th for adoption. Next slide. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions, and my fellow colleagues are also here to answer any questions that you may have on department-specific reductions.
Wonderful. Okay, I'll start to my right. Any questions?
I don't have any questions right now. Thank you,
Okay.
Director Guillory.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you for the report and presentation, Director Guillory. Great to see the 6% and 10% reduction strategies laid out here clearly for us to review for today.
Yes.
As a matter of process, we have until the last final proposed budget to balance the budget, hopefully. And so what is the best way to go about proposing any reductions to our budget and making motions on that today? Would it be to go through each line item that is proposed in the documents attachments? Or what do you think is the most efficient way to do that?
I think
I would suggest rather than doing them incrementally that we, discuss the possibilities and then do it all with one motion, if possible.
And how would they be captured in detail in one motion? That's my sort of, because.
Yeah, I think, I think it's an opinion question first of all. I mean, there's a legal approach to it, but I also think it's an opinion question, and I would actually prefer to do line by line as opposed to a broad
Right,
stroke
but
approach.
the issue with line by line is you might want to make a motion of A, A, B, and C, and I don't know how that's going to impact the stuff, later on the list.
So,
Yeah.
can you give me an example? I'm just curious about.
Well, for instance, we want to know what the big picture is and not just do it incrementally. At least the discussion, I think, should happen.
And just a little history, in past years, probably was in 2021, when we had, when the council then had a discussion about what to reduce. If you're willing to be here till 1 a.m., because I think some of you remember that meeting, then we will be here till 1 a.m. with something like that. With other topics, we discuss here. I mean, we had discussions earlier on different topics on the agenda, and then we kind of summarized and then made a motion. I think you've done that as well with motions that you've made in the past. So it is doable.
It is doable. I will say that this is one of the most important things we do all year round, and I'm not sure if folks are saying, okay, go ahead and saying we'll go to 6% reduction. I think there are things laid out line by line that I'm interested in diving into and making specific direction on. So that's sort of my approach. And of course, there's still the final proposed budget when it comes back to council to make additional direction on those specific line items.
Vice Mayor, can you yield your time to me real quick? I just have a quick question about, actually, it was related to, last meeting, we talked about the CIP project, which I can't speak to the number, the auxiliary parking lot, which is FA 1901. I had discussed this a little bit with you, and it's regarding also your budget as well. So my hope is that, and my really suggestion to council is that we remove the additional parking lot of the Fowler use. My understanding from Director Mishra is that removing that could estimate about $400,000 from that project, which if I'm remember correctly, that would impact the general baseline budget for this year, or baseline budget overall. It will not?
It would not.
Okay,
Because
why is that?
it's one time. So those items aren't, the CIP and the one-time items aren't captured in the baseline budget. And the baseline budget is where we have the structural imbalance.
Gotcha. I thought that the baseline budget includes the entire scope of all the projects for forward facing. So all of the accounts for every project basically is included in that baseline.
Not baseline, the revised proposed.
The revised
So the revised proposed is the overall budget that
Okay.
includes the baseline and then it includes the one-time.
Gotcha.
items.
Okay.
Those
So
two
it's not
components
impacting
make
our.
up. Yeah,
Okay.
it wouldn't impact it. We would just have more savings in the unassigned fund balance, or we would be unencumbering funds.
We'll have more savings in the unassigned balance.
Yes.
So that money, if we were to remove the additional parking lot, not necessarily the upgrade or the modernization, but that would give us more funds in the general unassigned, or the
In the
unassigned.
unassigned fund balance, yes, but it doesn't change anything with the baseline budget.
Well, my next question would be, and apologies, Vice Mayor, I just want to ask, because if we have that 40% reserve,
yes,
and that policy, and we increase that by 400,000, does that put us over 40%?
Yes, it would.
So that's what I'm saying. Do you see that mechanism, or how I'm thinking about it? Does anyone?
Oh, I think
maybe
I
I'm
see what
missing
you're saying.
something.
If you're
Okay.
saying unencumber the funds from the project,
Right.
and if we end up going with the strategy of moving funds from the general reserve to the general fund, and
Well-
then we take those funds and put them back into the general reserve, is that what you're?
Right. I want to keep our policy for the general reserve as is, right? So it's
Okay.
40%.
It's 50%.
It's 50%, excuse me,
Yes.
thank you, 50%. So, yeah, I don't want to do 40%, do 50%. And I guess I asked the question wrong last time, does moving that money allow us to, or removing that project or updating that project with about a minus of about 400,000, does that put our reserve higher if we were to do that?
So you can look at it as two different pots of money. So we
Sure.
have this unassigned fund balance.
Sure.
The general reserve is separate from that.
Right.
So if we were to add those together, we technically have $19 million in reserves.
Right.
It just one happens to be restricted and one is unassigned fund balance that the city council can use. It has more flexibility.
Okay.
Right? So we use it to fund one-time in capital improvement projects. So if we were to unencumber a portion from that specific project, our unassigned fund balance, separate from the general reserve, it goes up.
It goes up. Does it
Right.
go up beyond 50%?
Well, it's a separate metric because the 50% is only tied to the general reserve. It's not tied to the unassigned fund balance.
Okay.
Yeah. Our unassigned fund balance is actually higher than our general reserve.
Right.
So, yeah.
right. Okay.
So,
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
yeah, so if I may add, so for example, if that happened, now we have additional unassigned balance, and the item that was talked about earlier with the ordinance related to single-use plastics, there was a request there for a certain amount of money, let's say 10,000. So now that 400 approximately that we would have moved away, unencumbered from the project, the parking lot, and it goes into unassigned, and then we can draw, if you will, from the unassigned to meet that $10,000 request. So that's how we could do that.
And that's what I'm thinking about, right? I mean, that's one of the strategies I'm seeing. My hope is that we retain personally, I do think we should retain our general reserve policy that we have. I still, fundamentally do believe that there's a better use of that facility space, the Fowler lot, than additional parking right now. I think what I would be inclined to think is that we need to improve the actual facility of the senior center first, get the demand more to get folks there. I mean, there are other tools that folks can have to get to the senior center, including WestCat, Dial Ride, right? Like there's a lot of other tools folks can use. So I'm just wondering if, just as an option, I want to go back to you, Vice Mayor. It's your time. Thank you. Thank you, Director Keller.
You're welcome.
I do have questions. Mike, questions about some of the proposed reductions here, specifically with the city clerk's department. I'd love to, so just beyond the one sentence that's described here, really illustrate for us the impacts of reduction for the professional services that will impact record support and administrative transcription. How can we expect that to affect day-to-day operations and also minutes being produced for preparation for each meeting?
Yes, thank you for the question. I think, so you're talking about the reduction for the professional services,
Yes.
that one specific line item.
Yes.
Minutes transcription, right now, we do use someone that assists us with that. Given the length of our meetings and the level of detail, in order to reduce the budget there, we would have to make significant changes to that process.
Got it. And then, do you recall the first year in which we used an outside consultant for those services?
Yes, I think we made the adjustment during the pandemic, and then also when we made the adjustment to hybrid meetings, just because there's so much additional support that has to happen with communication and to facilitate a hybrid meeting. It then became clear that we needed more support to take an accurate record, and then also it became valuable to staff to have a more detailed transcription, and council seemed to like that shift as well, so we moved in that direction.
Got it.
Because prior to that, excuse me.
Go ahead.
Prior to that, we had more of action style minutes, and we had been using those since the time that I was hired in 2019.
Gotcha. And who was the primary staff person in your department who was producing the minutes? Was it
I was.
You were?
Yeah.
Got it. So what we can basically expect is less detail in terms of minutes.
I would have to propose that to council, because I think to maintain the level of detail now, it would require a staff person to go back and review the entire meeting, which they have been very long. So yes.
Thank you.
That would have significant impacts on how we're available to do the rest of our work.
Thank you. Another notable reduction I see here is City Attorney's Office. The 10% cut is $33,004, which entails discontinuing the mini code subcommittee meetings and also discontinuing the city attorney office representative covering planning commission meetings. What is the split between the two? That's my first question.
Yeah, so there's a monthly meeting, a monthly municipal code update subcommittee meeting, and typically a monthly planning commission meeting. There are times that there are kind of non-substantive issues on planning commission meeting agendas. There's not a legal requirement that the city attorney's office staff the planning commission meetings. We've always provided staff as a benefit to the planning commission when there's kind of zoning code issues that come up in to advise on Brown Act issues, obviously to just be a legal advisor at those meetings. So the proposal would be, there are certain meetings where, for example, there's a zoning code amendment that we would probably want to and need to cover. Well, we could do that on an as-needed basis. By eliminating a staff member attending those meetings, that would reduce the time that they spend in the meeting. It's 1 or 2 hours, an evening for that, as well as the preparation time typically for that. Municipal Code Updates Subcommittee, similarly, we have a monthly meeting. It's usually somewhere between 1 and 2 hours that we meet, but I also do a staff report in preparation for that, provide that to the subcommittee, and so there's the time to develop that staff report, the research for all of the different ordinances, so that's kind of what goes into those. By eliminating those, that would essentially reduce the amount of time it takes to, for my office to do that work.
Got it. I did notice that some of the planning commission meetings, there will be, for example, a meeting where the only items are let's appoint 2 or 3 commissioners to a subcommittee, or it would be let's see who gets to go to the Cal Cities training in SoCal. A staff attorney is not needed for those those meetings, really. And so I think the move to an on-call basis would be a really good switch up. And in terms of the mini code subcommittee meetings, I think you and your staff do an amazing job in terms of preparation for draft ordinances. And I think a lot of the ordinances that are staff initiated or amended from the state, I think those are things that I would personally trust your staff to bring forward and draft and bring to the council on a first read. In terms of the council-initiated ordinances and local laws, I think that's something that we, instead of going to the mini code subcommittee, actually just work directly with you and just be more efficient with time in that manner. And then once it's up to par with sort of our vision, propose it and bring it back to council for a first read. So I think these are great cuts. $33,000 is a lot. It's a pretty substantial amount of money. There are 2 other things I want to ask questions about. One is on the policing services. There's a line item here totaling $35,000, and the description is correct in-time scheduling system from $43,633 to $8,000 a year, 5-year contract adjustment to reflect annual costs. Can you describe a little bit more about what that would entail, Chief Gang?
Yeah, I'm going to defer to Commander Crone. He's been leading our effort when it comes to the budget.
Thank you.
Yeah, so what that's referencing is that the total 5-year contract cost is the $42,000. So as far as it being an annual budget item, it should be the $8,000. Does that make sense?
And can you give a little more description about what an in-time scheduling system entails? Can you illustrate that for us? I'm not familiar with.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. So as I'm sure most of you are aware, we shift work, right? 24/7, 365. And the in-time allows us to schedule over all our personnel over that timeline. So if there's overlapping shifts or time off, overtime coverage requests, vacation schedules, shift picks, those kind of things. And that encompasses the entire organization. So it's not just patrol, it's the entire organization, including dispatch, support services, admin services. So.
And so the $35,000 reduction would result in, is it less efficiency or less of an ability to coordinate with your staff?
No, that's simply an adjustment. So in the original annual budget, it showed the $42,000 or whatever that amount was, when the actual expenditure per year is only $8,000. So that's just simply correct. It's a correction.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. That's all the questions I have on that item.
Okay.
So thank you. Would the city council propose reductions? There's the only item there is reduced council intern program. So my question is, how much is allocated per intern per member of the council within the $30,000 amount that is budgeted each year?
I believe it's $6,000 annually for 5 interns.
And the 10% reduction would mean eliminating 3 of those internship positions.
Yes, if you wanted to keep the same allocation
Gotcha.
per intern, yes.
Thank you. That's the questions I have. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Martinez Rubin, any questions?
Yes, we can consider other reductions in our own budget, right? City Council, the one that I'm thinking about is the travel budget, which we hadn't had before. I think this past, maybe, it's been 1 year that we've had, each of us has had an allocation for travel and training, and why wasn't that included here as a possible reduction? Maybe no one suggested it?
I think because we
through the-
achieved the reduction.
Yeah, I think that's correct.
Because we achieved the reduction? Okay, well, it's either us or someone, some other department, and I'm going to suggest that there be a consideration of a reduction with the travel and training for each of our allocations, since we didn't all use the allocation.
Through the mayor, I'd love to add just, and the proposed reductions came from me as I oversee the city council budget. And it has actually not just been this past year, but continuously since I came on in 2019, and it's always been well used. So I thought that was, an allocation that's been well used for the last 5 years. I think for the most part, we have come up to just about the limit on, so it seems like it has value to council, which is why I didn't include it, but most certainly you could propose otherwise.
Yes, okay, I'm going to suggest that it's been well used because it has been there. But with regard to trying to also contribute to reductions overall, that it is something that we ought to consider. Thank you.
Councilmember Tave?
Okay. So looking at the 6% reduction and the 10%, it looks to me like 10% would be too deep of a cut. And we're really looking at a 5 or 6 to balance our operating budget.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And I just wanted to get an understanding. I know that a while back we talked about a 410 schedule, and that there was a need for additional officers in order to achieve efficiencies with the 410. How does that apply here? And I guess what I'm saying is I don't want to say no to, or cut, the 2 officers, and then we continue to run inefficiently, and, kind of the overtime is really the cost anyway. I mean, is there a balance there, or has anybody looked at what that means as far as this 6% budget reduction?
So just to answer that, so the freezing of the 2 officers would prohibit us from being able to move to a 410 schedule.
So I kind of figured that part, but what level of efficiencies are we really looking to achieve with those 2 additional officers to offset the 662,000?
So the 410 schedule allows for 24/7 police services on the street. Right now, we currently have 12-hour shifts, both start and end at 7. So overlap, also the necessity to train as opposed to paying for overtime for training, as well as wellness, as the studies have shown that a 410 schedule is much more healthier for mentally and physically for our employees.
And you guys are doing 12-hour shifts, so that's the 3-4, like, where you're on 3 days and then off, or how's that schedule?
Yeah, maybe a commander could just explain the schedule a little bit more.
Yeah,
But
12 hours seems like if you're doing that 5 days, 6 days a week, that.
I just want to highlight, the 12-hour schedule is typically a 14 or 16-hour schedule, particularly when you have late calls for service, when you don't have a crew on the street to do the overlap. And then the other part is our officers still have a demand to go to court in the morning. So we're talking maybe 16, 18-hour days before they even go home to be able to come back. And it's something that we're really trying to move away from.
So in theory, just by those numbers, and I mean, I know this isn't facts, but 10 hours versus 16, that would, there's an additional 6 hours of time that we're paying overtime for, which means that there's about, 3 hours built in there of time that we're going to reduce? I mean, I'm
going to have Commander Cronin. He's a little more astute with the scheduling and how we're working on it.
Mm-hmm.
So for the rotational 12-hour shifts. So four shifts on, 3 off, 3 shifts on, 4 off. So that type of rotation. As far as the time that's involved, so reducing it down from a 12 to a 10-hour shift, what that allows is for more recovery time. So court, for example, that probably wouldn't change, right? Officers are still required to go to court. But what that allows is more downtime between the time they get off shift and the time they would have to go to court. And the other side of that is when they would have to return to work. So that's really some of the significance that we would see, as well as the overlap. So that's a exponential positive impact to staffing. Currently, if there's a late call for service, an arrest, something like that, on a 12-hour shift, that officer is not seeing relief until hour 12, right? The end of hour 12. So then any additional time that's needed, that's dedicated time to complete that in-custody report or deal with a major incident, is on an overtime basis. So that it immediately cuts into recovery time, sleep time, those kind of things. Whereas on a 10-hour rotational shift, we would have overlap. So that officer that may have that incident that occurs towards the end of their shift, they would have a shift oncoming, let's say a 2-hour overlap, depending on what shift it is. That would then give them the dedicated time in order to get that that report done, so they're not looking at additional overtime. So it's really an exponential impact to reduction of overtime.
I see. Okay. So that's that question. Thank you for that. So to the general reserve on an annual basis, how much are we contributing to stay at the 50% mark?
So it depends. It depends on what the expenditures are, where we land, and we take 50% of that. And just to add to that, it's just the main general fund, because the reserve policy doesn't take into account the Measure S funds. It's the main general fund. So we take the expenditures and divide those by 2, and that's how we determine how much is transferred over to the general reserve.
Okay. And during mid-year review, we're going to be able to look at this again and make any
Absolutely.
adjustments that need to
Yes.
happen. So I guess the urgency to have a balanced budget going into this, I mean, obviously we're going to do this, but I think given the circumstances for November, I think it's prudent to make some adjustments here going into the year and be very conservative about the money that we're spending, considering that we're going to be supplementing this budget with one-time money from our not the reserve, but the unassigned. Thank you for that. But looking at this, we're seeing a lot of our staff needing help, right, and needing additional. We're supplementing that right now with unassigned for contracts, right?
For the one-time contracts.
I guess what I'm saying
Okay.
is that I'm just going to use an example for, well, I guess there's 3: police, public works, and community development and planning. That we're already paying something to one-time contracts to do this work.
Yes.
This would be solidifying Pinole with positions to do this work and reducing contract use. Is that a safe statement?
Are you referring to the proposed new positions?
Right.
Yes. So, for instance, with the planner, right, we would be removing the outsourcing that we, do for that service, for example. For the sustainability coordinator, that would be redirecting funds. It's a limited term position, and then we have funds available from the sustainability fellow, and we just will redirect those to that position, which is a limited term position.
Okay. So I see what's going on. So the planner would be somewhat of a net zero-ish, right, with some additional funding that would go on. I'm just wondering how to look at this as, to get to that 6-month mark. And personally, I think we had measures that we discussed. We had other revenue sources that we were looking at. And I think that, going into this with a 3% or 6% reduction would be a conservative approach, and then moving to our 6-month mark and having to make real decisions based on whether or not, and what I mean by that is real cuts based on how we're moving forward after election season, and seeing if a measure would or wouldn't pass. I mean, is that really what, I would kind of be the middle road there, but okay. All right. All right, those are the questions. I think we're going to have discussion afterwards, but
Did you want more information on the position? Did you have any?
I think I got it. It's
Okay.
kind of, I mean, even if it was a $20,000 net plus, is there a number to that?
Yeah, so right now we're spending about $180,000 a year for 3 days a week contract planning services, and we cost out fully rolled up planner position would be $189
And how
a
much
year.
are we paying Caprio and
So, and then the sustainability fellow, that's we're budgeted $65,000 a year for the Climate Corps fellow, and we've rolled up the position for a project manager, a sustainability project manager, at $117,000, $118,000 a year.
Okay.
And I found some funds in planning that I can move over to make that whole for a limited term position.
Okay.
And then the economic development work, we budget right now $80,000 a year for a part-time work for economic development, and that right now is being done through a contract firm. And the yeah, I'll stop there.
No, I got it. Okay, those are all the questions I have. I think discussion is going to, I don't want to take up too much time because I think we're going to have a lot of answers after we get into discussion.
Okay, thank you. Couple of questions that I had. I think part of these reductions is that we're going to have to understand that if our city attorney budget's going to be reduced, that we also need to reduce the work, except for maybe required ordinances. But we need to take a look and see what the capacity is within the budget of what the council's ask is going to be for the city attorney's office. We also would need to consider, maybe going to action minutes or, something a little bit beefier than just action minutes. But it's not likely that we're going to be able to get the thorough quality, extensive detailed minutes that we currently have. And then I had also mentioned to staff earlier that, back 4 years ago, we hardly ever did a mail out. And now we do lots of mail outs. So, I mean, it seems like, that would be, something good to look at. On the reduction table on page 312 and
Mayor, I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but are you making comments or are you asking questions?
I'm trying to
ask a question. Okay.
Yeah.
I just
yeah,
realized we
thank you.
didn't do public comment yet. So
Yeah, thank you. Let me get back to where I was. And then on the table, I noticed in one of the tables there was, a $20,000 budget for training for EOP, but I didn't notice where it was on the graph. And so that's something that, we can take public comment and then, come back to it. But, yeah. Yes, go ahead.
I have a question. Well, first, thank you to all staff for considering where there could be some possible reductions. In some documents somewhere, I saw that the search program was going to be funded for about $20,000. That's a program for supplies, I think. And if I recall correctly, it would be coming out of the police department. So I'm wondering why that was not something that was considered as a possible reduction.
It's one time, so it's in the one-time list. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So the kinds of things that I ordinarily think about as possibly reducing tend to fall under those one-times. So we're really not yet, when we talk about reducing one-time activities, we really, again, thinking about what you said earlier, Director Guillory, we're really not touching on the baseline budget, which is what we want to get at.
Yes.
Yeah, and that answers my question that I had.
Yeah. It's only baseline items
Right,
included
got
in
it,
the
okay.
reductions.
Okay.
All right, with that, I will open it up to the public.
Thank you. Irma Ruport and Rafael Menes.
Good evening, Mayor, council, staff, and public. Again, hard decisions. You know, you gotta make them. I'm sorry. I was a government employee. I retired, and we also had a freeze. Believe it or not, even the federal government was running out of money. And what happened is my job was eliminated, and they gave me a decision, and I was a chief steward in the union at the time. Either take it or leave it. Some resigned, some retired. However, I took it, a lesser job, lesser pay. Then when the government recovered, I was able to get my job back, and everything was okay. Hard decisions, and I know it's not gonna be easy for anybody here to take this, because we're all affected. Taxpayers out there, they're having a hard time. What I do wanna get into is the question about my concern, Mayor and Council and everybody, City Clerk's office. Reduce professional services, records, and minutes and transcription. We've been sued. We've been sued for this. We've had poor record in the City Hall. Look at your history. Look in the past. If you don't learn by that, this is ridiculous. And the transcription of notes, it started back again. We have one city clerk, if you remember, that retired. One. How many staff members do we have now at city clerk office? Okay, so my thing is revisit positions, tasks, and descriptions on what they do, including some of these other consultants that we hire. Every time there's a job task or something, we hire a new position. I need to hire a consultant to tell me how to do my job. Really? And I have information about that if you want to know. The other thing is, my question to the city attorney, is this your salary of $330,000, or is it part of the lawsuits that we win or lose when we go to court and not comply with some of the things that we need to do? I don't know. It would be something that we need to look into. How about an oversight committee to look at some of these accounting things that are going on? Some of these tasks that I looked at, they're being duplicated in some departments. Let's start consolidating tasks. I have some HR experience, and let me tell you, we had to do a lot of combining and revisiting some of these tasks. Some of these hirees were done in the last year and a half, 2 years. We have a lot of new staff, and believe me, very talented. They can bring a lot to the table, but every time you turn around, I need a consultant to do my job. That's ridiculous. Again, I don't have enough time to talk. I have a lot more to say. I will put it in writing and pass it on. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Menes?
Good evening again, Mayor, Council, staff, members of the public. My name is Rafael Menes. I'm a resident of Pinole, and I have a few comments I'd like to make tonight. I'd like to start by drawing everybody's attention to pages 309 through 315 of the agenda packet, which go into more detail on the exact circumstances of the general fund budget reduction scenario. I have questions about several of those items. First off, on page 310, the police department, basically the primary revenue saving here, $363,000 and $102,000 for freezing officer and CSO positions, and it states that it's an inability to fill COU with officer. What is COU? I don't think that's explained in the acronyms or elsewhere, and I don't think it's the memorandum of understanding, but I'm not quite sure what that is. Secondly, later on in the community services department, on page number 311, we have a reduction in library hours from 40 hours per week. And first off, I'm curious whether the library hours can be reduced incrementally. And secondly, as to why we're reducing library hours rather than animal control hours, given the services that the library provides compared to the services that animal control provides, frankly, especially given the changes in funding allocations. I'm also curious as to whether reducing the amount of funding that the city provides to the library would put at risk sort of matching funding for library maintenance and the eventual transfer of the library property over to the city, so sort of being penny wise and pound foolish, as it were there. Thirdly, with regards to the reserve reduction from 50 to 40%, if I'm understanding this properly, and Director Gilroy can of course correct me if I'm wrong, the reason why this would work, as opposed to the various one-time reductions not working to deal with the baseline balance, is that the reduction would be permanent. We'd be going from 50% to 40% on an ongoing basis, so the ongoing costs would change. And so I think ultimately it's a question for the council to consider. Do you think that, because frankly, the biggest chunk of costs in this, the cost savings, no matter whether you're doing 6% or 10%, is going to fall on the police department. There's pretty much no way around that, just because the amount that's allocated to the police department of the city's budget. In fact, we can't touch fire at all. Is it better to make the police department not go to a 410 thing in order to maintain the potential to deal with a catastrophic fiscal event which will require 6 months of reserve? Or is it better to provide a better quality of life for the police to offset some of these costs that will be imposed on the community and have a slightly lower reserve? And this will all have ongoing impacts in the future. Thank you.
Amy Eubanks.
Okay, I'd like to first just touch basis on the budget survey summary of results that was presented for both pages. 4 of the 7 line items were for no cuts to the police department. And on the last page, 3 of the 5 were to say not to lower the budget for the police department. And that's from the community. That's the survey you guys put out. That's what the community says. So with that, I'm going to address item 11A, specifically attachment A, which is the 6% reduction for the police. One of the line items is to reduce training to meet minimal standards. As you know, I'm going to address 5 items as to why we don't want to minimize training. Training leads to better outcomes. Officers who are trained are less likely to use force and likely to de-escalate situations. Investing in training up front leads to safer, more effective officers and reduces long-term operating costs. Keeping up with the changes, there's obviously new technology, and law enforcement is evolving every day, so we have to require ongoing education above the bare minimum. Safety and decision-making, so continuing education, ongoing education is crucial for safety and informed decision-making. And situational awareness. Routine training ensures adequate investigative techniques, officer safety, and efficiency. So I don't believe we should be cutting training. The other item was to eliminate Smart Guardian, which is our video surveillance. This is a valuable tool that we have, a resource in our tool belt. The video surveillance helps lead to suspects in things like theft, auto theft, retail theft, hit and runs. And the thefts of auto thefts, those are property crimes. That was listed with the community as a very important thing that they want us to be, taking care of. The third item is to freeze positions, and we wouldn't be able to go to 410s. Chief Gang already mentioned the importance of officer wellness and a good work-life balance. But in addition to that, the overlap that Commander Crone had expressed does eliminate overtime. It allows for us to finish up our reports, book somebody in jail, and come back and not have to be on the clock still because there's already somebody on the streets. It's very beneficial not only for the work-life balance, but for just the general operations of the police department. And so by freezing those positions, I don't think it's a benefit to the city. Along with the dispatcher, there was a freeze of a dispatcher. That's going to have dispatchers, they experience compassion fatigue, right? They take these 911 calls. Some of them are very stressful, and they experience compassion fatigue. And if you eliminate that dispatcher, the other dispatchers are overworked. I'm almost done. Dispatchers are overworked, and their work-life balance is poor then, because they're covering overtime or vacations or leaves of absences. The last item was in attachment B for the 10% reduction for Star Chase. I don't think that's a benefit to eliminate Star Chase. Again, it's another tool that we use for felony vehicles, stolen vehicles. When there's be on the lookouts for armed robbery, dangerous vehicles, we can utilize the Star Chase and be able to follow them wherever they are. That's it. I just don't think that the cutting police funds is the right way to go.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
No other comments.
Okay, so we'll bring it back to the council for further discussion. And do I have somebody who wants to start? No?
When you, just as a mayor, as a matter of, just Councilmember Tave, I mean, the eye contact works sometimes, but
Okay.
I can't tell if you're looking at me, Eric, or the chief.
My apologies.
To me, I'll make some comments because I think that's where you were going. I can see that the math it's not mathing, right? We have 1.1, 1.2, or 1.3 million, I think that was deficit. And we have the money to cover this deficit outright, but that's a one-time fee, right? And we can only do that for so long before we run out of money. And we're going to be in this position yet again. I think that there has to be a compromise within this. I think that, for us, we're really relying on November and a tax measure that it may or may not pass, but we did do polling. There was a lot of talk about, this being favorable within the community. I know the community members that I mentioned, I think Pinole is ready to invest in Pinole. I think that's there. And I wholeheartedly believe that a lot of council members here believe that. I think that Councilmember Martinez and Ruben and I have been on this council for a while, working towards, I think, this point. And I don't mean to speak for you, but I think that we've put a lot of hours in to get to this point. So I think there is a compromise here. For me, I see, when I see $800,000 supplement, that's a 10% supplement. That's enough to cause for pause. I'd like to see, in my opinion, 3% with the augment, a 3% reduction with the augment from unassigned fund balance to get us to a 6-month mark where we could reevaluate. We're going into election season. We all know that this election, at least in my opinion, but I think we all know it, is going to be weird. There's no other way to put it. It's unprecedented, some of the stuff that's going on, which leads to, a drop in confidence, right? And the confidence in the American economy. So we may be looking at that downturn that we all felt were looming. I think we should be cautious, but I don't want to be overly cautious. I think 10% is way too deep of a cut. I think 6% is probably where we'll land in January. But I think at this point, with the information we have, I think a 3% is reasonable with an offset of less than 10%. So it looks like, it'll be close to 7% supplement to the budget. So I just wanted to put that out, and Director Guillory, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's kind of the numbers that we're looking at. If we had a 3% reduction, it looks to me like we'll cut that in half, that 1.1 or 1.2 million, and supplement with about 7% of our unassigned fund balance.
Unassigned fund balance or general reserve?
I'd like to see the unassigned
fund balance
because
okay.
I don't want to touch the general reserve
Got
because
it.
that is a lever we can pull in January. It should be up for consideration. I think that money, we're going to probably need that reserve at some point. So I'm hesitant to touch that. I'm okay with the unassigned fund balance to the degree that I just mentioned.
Okay.
and I'm saying this, for discussion. I'm hoping that we get some feedback and comments. Where that is, I'm not a fan of going into the weeds of the budget. I think that the directors can get together and come up with some kind of compromise, since, we have an interim city manager who may or may not feel comfortable making those decisions, pending a city manager hire for the council, or for the city. So I think that we're in this real weird zone, and making a drastic decision might be too much and might not be palatable for the community. But a decision I think we all can agree needs to be made. So that I'm just going to put those comments out there. Hopefully we get some good discussion and kind of come to some resolution. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Tave.
I appreciate that, Mayor Toms.
Okay, Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Okay, Councilmember Tave, you said a lot of things. I'm not sure what you meant when it's been a while that you and I have both worked to get to this point. What I've always worked toward, regardless of who was on the council, was to have continued sustainable programs well, that's redundant, but to have sustainable programs in the city. To not get to a point where we would have to have deficits. And we've gotten to the point of having a deficit because we've used a lot of the unassigned fund balance for a number of different projects, including some of it going to capital improvement projects. And so the meeting that we had prior to this one or it might have been the one even before then, got me to thinking about those CIP projects, but evidently that's not going to work to try to unencumber those to take care of the baseline budget and have a structural balance. So that's out of the question. Okay. So I am thinking about the use of the reserve, which has been at a percentage high enough that it has allowed us to have, is it $10 million, $11 million right now?
It's 10.3 million.
10.3, okay. And so a combination of things, having a reduction in that percentage in fiscal year 24-25, does that obligate us in any way to continue that reduction in subsequent years?
No.
No, yeah, okay. So borrowing, in a sense, from that reserve, and as well taking a look at some of the reductions that are proposed in the budget that staff prepared with a 6% reduction, minus the reductions in the police department. Being responsive to the ongoing interest, request, almost pleas of our citizenry and our residents to continue giving priority to safety. So at this point, that's really all that I can offer. It's not an easy thing to do. If I were to go line by line, again, I would probably lean toward reducing some of those one-time funds. The kinds of things that occur to me are the kinds of things that seemingly seem to be small amounts, but nonetheless affect our entire city budget. And that's not the task that we are addressing tonight. We're just addressing the baseline budget. So taking a step at a time means to me that given the options that staff have presented to us, that includes consideration of a reduction in the general reserve, that would be something for us to think about doing for this 24-25 fiscal year, so that we do start with a balanced structural budget. And the amount to be taken from that general reserve would be the equivalent of what is now presented in that 6% budget, particular to any of the positions, specific to any of the positions, whether it's in the police department or public works department.
Yes.
Because those are the larger amounts that are obvious as something that either takes away but also contributes. Takes away funds that we are trying to obtain somehow from another pot of money in our overall budget, but while doing that, we also, the compromise that we make is one that has to do with safety and has to do with increasing the costs 2, 3, 5 years from now for those kind of projects, including public works and capital improvement projects that are no doubt going to cost much more. And who knows what our general, revenues are going to be then, whether we have a tax measure or not. And there is looming over all of our cities the possibility that we may not be able to increase sales taxes after this election, I believe. But we'll see. Still in the works, that measure that is currently slated to be on the ballot statewide that might keep us from even using sales taxes as a source of revenue. So that's also something to consider. Okay, that's it for right now.
Yes, and Councilmember Tave, you had.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask as we're discussing, if you could, Councilmember Martinez-Ruben, kind of give us what your recommendations were.
Okay, I'm gonna flip through. Can we come back so I don't take time flipping through the pages?
Sure,
But I was looking at.
I just heard
pages.
general fund and I heard some general reserve. I'm just trying to understand what your recommendation or where, as we have this discussion, we're going to need to kind of level set what's all palatable for ourselves for us.
The simple thing that I can offer is that we would, taking a look at the proposed cuts at 6% among all the departments, that we consider that 6% reduction except for any positions in the police department or in public works. That's where we're seeing the big dollar amounts.
Mm-hmm.
And what those amounts are, we would take from, borrow essentially from the general reserve for fiscal year 24-25.
So you're seeing some version of the 6% and then supplement, so kind of what I said earlier, just a little bit more gray, right? Because the 3% was pretty much a number and then augment with unassigned fund balance. But you're saying that can move a little bit.
And I'm not even touching unassigned fund balance because actually I made a note to myself.
You said general reserve.
Yeah.
I got you.
Because I don't, what is the unassigned fund? It's not very much that we have left.
No, it's 9.3 million, and 8.9 is going toward one time in CIP.
Yes, but we're not touching, we haven't had the conversation here about touching
CIP. No, we
CIP.
haven't.
So that's why I didn't even think unassigned fund balance. Yeah, okay. So.
I think we're of the same mind-ish. Mayor Toms, go ahead.
Right. So it's likely that your math is probably going to be 3%. It's just more surgical.
Which I'm trying to stay away from surgical because we can't really tell what the directors are going to, shake out, right? Other than if the council felt a certain way about a certain item specifically. Right. That's what we're trying to get to. Right. I just don't want us to drift into the 1 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, no.
Right? But I think right now we have close to a consensus between two council members. Mayor Tom.
Yeah. I'll move over to Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Well, my general thoughts on some of the reduction strategies that were outlined in the report is I would not be in favor of a reduction from our general fund reserve from 50 to 40%. I think that's too deep for what I'm seeking out here. The way I see us, or at least myself, approaching the budget shortfall is to take a look at the reduction scenario that is laid out here, go through the line items, see what we can cut, what is essential, what's non-essential, reduce as much as possible, really. We have to make cuts, I think, and then really think about, okay, well, maybe you can fill the rest with the general fund reserve. It might be a reduction from 50 to 45%, might be to 47%, but I think that's sort of the way I think about these certain things. So not willing to go down to 40% reduction, but willing to meet somewhere in the middle. I also want to acknowledge that this is sort of I think, sensitive time in City Hall, especially when we have these scenarios here laid out, and some of the line items mentioned here involve staffing. and we had this conversation, Director Guillory, before this council meeting, but I would personally not be comfortable talking about or taking action on cuts to current staffing at this meeting. I think I personally need more time as a representative to engage our employees, see where they're at, engage the public in terms of what they see on the impacts of cuts to staffing and how that impacts them. I think that's a discussion for when the final proposed budget comes back to the council. But there's a lot of stuff here. I think, if we don't talk about some of these things now and take action now, we're going to be having an even longer meeting when we have the final proposed budget. So I think we do have to take some action, give some direction at this meeting today, at least to get us started.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Murphy?
I feel like I've talked an ear off already, so I'm ready for, if there is consensus for Mayor, you to lead us through that.
Go ahead and make some comments. Is that I'm sort of in between the council members to my left, where I think that there are areas that we can reduce, but the areas that I'm very concerned about are police department staffing for the vacant positions. Not filling other vacant positions, I think, is something that we could probably put off, except for Public Works, because it's really hard for us to make any progress on our CIP for the projects that we do have funded because we don't have enough staff. I do kind of wonder about Public Works staff being solely general fund. Are there any project costs that, other funding sources that can cover some of the Public Works work? I know that, in my day job, the engineers bill to a project cost. It's not, they don't get general fund money. It's to a project cost. It's not out of the general fund.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And there are a number of Public Works positions that are allocated to other funds, including the gas tax fund, the wastewater treatment plant. There's a number of non-general funds where we have staff time allocated to projects within those funds. So the numbers here just represent just the general fund.
Yeah.
Supported positions.
Okay.
And I just want to say, Mayor Tom, there's no engineer. There's just Sanjay.
I know.
So, I mean, as we're talking, this budget also will be adding positions to so that we have a engineering department.
Right, exactly. And, I know it's been hard to fill those positions, and we don't want them not filled because we're not funding them. Okay, and I am, whether or not we go, we take a look at going from fund balance or a portion of the reserve. I'm not comfortable going down to 40%, but if there could be some combination of unallocated funds and reserve and a certain, some cuts, but not staff cuts. Some of the cuts, there's a lot of things that, for instance, there's, some training that is available for free. We don't have to pay our consultant to do emergency operations. There's a whole department that, Homeland Security, that funds that kind of training that our staff can take advantage of. There's a lot of opportunities, and whether or not this is something that we can revisit in, during our mid-year look, we will know if we're going to be looking at getting additional funds if we have a measure that passes. That's the direction I'm interested in going.
So are we making a motion? I mean, any feedback on what was said?
I think.
Okay. Motion,
I can support the direction that two of you wanted to go.
okay, I'll motion for a 3% reduction and to augment the other 3% with unassigned fund balance to balance the budget,
Okay, so just to be clear, unassigned, not the general reserve.
not the general
Okay,
reserve.
so if it's unassigned fund balance, given that the majority of that is earmarked for CIP, then we would need to release some funds from.
And my plan is
Okay.
to do that.
Okay, got it.
So,
So what fund or what project?
well, we would have to get to that in item B.
Yeah, that's the next
Right, 'cause
item.
that's the next item.
Well, I mean, it's technically an item A too.
It is.
It's a contract. I mean, this is what I was going to about the 400,000. So releasing that money. for
So
example,
how do you
what-
take two items at once? Can we do that?
It's in the budget.
Okay, got it. All right, cool. So then I'll say that anything that's not started remains not started, and include that in,
If you can say not started or funded, in case there's,
right, any projects that are not funded.
Any projects that are not. Oh.
Yeah, so you have an NS, like this cool waterfall chart
Oh,
that we have.
okay.
It shows all the projects that have not been started,
Okay.
but show a dollar amount that for the budget, right? To release all I'm starting there. I mean, I'm imagining that we'll have a discussion here shortly, but that we would just hold off on all projects that are not in the design phase or planning phase. And then whatever that number.
Okay. So just to add also, so that everyone understands, we would be still adopting the budget with basically a structural deficit that's going to say we're going to draw down on unassigned fund balance.
Right, that
Yes.
9 million,
Okay,
right?
whatever that number.
Whatever that number is.
Yes. But I just wanted to make it clear that it'll still show a structural deficit for whatever amount we're going to use from the 9 million.
Okay, so we don't have the other 3%, the 600,000?
Yeah, so if we took the 3% and applied that, whatever that difference is that we're going to pull from unassigned fund balance is going to just show a structural deficit in that amount.
Right.
Currently, but then the next item, we're going to stop these projects, right?
Either way, yeah. It's still, because it's drawing down on fund, you don't have a revenue source coming in.
We don't.
Right. So, for instance, if we were to move funds from the general reserve, that shows as a transfer in, which is a revenue source. So it balances everything.
Got it. Okay, that's the comment that I think Councilmember Martinez Rubin was saying, we're going with the general fund. So we're saying that all these projects, I'm using one as an example. Old Town traffic calming, 20,000, right? In the capital plan waterfall, that money has been assigned, but no activity. Right? So that 20,000 is encumbered, right? As part of that balance, that eight or 9 million we were mentioning of unassigned fund balance, but it's encumbered under this line item. Is that correct?
Is that a general fund?
Oh.
So we have to make sure that it's one of the, because not all of the capital projects are funded by general fund. So we have to make sure that is.
Yeah, I have to verify the CIP project sheet itself where we have assigned. It may be from Major
It's the
S.
Old Town?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's not included on here. This is all of them one time for general fund, CIP projects.
Okay.
I'm seeing about 800,000 that is in Q4 2023, not started.
No, that's possible. Most of them, probably the new projects, they're there for the CIP that we actually proposed. But I cannot confirm without going through each sheet by sheet where this dollar actually is currently assigned.
Okay, so that motion doesn't work.
May I offer an amendment to your motion?
Sure.
Okay. So we aim for a structurally balanced baseline budget.
Yes.
With 3% reductions as presented by staff in page. Yeah, 3% reductions presented by staff, referencing the 6% tables. Okay. Minus any staff positions. where those staff positions would be funded by a combination of, and we're not talking percentages, but a combination of unassigned balance and general reserve.
Okay.
Okay.
So how much of that
Okay.
for each one?
Let me scratch, yes, okay. Ignore what I just said. Okay. I feel like I'm playing Monopoly or so. The amendment to your motion is 3% reductions as presented in the tables that appear right now, having 6% reductions, except for the items that are staff. And whatever those quantities are, whatever the totals are, the sums of all the staff positions that are shown right now in those two tables will be the amount to take from the general reserve.
Okay.
No baseline budget, no unassigned fund balance, general reserve. So we're not talking about a percentage, we're talking about a quantity. So I think earlier someone had summarized that we're supplementing for 24-25 from the general reserve a 3% reduction overall as presented by departments.
Okay.
And it's just for 24-25. I'm sorry, I'm going on and on. The motion is the motion is the crux of it. I'm just trying to again have us all, including myself, understand what it is we're doing.
I think for me, looking at these numbers, that's not that three. You're not. I'm wondering, are you going to get that 3% when you mention the staff?
Okay, well,
Like-
how about, let's have staff, then, I think, let's have staff recognize that we want, okay, yeah, we don't know. That's why they're gonna come back to us.
We're not going to do that math up here tonight.
That's right.
Like that's not happening. Like
So, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I'm going to be the person probably that is going to upset folks right now, which is in order to hear you, and I'm hearing you say, in order to have a structural non-deficit budget or a balanced budget, we actually do need to freeze hiring. The unfortunate part about that is that it is freezing positions that, or excuse me, it could be unfortunate or fortunate depending upon how folks see it, is that it's freezing positions of people we don't actually have here, as opposed to cutting positions of people who are here in this agency. And so I would venture to say that's probably the best solution. Why I think that could also be a great opportunity for us to explore is that as we think about a ballot measure moving forward, especially in November, this exercise, this activity that we've gone through with 6 to 10% is actually exactly the education that our public needs and that our agency needs in order to understand the importance of that ballot measure, and perhaps one would venture to say perhaps passing that ballot measure as opposed to not passing it. And so I understand that that's a very challenging and many folks are perhaps even angry about that decision, but it seems like that would balance our budget structurally this year. And I would also say that given that we're halfway through not the fiscal year, but at least the year, the calendar year, we can come back to that decision around moving some of these forward after, or once we review our budget mid-year, which would be basically about January, February. Is that correct?
Yes, that's
great. So I just want to reiterate, I'm really challenged by the idea of moving down our 50 to 40% general reserve funding, reserve balance. I don't want to do that. I understand that, again, like I'm the one who is saying to freeze, and I want us to continue on, but we have to have these tough conversations. So I think that's where I'm standing. I mean, I understand that would generally make us, if we accepted all of the freezing of positions, that would get us to about $900,000 below. Is that not correct?
No, we would have to net it against the vacancy savings factor that's already in the budget.
And how much is that?
$510,000.
So it takes about 500,000 away from that 1.1.
Yes.
Okay.
That's correct.
So so that gets us halfway there, as opposed to to basically having a structural deficit. there are other pieces of elimination that we could, again, eliminate now, but circle back to in January. So when we think about travel budgets, for example, we can look back to those budgets and say, hey, now that we have additional funding, perhaps those that I'm seeing, the clerk's office, I'm seeing some human resource elimination around travel budgets, perhaps, or professional development and training opportunities, which I imagine overlap often. And so those opportunities as they come could perhaps be suggestions by directors to come back to the council and ask for those dollars. But it seems like right now, it just seems most responsible to make those cuts. Again, this is just my personal opinion, but I feel like we're at a stage where we've done this exercise and we are in that 1.1 million area. And I don't know if we're going to get I'd even feel comfortable in a $250,000, $300,000 deficit as opposed to 1 million if we can get closer to there. But it seems like in order to even get to that framework, we're going to have to freeze some positions. And it doesn't mean that we're freezing forever. It's actually an exercise to know what would happen if we don't pass a referendum this November. So I want to make folks know that we, for example, when I think the elephant in the room is that like this 410 plan that we're trying to get to is a plan that we've been trying to get to for a while, perhaps even before I was on council. And so this notion that if we freeze positions that we won't get to that, we can get to that eventually. There's some work that we have to do, including education to our residents around the ballot measure. So I want to name that because it seems like that's off the table, but the responsible piece of this is that kind of seems like it has to be on the table, and I just don't want us to ignore that fact. If there's other arguments on reducing the general reserve fund, besides, I don't really hear an argument. It sounds like that's the easy thing to do, and so like if we can get to that conversation, I'm open ears, but it just doesn't seem like there's a real strategy there besides that's the thing to do.
Yeah. If I can ask a question of our Public Works Director, is that freezing all of the positions that were identified include a capital improvement manager at $200,000 and an associate civil engineer at $174,000. Is there any opportunity for either one of those to even be partially funded by non-general fund?
So I don't think we actually said freezing the CIP manager position, because the CIP manager position is not funded from the general funds. The associate engineer position is actually funded, a bulk of it, from the general funds. So that is the position that if you see the 10% reduction, that is where actually I included that to be frozen.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I noticed that, and that's why, again, these are positions that we don't have yet. And so what I recognize also is that at the associate engineer classification, we just did this reclassification of that role. There is obviously some challenges that we have in the Public Works Department around hiring, but I don't think it stops us from enacting some progress for the next 6 months. Again, we're talking about a fiscal year, and then we're also talking about a calendar year together, because we're basing a lot of our decisions, or in fact, basing a lot of our anxiety about our budget on November, which is technically in the middle of the next fiscal year. So I just want to name that. I understand, like I said, this may be challenging for our staff to hear and directors to hear, and probably even the public, but I also am trying to, as the survey is saying, maintain the services we have. And so like, these things maintain the current levels of services. Freezing positions is maintaining what we have. And my hope and my goal is that in November, the residents of Pinole will speak to this exercise and this activity to understand, like, in order for us to continue the progress we've been making over the last 4 years, or however folks see it, but at least the 4 years of the data we received via the consultant that said that we're on the right track and we're progressing, we actually do need additional revenue, and that will impact our baseline budget positively.
Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. So one of the recommendations the staff has is to make a reduction in the general fund of approximately $1 million on ongoing. But what I am suggesting is not to have it be ongoing. It's just for the next fiscal year, 24, 25. And so supplementing a reduction, and I think where it's a little difficult is thinking about the percentage. The staff was tasked to present a 6% reduction in their budgets. And then we've had discussion here about maybe it's not 6%, maybe it's 3%. But what we are left with are tables that show actual amounts, which is helpful. That was helpful to see that, to see how much things cost, or how much things would cost. I will continue to believe that if we don't have room, if we don't have the positions on the books that are needed, the ones that are at this point presented as possibly freezing, then we're definitely not going to progress in terms of the capital improvement projects that we have. And it's back to, we don't have an engineering department. We have a director. We don't have people to actually carry on what is presented in the waterfall chart that is part of our meeting as well. And so it's not that it is an easy thing to do to look to the reserve and cut that. And it's not a lack of strategy. It is one of the strategies. It's not that it's difficult to ignore, or it's not that it's difficult to not talk about possibly freezing. It is an option. It's very clear. But what I would prefer that we do is that we continue recognizing, by having the positions on the budget, recognizing that the positions were presented in the budget, not only this year, but years prior. They haven't been filled. If we think optimistically, there will be opportunities to fill those if we have the positions available, which allows us to progress with the capital improvement projects as well, or maybe even finish the ones that are slated to begin into, or to be completed and to begin in 24, 25. And then also, again, back to what is often a priority among our residents, and I think also on council, is to have positions available in the public safety, that are public safety, and more specifically police department, in order to maintain the level of services that we have, but also to prevent aspects of what comes to mind is damage or harm to the quality of life that we now have. So I am going to go back to making a motion that for staff to bring us back revisions to the baseline budget that reflects a use of general fund in the amount required to fund the positions presented right now as possibly being frozen in the police department and in the public works department. That's my motion.
So, question. You're proposing to freeze the positions?
No.
To
keep them in the budget.
Keep them in the budget.
And fund them from the general fund. It's not an ongoing.
General reserve or general fund?
I'm sorry, general reserve. Okay. It's not an ongoing strategy. That is not the strategy. It's not to do it ongoing. It's just to balance the baseline budget.
But I mean, that's kind of I don't want to, but it sounds like it's kind of a contradiction in that we would be, and I understand where you're going.
We're going to need funds to continue those positions. Yes, we are. But we are also considering a measure to increase sales taxes, and that's going to help somehow.
One of my concerns on that is if we keep them funded in the budget and staff goes out and recruits and fills those positions, are we going to be in a position where we may have to eliminate filled positions if the ballot measure doesn't pass?
That's what I'm worried about.
And then I like the messaging that Councilmember Murphy made, that by freezing them, it does send the message that this is the reality that we're experiencing right now. If we put a Band-Aid on it for this year, the public isn't going to see it. You know, you have to have it exposed for the issue it is, you know, that there is.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
There's no doubt in my mind, if I can, there has to be some reduction. We have to slow this machine down, right? The freezing, I think, at least shows. I mean, to your point, it just at least shows that, hey, look, this is what we are going to need moving forward, but we can't afford it. I mean, that's just really what it is. There's no credit card. There's no, you know what I mean? This is where it is, and that's the line. And I think we've taken this budget to that point. I think the community, based on the surveys, have seen what these services look like. I think it's about maintaining those services until another revenue source presents itself. And I think this measure is part of that. So that gets us halfway. What about the other half?
So we have some that are not interested in touching the reserves, instead going at the unassigned balance, which that's what I'm hearing.
That I would feel more comfortable. Yeah, I would feel more comfortable slowing down capital improvement projects, right? That are not funded, right? Funded but not started. Continue with the projects that we currently have allocated, and then have a discussion in January. I mean, I think we're going to be in a very clear position in January.
Yeah.
Right now, there's uncertainty, and I think we need to be certain that conservatively we're walking into January with a balanced budget. That's just my take on it.
So I think out of a combination, there's probably a motion.
I did have a question, Mayor,
Yes.
as well. So we were discussing hiring freeze for the associate engineer position. And Director Mishra, will we see zero progress on CIP projects if that were the case? How would that affect the progress of?
So that would definitely affect all the projects that we have not started. We won't be able to start, and that probably goes with the motion. And some of the current projects also may have to kind of get delayed. Whatever the projects we are actually currently in progress, we will carry it through. You know, even if we have to hire part-time consultants for a period, whatever, we have to carry them, because either they are grant funded, we have already invested money, so we definitely would not stop them. We will carry those projects, but all the new projects, whatever we can slow down, we will just not start. All those projects which can be deferred, we'll defer them as well.
Thank you. And can I please get the motion repeated once again so I understand what the motion is on the table?
So I'll take a stab at this, because I know this isn't the word simple was thrown out there at least once, and this is anything but. I'll motion to freeze the positions per the recommendation number 3 in the presentation, that resulting in a savings of about $430,000. And with that motion, to defer any projects that have not been started in the capital improvement waterfall diagram.
That are funded from the general fund.
Yeah, or funded from the general fund.
Yeah.
Still doesn't work out.
Fund it from the general fund? The
No.
general
To freeze any projects that are currently funded but not started.
Yes.
And any projects that are currently in the general fund, to freeze those.
Okay, got it.
Gosh, so the motion is for the third recommendation, which is the hiring freezes that have been listed here to the amount of $430,000. And the second part of the motion is to
defer all projects that are funded but not started, right? And in the capital plan, and any projects that are in the not started in the general fund.
Just to clarify, we have some CIP projects on the waterfall that are not general fund funded. They're funded by gas tax or park dedication or things like that. I wouldn't see any need to freeze, to stop work on those, other than the fact that we don't have any staff to work on them. But
That's why I think we need an all stop,
oh,
right? And then have a discussion again, trickling these projects in as we understand the budget come January.
got it. Understood.
And so your motion does not include any of the reductions that are outlined in the 6 and 10%. It only includes the hiring freezes that are also included in the 6 and 10% reduction, or 10% reduction, but doesn't include any of the other line items that are mentioned.
Right. So it would be steering away from operations and just freezing the positions that were listed in 3.
I'll second that.
Yeah, if I can just add to that, we have some, like, council budget, that it would make sense that we do our part to do reductions. There was a recommendation for some reductions, from various departments. That's kind of low-hanging fruit. Mail-outs, the internship program, different things like that we should probably look at.
Is there any way that we can make go with that motion first and then maybe explore that after?
Yeah, I don't want to have like 5 motions in one motion.
Okay.
I would just say, like, I was scared about doing 2 because you guys all know I have a hard time doing motions. But I think I got that on the floor.
Okay.
Eric confirmed.
We have a
direction's
motion.
Cool.
Did you second?
Please don't make me
Second it?
repeat that.
Okay.
I'll try it again.
Okay.
I'm motioning to do a hiring freeze on the positions listed and the strategies for number 3. Let me just make sure I got the right words. The budget balancing strategies for consideration, the number 3 item, resulting in approximately $430,000 in savings. And a deferral of the projects that are in the capital improvement plan that have not been started, that are funded but not started.
Okay. And Councilmember Murphy, you seconded?
I'll second that. And with the acknowledgement, of course, we're not at 1 point, we're not at 1.1, but that's a good start to the conversation.
Okay.
Okay, so
Just want to make sure we're on the same page.
so
I'm just going to second.
so I know we need more money here,
Yeah.
but I think
Let's-
that gets us really close, and then
Okay.
we could.
So let's do that one. Any other discussion on that motion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That was a 5-0. Okay.
Okay.
Mayor, we will need a motion to extend the meeting.
So moved until 11:30.
Second.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay.
Where does that put us?
Now it's
430, right? 430,000 down.
Exactly at 4:30.
430, except
$1,000.
except for the unfunded capital, or the unassigned fund balance.
Right. That's in that capital outlay.
Right.
It doesn't count toward,
The structural.
right.
Okay.
Right, but it does get us
To a
to a
balanced budget.
balanced fiscal year 24-25.
No.
No.
It's going to be off by that difference between
How much?
the 1.2 and this 430. So there's still
Okay.
close to
That
$800,000
didn't work.
that
Yeah,
we're still
yeah.
off.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
we still need
Structurally.
It's still
Okay.
something.
We still need 800,000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, general reserve.
I would say not quite yet. I think Mayor Thomas, you made mention to some of the low-hanging fruit.
Yeah.
That is listed on the both 6 and 10% reduction scenarios. I think there was some mention about if we're going to make cuts in departments, we should look at our own departments as well, including the elected offices.
Mm-hmm.
I'm on board with that. I think that's fair. The thing that's proposed in the 10% budget reduction scenario for the city council office is a 10% reduction, which includes reducing the council internship program. So I initiated the establishment of that program, and I think for the first year of this program, I was the only member of the council who actually hosted an intern. I hosted 2 interns because, frankly, I was the only person in the council who had the capacity, and I think to host an intern, and I have seen the way it has played out and impacted the city thus far, and I think it's a very valuable resource. I think in terms of the learning opportunities, I can say for certain that my 2 interns know about this budget process. They have met with department heads and city attorney and city clerk and learned about the functions of local government. And before coming on to this program, they had no idea. They've also done really amazing work in terms of outreach with our seniors in the community, tabling at farmers markets, getting input. Even they've also hosted a workshop at the Pinole Valley High School in terms of training students on how to speak in public comment. That's one valuable thing they did. But also I know that we have varying levels of capacity to actually participate in this. So I wanted to go around the dais and really just ask the members of the council who would have the capacity and would be willing or wanting to host an intern for fiscal year 24-25. Is there interest in any of the members of the council?
So I don't have the capacity to host an intern.
I'm seeing Councilor Martinez-Rubin shake and Councilor Murphy.
Respectfully, I would love an intern for the next season, or for the next budget cycle. But I'm also, given that you are the one who had held one, I would be okay with reducing that one.
Sounds great. So you're not interested in hosting an intern for fiscal year 24-25?
I am interested.
You are interested.
I am interested,
Okay.
yes.
I'd like to make a motion that we move forward with reducing the council internship program at the 10% rate, and only to accommodate 1 intern for myself and Councilor Murphy each. Is that motion pretty clear?
That's a 10% cut, basically.
There's a 10% cut.
I'll second.
Thank you.
Okay.
There's a motion and a second. I am not in favor of that unless, if it comes out of, say, each one of us has a budget, and you want that program to come out of your budget, that I think would be a fair thing to do. So, instead of, a separate internship program and a separate training budget, you combine it as the budget for each one of us, and you determine how you want to spend that. If you want to spend it on an intern, if you want to spend it going to a conference, I think that's a fair way to.
Yeah. We have line items in our city council budget, though, so I think the motion, there's an opportunity for you to say you can mentor you can be the facilitator of an intern at least once. So this is the time now. But if it's reaching the 10%, we're reaching that budget. So what is your opposition to cutting 10% of our city council budget by reducing the number of interns? If three of you just admitted that you can't hold the intern, the work of holding the intern, it's 10%. So we're cutting the budget.
Yeah, but there's also a principle to this. These are public funds that are the benefit of having any one of these activities. Never mind that, scratch that, okay. They are not your interns, they're city interns.
Right.
You happen to be available to them, yeah? So if you had a budget, if each of us had a budget, then we could determine how we were going to use that, whether it be for an intern or whether it would be to do outreach or whatever. I would put a caveat on what these interns are going to do so that the project is something that the entire council determines what their project is, and you happen to be their mentor. It's a different.
We have that.
That's a different kind of
That's
thing.
the program.
No, I don't know what you've been how you've been directing your interns. I have not seen the benefits of that internship to the entire city. You've identified benefits to the intern, all grand, that's great, But we're not an agency that is here to use public funds to create learning opportunities for particular individuals to serve particular council members. That's how I see. So you asked how it seems. That's how it seems.
Thank you. Well, that's an opinion.
Absolutely, it's my opinion.
Definitely.
Yes.
Thank you for your opinion. Well, I had just vocalized about 2 minutes ago that there was a learning opportunity there as a part of this program, but there's also a benefit to the community, which I'm not sure if you had heard that from what I said, but in terms of outreach, they've been absolutely incredible. Beyond just outreach to our seniors, they have designed and implemented workshops in terms of working with seniors who don't have knowledge of how to access essential services online and using tech, which is very foreign to them. They have engaged residents at farmers markets, those who normally don't come to council meetings. They've engaged their fellow students and getting them more educated about using their voice and how to actually come to city council and actually fill out a speaker card, which is very foreign to them. And once again, it's also a direct pipeline to leadership. The opportunity, it's really a return investment to us because I'll share one thing in particular. One of my interns, Phoebe, met with City Clerk Bell, and after that meeting, she told me, I think I'd like to think about being a city clerk one day. I might return to Pinole after graduating college and seek that type of career path. So I do see the learning opportunity, and I do see the impact and the benefit to the city council and the city as a whole. Mm-hmm. In fact, our last municipal code subcommittee meeting, nobody's taking minutes. They've been taking minutes, right, and they've made it available to all those who are staffing and also Mayor Tom. So I stand by the fact that there has been positive impacts from this program.
Mayor Toms.
Yeah.
And once again, I'm cutting 10% from the city council budget. So
And I do.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I do want to speak to this because this is very important also for our understanding as council members. This internship program is an interdepartmental program. It's in City Council's budget, but the HR department, Human Resources, as well as the City Clerk's department has worked diligently to make sure this program happens. Mm-hmm. There is an entire both process on hiring the interns, which I will admit that I was not able to do that quick enough last year in the fiscal year, but there's clear objectives. There's clearly a process to hiring these interns. And the reason it's a part of our baseline budget is that we've institutionalized an internship program for high school students to benefit from the learnings of city government. If a particular council members, and perhaps this comment is even to myself, has negligence in terms of acknowledging that's just the lack of information you have not received. Every intern has reached out to every single city council member here. If you have not responded to them, that's probably because you did not see that email. That's not the fault of the intern. Many of the interns continue to show up at the city council meetings with hopes of learning and understanding and also being really accomplices to our work. I mean, there's many times where I've asked Vice Mayor Sasai, hey, can this intern also support me even though I don't have one? And he's been very open to doing that. I understand that the challenge, and the conversation is really interesting to me because at the same time, we're not comfortable cutting 10% that is recommended here. 3 of you just mentioned, for example, that you're not interested in having an intern. So I wouldn't understand why you wouldn't support the cut. If you're looking to other city council line items, that's fine, but we're trying to we have a lot of cutting to do tonight. So the point is, this is a 10% suggested cut. We've looked at this. The program is actually very efficient, as we've seen, as we've experienced, and as Vice Mayor Sasai has mentioned, but the lack of understanding is really challenging to hear. So I just want to say that because I also want to make sure that moving forward that our lack of education as council members of things that we approve should not denote the inability for us to still progress in ways that we can. And I'm hearing that from you, Councilmember Martinez-Rubin, and it's alarming. So I just want to speak to that.
You've heard a different perspective, so I think that's the important, because it's also a reflection of what other people don't see. My comments are a reflection of what other people in the community don't see. Yeah. So.
Yes, Councilmember Tave.
I'd like to call to question.
Great.
Okay. So the motion was to cut 10%. Please just redo the motion.
I made the motion. So the motion was to cut 10% of the city council budget via the line item reducing the council internship program and to only accommodate one intern for myself and one intern for Councilor Murphy.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 And opposed? No?
No.
Okay, and that motion passes. Do we have a figure on what that gets us?
And in the meantime, I have
Yes.
a quick question as well about the community development budget. When we mention freezes, the community development budget doesn't necessarily mention any reference of freezes. What it does do, or one of the line items is about the economic development coordinator position. And so I'm just wondering, is that included in the previous, would that be considered included in the previous motion? As that's not necessarily a, yeah, can you explain that?
No, because it's not
Okay.
an existing position.
Okay, gotcha. Okay. And that's my only question. I was just making sure.
If the direction is to add it, then freeze it. I don't know what council's direction is on
Yeah.
those positions yet. I don't think we've gotten to that. But those are proposed new positions, so they're not currently in the budget.
Gotcha.
So that would be adding to the problem, right?
Yes.
Okay. Sounds good.
Mm-hmm.
If I can, Councilmember Murphy, was your question the 6% budget cut in the CDD budget, the economic development portion of that cut? Is that the question related to the 6%
Yeah,
cut?
in the 10% budget reduction scenarios, you essentially have a total reduction of $54,000. And so looking to preserve the weed abatement program and also, the $500, just preserve that because it seems like that could be helpful in terms of education to the community. I'm wondering if, again, this is kind of in the same principle of the freezes that I mentioned before and kind of that being uncomfortable, but that being the recognition of where we're at. You have about $19,000 for the 0.5 position. And so I'm wondering, was that allocated in the vacancy savings factor that was before, or is that additional $20,000?
No, we don't have that position right now.
Okay.
Staff. So we have $80,000 for a consultant to help us with economic development work.
Gotcha. And so reducing this funding to $60,000, you would still have something, but okay.
Yes.
So I'm
Yeah.
gonna.
I would bring back to you what we would be able to do with the economic development strategy in
Gotcha.
year 2,
Okay.
given that amount of funding.
Gotcha. Wonderful. So that, yes. Okay. Thank you for that.
Okay.
And then Director Mishra, the Public Works, to the same question, is eliminating professional engineering support for road maintenance. Does that mean that fully eliminates all road maintenance, or is that bringing down what we currently have to a different level?
So that particular professional service was really for operation and maintenance. So that is not going to completely remove the professional services. That's only a $20,000 allocated to a particular line item for the road maintenance work,
Okay.
which would actually eliminate maybe some of the testing and material testing services that we acquire from time to time.
Okay.
Those would be what would be eliminated.
Okay, and then the $16,000 to modify the responsibilities of an analyst role to align, is that an analyst role? Would that be cutting a current FTE?
That would be really modifying the position to a admin analyst. That would be a current position. Somebody would have to be demoted.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it seems like there's $10,000 for this. You mentioned $10,000 for under admin expense and special department recommendations, a beautification ad hoc committee. You mentioned this fund will not be needed and does not affect any effort. So
that can be that
Okay.
can be taken. No problem with that.
Okay. So I'm at 50,000. I mean, I'm doing my best here. I got 4 other folks here, so I'm just like, hey, I'm really leaning into, I'm leaning into the 10% because what I see is that we don't need a full 10%. We need somewhere between 6 and 8. to actually be to make that 1 million. I mean, basically to meet that 1.1 million. I mean, there's a fine percentage there. So I'm trying to get there, and thank you for your support and answering questions. And I mean, I know it's a tough night and tough conversations to have. So if any other council members, I mean, I just named 3 things that I think we should move
Okay.
forward in eliminating.
Do you want to make a motion on any of those? or-
Yeah, I move that we strike the support the economic development coordinator position. We strike the 20,000 allocation for professional engineering support for road maintenance, as well as the line item under admin expense and special department for recommendations of beautification ad hoc subcommittee. And just to clarify before I close out this motion, to the same question is, did we went from 1.3 to 1.1 from my understanding because the Public Works Department made the decision to eliminate the administrative coordinator position.
Yes.
So that's already integrated into the budget. So that being on the budget scenario here is actually not relevant to adjusting the baseline budget.
That's correct.
Okay. Why was that included here, or did you all?
I'm not sure. It's probably an oversight.
Okay.
But yeah, with the first round of the 6% reductions, we had removed that already. So some of these were repeats from that initial exercise when we weren't able to reach the 6%. The amounts that we presented on May 21st.
Okay.
So some of these are repeats of those items,
Gotcha.
but we didn't include them in the budget. The admin coordinator was taken out though.
Okay. The motion I'm making is also going to also include all of the HR proposed reductions as well, which would give additional 100%.
I'm wondering if you could do all of those reductions except for the Public Works maintenance.
Okay. I'm happy to make that. What I heard from Director Mishra is that we are just leveling out. Like, we would still have some budget for that. He has just recommended, or he has provided a proposed reduction that reduces that a bit. So I'm happy to make that amendment. I'm just naming that it sounded like he.
Yeah, just my reviews over, the last, number of years, plus just particularly this last weekend, seeing some really dire road conditions. I'm hesitant to.
Okay. I'm happy to amend that motion and not include that in there.
Okay, I'll second it.
Okay.
Any other discussion?
I'm sorry. I do have to add this too. If I'm removing that, I am going to strike the entire city treasurer budget. Then it's $9,000, which is about $10,000. So it would not just be 500, which is not actually 10% of that. I'm not sure who made that. The city treasurer's budget currently is it needs 9,000, or the baseline is 9,900, but there's only suggested of $500.
Because there wasn't anything else but the stipend.
Okay.
So
we're gonna.
I wasn't sure if we could reduce that for the city treasurer. I don't know if that's a part of the municipal code or.
Through the chair, I have not looked into that, so I would need to confirm that.
The municipal code, to my understanding, the council determines the city treasurer's salary and budget.
I think it's a question for HR related to benefits and the costing no? Okay.
Well, it's also an elected position.
Oh, the
so
person
that
will still be in the office. I'm not removing them from. I can't do
No.
that.
What I'm saying is if they're elected under that stipend, in order to remove that stipend, you'd probably need action and then another election in order to reduce it, right?
I don't know if that's law, but
Yeah,
I'm asking.
I would just need. I'd need to get familiar with kind of the agreement that's in place or anything else that might exist. I just don't have that information to be able to. I just don't know if that's something that we would be creating exposure or liability by cutting that right now. So.
Or if you looked into cutting it effective December, after the term of the current treasurer expires.
Right. I guess sure, we can remove that. My understanding is that per the municipal code, it's the city council's direction about what the city treasurer receives. I'm not saying that the city treasurer would not serve in office. That is not my authority or our council's authority. That person would still remain in office. But it seems that $10,000 could be substituted with road maintenance, as per we're having a conversation, and we've had many conversations about the budget, and I've never seen or heard from the city treasurer, frankly. So if the municipal code says that it's in our authority to remove that, to determine the salary of the city treasurer, then I feel that should be in our authority. But I guess I'll wait for that proposal at the next meeting then, if that's okay with Eric.
And just through the chair, so yes, section 2.16010 of the municipal code provides that the compensation of the city treasurer of the city of Pinole shall be fixed from time to time by resolution of the city council in the city of Pinole. So I'd want to consult the resolution that established the salary of this city treasurer. The council can always adopt a new resolution eliminating the salary. That's what I'd want to confirm, though. Is just that resolution.
Well, I'll amend my motion to not include that, and then hopefully we can bring that back by next meeting, because that's an additional 10,000 that we'll also be having to make those cuts.
And I want to make sure the finance director got that motion, those notes.
Would you like me to repeat them?
No, I think we're good. I just want to make sure that you
I'm
got
I'm
that.
tracking.
Okay, any other
I'm
discussion?
still adding. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I mean, unless anyone else wants to tackle this, I mean, this is unfortunately the conversation we have to have. This was not an exercise for fun. It was actually the work we have to do. So, City Clerk Bell, just a quick question about this budget. Is the elimination of the travel and training budget, is that completely an elimination, or is that a
And I'm so sorry, I missed the beginning of your question. Which budget are we discussing?
Right now, I'm looking at your reductions that were needed per the 10% scenario. It says that $11,700 was to eliminate travel and training. Is that complete elimination of the budget
For the city clerk, yes.
for your department?
That's
Okay.
all training and travel.
Okay. One of the things I'm thinking about in regards to this is some of the pacing, right? So when we eliminate things, my understanding is that not everything is happening tomorrow. So I'm just wondering if we could do, half of that, right? 5,000 of that. And that would still grant the city clerk's budget, for example, some training and determining from July to December what to do. And then again, my understanding from this conversation is that we'd look at a mid-year budget adjustment in January or February. So is it possible to do something like that as opposed to the full 11,000?
Yes.
Okay.
If that's the direction.
Okay. So I would motion in my motion, I'll ask for half of that, which is basically $5,000 or $6,000 added to my overall motion. Are you tracking my numbers, Director Guillory? Yes. And what number am I at?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm tracking
The
items
programs.
that you're, yes.
Okay.
So I'm tracking that. I haven't tallied the number.
Okay. Okay, so I'll stop there in that case and wait for other council members. Is there
Yeah, so I second that. So any discussion on that motion?
Again, what are the positions that are being
10,000.
affected here?
They are not positions, but they're the human resources, 57,000.
Yeah, if it helps, Councilmember Martinez-Rubin, my value here and the reason why I'm making these cuts are because I am protecting and preserving current positions.
I just need to know.
So
what we're looking
none.
at.
That's the answer to your question, because I'm making the motion.
That was no positions.
No positions.
Right.
Okay, so which items again? Yeah.
So I have a question because it
Yes,
seems
ma'am.
like we're bouncing between the 10% and the 6%. So I want to make sure that we're
Right.
because HR is 57,000 under the 6% reduction,
Right.
but 93 under 10. So
Right.
we need to be clear on which ones we're
Oh, gotcha.
'Cause we're
Okay, for the
kinda
HR
bouncing
one,
back and
I'm
forth.
looking
Yeah.
at the 10%. So I'm using 10% as a baseline to cuts because I know that our fine number is between 6 and 10%. If I can get most of the 10% down,
Okay.
we may be able to preserve some of our programs. That's the way I'm thinking. And my also value to this, of course, is I'm trying and aiming to preserve our staff levels as is. My hope is that we will not have to do that. And it doesn't seem like we have to cut any staff that we currently have, which is, I think, a good, where we're at right now.
Got it.
And,
I just need a clarification because the HR 6% reduction was referenced. That's the 57,000. At 10% it's 93,000. So
Okay, I stand corrected.
Okay,
Thank you.
right. Thank you. You
Okay.
did correct us. So, so it's 60%. Thank you. Okay, so we'll do the 6%.
the 6%. Okay.
Or I'll include that in my motion if that's okay,
Okay.
Mayor. Are you
Yeah,
okay with that?
yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so with that, I'd like to take a vote on this one. If there's no other discussion,
Well, I have a question. So we're talking about everything that was presented by HR that totals $57,000. The motion is to reduce all of that.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so the department already has identified which ones. Okay.
Right. Okay. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes.
Yeah. And what's the total number, Director Guillory?
We're at 113,325.
Okay.
Remaining to,
Oh, that's
That was the cut.
so far.
Oh my goodness.
So
I was talking a long time to try to get us to that point, so I'm going to do my due diligence and take a
Okay.
step back.
oh, if we add in the vacancies, then it brings us to 543,000.
Overall.
Yes.
Right. So we're halfway there.
and we're going to need a motion if we want to continue.
We'll be here till 1. I'm sorry.
Is there a motion to continue the meeting?
Motion to continue the meeting to midnight.
Okay.
We still have another
Couldn't
item
get a
after
second
this.
out
I'll
of you.
second. I'll second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed?
No.
Okay. All right, so is there a next set of recommendations?
Yes, if I may.
Yes,
Mayor.
please.
So I shared my thoughts earlier about the 10% reduction to the city attorney's budget, and I'll make a motion to discontinue the municipal code update subcommittee meetings and discontinue the city attorney office representative covering planning commission meetings.
And that's except where necessary for,
Move to on-call basis, basically.
yeah. Okay, I'll second that. Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay. So what are we on, 500,000 more?
We are at 576.
And what haven't we? Out of the police department, we did we froze the positions. Are there any other reductions?
What do you think?
There's the elimination of community events that require overtime.
Which events were you thinking?
This is just a list here. Eliminate community events involving overtime and not funded through the event.
So special events has 153,000 in it.
Where is that, Councilmember Tave?
Page 500 of 643.
I'm always looking at the
I'm
the
looking
new
at that
tool.
too, 'cause I don't have everything.
You were referencing the community events fund.
Well, the special events that we've been adding,
Yeah.
Centurion programs, 3,000, city support to annual car shows, 30,000, coastal cleanups, 2,000, community events organized by private groups, maybe that's something that 5,000, 12,000 for movies and sounds in the park, which this summer I think is scheduled, 50,000 for 4th of July, which I think is going to be a great event, but other city events, 12,800. Pinole event, or no, the Pride event, 14,000. Tobacco grant, oh, that's a grant. Tree lighting, 7,000. United Against Hate, 3,000. Any thoughts?
Yeah, 50,000 for that, you mentioned 50,000 for something. Now, you're looking at the overall budget. you're
50,000
not
for
looking
4th of July.
Okay, so that's under community services, but community services did not identify that. So why is that?
Community service.
I'm just saying there are events here that the community loves that we've added, and we're halfway.
Okay, so
I mean, I'm asking the question.
We're getting away from the tables, from the 6%.
Well, I think we're getting surgical, right? We're having to go down into the weeds because,
If I may,
or not,
the general fund transfers money into the recreation fund for those events. So there is a general fund impact. It would lower the subsidy to the recreation fund.
So is that good or bad?
Yeah, no, that's good. It
Okay.
helps.
I mean,
Yeah.
tell me if I'm
It's
going the wrong
reducing
way.
General fund subsidy to recreation.
Okay.
I mean, Councilmember Tave, I do think that, I think what you're doing is okay. We can look into the budget. Obviously, that's what the agenda item is. There are recommendations, or I see these as recommendations from the directors, the table itself.
Sure.
So I'm leaning into that, but I think like the question that I would pose to the police department is just when you're saying eliminate community events involving overtime or not funded through the event, that's 20,000. There's also eliminate community events not funded through the event. Can you elaborate more about what that means? Or
can I answer Councilmember Tave's question?
Of course, yes,
Councilmember
please.
Murphy. To start off the exercise, there are conversations that are not allocated for things. So what we were looking at was having conversations with the library to let them know of the reduction of hours, which still would provide services just at a reduced amount. Obviously, that has other comments that were mentioned earlier. To your point, there are dollars associated with funds, but we were only tasked to bring up around 20,000, around 30,000 for recreation specifically. So cutting those events was not yet offered. Can it be offered? It can definitely be offered or reduced, but that's why it wasn't on that graph that you're seeing today.
I got you. Like I'm just looking at staff T-shirts for $4,000. I mean, maybe that could be. I don't know. I mean,
we could do reductions throughout, definitely. If you want to go line by line, it's a hefty one.
I mean, I'm just that long pause that we just had when we said 530 and we're only halfway. I mean, it's gonna be a long night. Like, I'm trying to figure out what other levers do we have. I mean, I'm starting to go back to the general reserve and reducing that to 40%. I mean, that's a move, right? But does that fix our problem?
Well, we only have to do 45% now.
45%. Hey, there's some magic that just happened.
Yeah. If we get
At
$300,000 more, we can also only do 48%, which is almost 50%. But basically, every 100,000 is a percent. That's what I'm seeing, right? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I'm feeling like the general reserve maybe is on the table at this point, and having that discussion too. I was trying to steer clear of it, but I know the community loves these events.
And some of them are coming up in the next 6 months where it doesn't make sense to cancel them because we would lose more money.
Well, I mean, Mayor Toms, I feel like I've made a motion to cut. I feel like Councilmember Murphy, Vice Mayor Sasai, but I haven't heard any other outside of the Councilmember Martinez room mention the general reserve, which I felt was like, I don't really want to do that. And I think you agree.
But now you're,
Well, I'm just asking you, do you have any ideas of how to cut? Because
yeah,
it feels like there's a long silence and nobody wants to
if there's,
deal with the reality here.
if we can reduce it down to 45% instead of,
It is at 45%. We would, oh, you mean like where we're at now, basically?
right, right, the reserve, going into the reserve. If you're comfortable going from 50% down to 45%, would that get us the gap?
I mean, I'm not comfortable. Like, this is not comfortable at all. But I mean, we have to deal with this issue and its reality.
Yeah. I see the calculators going.
Yeah, and some of this, I mean, again, we're doing this now. I wish this is why, the 10,000 for city treasurer, I'm like, this could have been done in a finance subcommittee meeting. That's what I thought this finance subcommittee was for. And so that now that it's not being done, we're doing it here and at 11:35.
Was there any recommendations from the subcommittee?
That was back in April, and, yeah, go ahead.
There's only been one meeting back in April, and
Yeah.
that was on the 10-year forecast, I think?
Yeah.
And getting a presentation before the council got a
Yeah.
presentation, but we have not had any agenda items on these proposed budget reductions.
Right.
Yeah.
So
And
maybe
then
that's,
we missed that last meeting
right.
where we could have been having this conversation then, but now we're here. And unfortunately, I feel compelled to put a balanced budget forward.
And
that's
I mean,
very
I'm
much
hoping everybody else, I think we're all on the same page.
Yeah, I think we are.
Right.
Point taken as well, Councilor Murphy. I think lesson for next year. I think we agendize this discussion for the finance subcommittee, and then bring forward recommendations. So we're reducing the amount of discussion.
Right.
And that
these
subcommittee
meetings.
can engage staff a lot more and
Right.
really start, I mean, like, the T-shirts one is kind of rough, right? I mean, $4,000, should we be spending that, right, given the circumstances? That's an easy give, I mean, at least from me, right? But that's something the subcommittee can dive into
Sure.
and then come back to council with some recommendations. I do appreciate staff going through this. I mean, I got to tell you, I know how hard it is to do this, and I do appreciate it. I'm just thinking to myself, we're just not there.
Yeah.
Like,
Okay, since you're on the page with full budget, can you get to the city council budget? I know we've already reduced a certain amount, but,
are you asking me that?
yeah, just because you're quick, you're quick at the.
Wait, what? Oh, I'm sorry.
No,
Okay, then what page are you on? I'll do it.
it's 500. It's 643.
Page 500, all right, I'll get there.
Director, Mayor, I do have a question for
Yes, go
Director
ahead.
Guillory. Director Guillory, I have a question about the non-departmental fund. So, we make a transfer out from. Is this the reference to the transfer out the operating subsidy? Okay, so my understanding is that we're doing a 4th of July event for the first time this year. That money it's in a weird state, right? Because technically we do 4th of July on the 4th of July, but we use.
We paid for it before.
We paid
so
for
it
it
will be
before.
paid
Okay, so we're paying technically the current budget as is. We would be paying 120,000. 120,000 of that for 24-25 is for next July's event. Yeah. So we need to cut. We need to make that cut. I mean, we don't know how. I mean, I hope it goes well. I hope it goes very well this year. But we have time before we need to come back to that. So that's 120,000 that we'll need to. I would like to make a motion
I'll
to
second.
remove that from
I'll second
next
that.
year's.
I will third it.
Yeah, that's the
Okay.
last motion I'm making tonight. I promise.
All those in,
I don't promise. I'm sorry. I can't promise that.
all
but-
those in favor? Say
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, and
Yeah.
let's see where we are on the math.
And so is that motion that I just made, does that affect the reduction, the non-departmental reduction? Is that what I'm impacting?
Yes.
Okay,
is
that's
the
what that is. Okay.
transfer.
And then the rest of that is what? Because that's only 120,000. That leaves 130,000 on the table from that.
Are you looking 10%? Are you looking at?
I'm sorry, just to be clear, yes, I'm looking at the 10% budget reduction scenario for the non-departmental budget, which is, it says the department proposed reduction is 258,000 around. If I just made a motion for 140 or 120, excuse me,
120.
what is, that leaves about 138 on the table there?
Yeah, so that was just the number to get to the
Transfer.
10%. right? The total general fund subsidy to the recreation fund is $799,000.
Right. I understand that.
Yeah. So this is that was just the number I had to use to get to the 10%
Okay.
reduction.
So let's make that let's make that 250,000 in that case. And what's wrong?
So if we do that, do you mean to reduce the subsidy, the general fund subsidy to
Right.
recreation by that full amount?
Right.
That fund is not fully cost recoverable. So on the back end, we'll have an issue in the recreation fund unless we go in and reduce expenditures in that fund, which we could do if that's
So then
the
going back to what
direction
Councilmember Tave, we would have to look at the line by line. Is that what you're suggesting? Because right now all I see is,
or staff, going through the.
so that's what I'm
budget,
trying to
but-
figure out. That's a big number of 300,000. That is it says reduce operating subsidy to community services recreation, which could result in program cuts. I don't understand what program cuts are made.
Maybe we should have Andrea
Okay.
answer some of
Of
these
course,
questions.
please.
Hi.
Hi.
So go ahead and finish your question.
So just to be clear, what I'm seeing in front of me for the 10% budget reduction scenario is that if I support a motion right now that is to reduce the operating subsidy to community services recreation, which could result in program cuts, that's about $258,000, which is a big chunk of money that we're talking about now, and probably would save the day on the rest of the meeting, basically. So what I want to, before I ask you the question, is my intention, of course, is to, now we're talking about pacing with budget. We're approving a budget, but you can always come back to us and say, hey, council, we need X, Y, and Z for a program that's coming up. Good planning will allow you to get to us in time, right? So what I'm asking you is, what are the program cuts that would be made with a reduction of $258,000 there? Because you said that. You said it would, or someone said it could result in program cuts.
So it would go, if you're looking specifically for cuts and not bodies, we'd really have to reconfigure what we're looking at.
Okay.
A month in, I'm going to tell you, we'd have to look at the swim center. We're looking at $100,000, cost there. We'd have to look at the offerings for our senior center. We'd have to look at the offerings for our special events. Like you've said, we have about $150,000 for special events.
Gotcha.
What is that doing globally? We're not bringing in revenue for that. If we were tasked with doing something other than, we'd have to look at positions to cut those. But program cuts specifically, if I tell you the summer camps are not costing me $250,000, it's putting everything together like aquatics and seniors and our youth programs. We do allocate dollars currently. We are semi-funded for our anti-tobacco program that we do receive dollars for. And then the other position of that is marketing our programs, branding our events, getting the word out there that Pinole is the quality of life that you're receiving through community services. If I had to come back to you and get you a dollar amount that far supersedes where we're at with 10% of my own, we could do that. If you wanted something in that amount, we'd have to look at a body.
Yeah, I think my intention here is that I'm seeing basically two departments affect your budget, for example. So we have the non-departmental, and then you have the community services. So I do need more information from you next time about the line by line, meaning you may have to work with the finance department for us to understand the community services budget a bit more and the non-departmental, because I would like for us to, thinking about pacing, resource you. My intent would be to resource you for the rest of the calendar year, and then come January, we can talk about the second part of the fiscal year and the first part of the calendar year, if that makes sense for you.
And it does. My only caveat to that, sir, would be we do things so far in advance, right? Like you said originally, a lot of those dollars for the 4th of July are done in December. A lot of the dollars for December are done now. You have to really do them far in advance in order to know what kind of events you're putting on, to have lead time for marketing 3 to 4 months in advance. There are several areas that would impact this, as far as if you're tasking with doing more than the 10% specifically for recreation, we'd have to really deep dive to get you the chunk that you're talking about. Again, it's beyond just an event or a program, unless you were looking at these bigger events like you said, the 4th of July, for example.
Okay. Let me think about that a little bit more, and I think probably the council may want to as well. But thank you for answering that.
Of course.
Okay. Does anybody else have any thoughts? And if I can ask our director, what's our delta now?
I think we're just at 640.
716,000.
There you go.
And we need to get to 1 million.
1.2.
11. 1.1?
1.2. Round up.
Yeah.
Right? Is that
Oh,
400?
yeah. 438,000.
438.
And what? I'm sorry, Mayor. Can I,
No, go ahead.
So you said it's $438,000, Director Guillory, approximately. Director Guillory.
Sorry.
No worries. You said we have $438,000 approximately left to identify in reductions.
Yes, that's correct.
And what approximately what percentage of the general fund reserve is that?
You mean what percentage does that bring the general reserve down to if we were to backfill with that amount?
Yes.
Okay.
Around 5%?
Sure. Made it 10 points. Yeah, 10.3.
Mm-hmm.
500,000 would be.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
You have to buy the finance department some calculators. not phone calculators.
I need an Excel worksheet.
Yeah, we're doing this right. We're doing this right here, right now. Wow, it's rough.
Okay, so that will put us at 46%.
Okay, and I want to just confirm that we have not made any reductions to some areas, except for the 2 positions in the police, the freezing of the 2 positions. We haven't reduced, on any other areas there. We haven't.
I think I said 4 positions, or I think, did I make that motion? I can't remember. I think there was 4 positions. I'm looking at 10% budget reductions, not.
Okay.
Is that, oh, I'm sorry, Director Guillory, did you get that part too? When it came to the reductions to freezing, I was looking at the 10% scenario, not the 6%. So if you caught that. So for example, the police department has said that one of the reduction, or the proposed department reductions, is to freeze 4 officer positions, a step, prevent movement to modified 410 plan, and inability to fill COU with officer will have significant negative impact on community engagement events and programs. That number is 727,066, but I understand that's subtracting the vacancy savings
We'd
factor.
have to subtract that out. So just to point out, in the staff report, I use the amount that's the positions that are listed in the staff report.
Okay.
Which may be a little bit different. So that's the thing with vacancies. They move.
Yeah.
People leave. People, and recently there's been some changes.
Mm-hmm.
So the positions I captured in the staff report only captures 2 officers
Right.
and a sergeant.
Right.
So that's where the 430,000 comes from.
Okay.
So if we're taking what's presented in the 10%,
Yes.
then that's going to actually be a higher number if you're taking all
Great.
the sworn positions plus the dispatcher.
Yep.
And the community services off. Okay. So,
Unfortunately, yes, that's where we're at.
so I can calculate what that number would be.
So that was 102,000 for the CSO position and 130,000 for the dispatcher position that has not been cut.
My motion was to freeze every position at the 10% level. Well, that's where I was looking at, I guess. I made a motion to freeze every position, but I was looking at the 10%.
Okay, I don't think it was calculated, though.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's what
I
she's checking.
think we calculated the
6%.
the 6%, not the 10.
Gotcha.
Was the one that I
was
called
saying
out.
that. I was
But
saying that.
if there's a discussion about
Yeah. And maybe that would say, I mean, we maybe, yeah, that may be it then in that case. That
if we do the 10%, that might be it.
yeah.
But I think where I was going was the 6% seemed if we're freezing positions, the middle road. But if that's not there, if it doesn't get us there, and it doesn't sound like we're getting any other options here, I mean, that might be where we're at. I'm interested to hear that number.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's the 960, but then it has to be added to the public works positions too. Do you have those in front of you? Okay, was there any for the capital projects? No? Okay. And then if we take out 510, that gives us 537. Or 538,000 minus 510,000. So that number is 537,000 or 538,000 if we round up.
That's the total amount
That's
of
the
cuts
net.
we've made this evening?
Oh,
Or that's just for
no,
the-
that's just for the vacancy. So there was a new.
Okay.
There was a higher vacancy number. So what do we have
So
now?
it'd go from 430 to
That was another-
537.
Yes.
That was another percent, basically.
Okay. Not plus.
Yes. So we're at 816,000.
All right.
Question.
So go ahead.
This is a very tiny amount considering, but our membership in LAFCO, we've got LAFCO dues. Do we actually, is that a requirement of our city to be part of that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Yeah.
That's not
So
something to reduce.
is
then.
our delta just under 200,000 now?
We need a slightly higher amount of money. Just a
We're not
little
gonna
bit.
find it
Higher
in the
than
city
that,
council
it's
budget.
3, it should be around 3, what do we have? 338,000. 338.
If I could say, I think we got to do the general reserve, and I think that 5% is what we should do instead of the 10% police officer cut and go back to the 6% cut. I just think that's middle road, and it's fair. It's a fair option, but that doesn't help us, right? Or does it help us if we do the general reserve? If we go from 50 to 45%, what does that give us, or did we already put that in there?
No, we didn't include that.
Just throw that in there for a second. Let's see where we're at.
200
And then I think we can go back to keeping the CSO and the dispatcher. And the dispatcher is a revenue generator too for us, if I'm correct. Right.
It's reimbursed.
We do. We take in funds from San Pablo and also Hercules to
Right.
offset some of the costs in dispatch.
So I don't want to see those two go along with, I think there was an officer in there, right? Or 2 officers in there.
I would need clarification. I kind of got lost there for a little bit. How
Me
many
too.
officers we're talking
Yeah.
about?
I'm just trying to make sure we got it straight.
So I'm estimating 250,000 now. Where it gets, it's not that cut and dry is because if we're reducing expenditures, that's going to reduce the amount that we need at the 50% level.
Right. That's what I was
So
saying.
it
If we
get-
get right, we're in a good spot then.
We're
Yes,
in a
we
good
are.
way.
We're in a
So,
great spot.
Yes,
No,
and
we
that's
can
probably
keep-
on the lower end is 250,000.
That's where I was trying to get to. I'm
Okay.
done for the night. I promise. Like,
Yeah,
I
that's
know
it. I
that's
think
not a great feeling.
we're there.
But
So
I feel like
yeah, we're still going to have another look at this, but in the meantime, you were starting to make a motion, Councilmember Tabe?
Oh, God, I'm
About-
the worst person to make that motion at
Okay.
midnight. I mean, like you guys already know it.
I will make a motion then to take a look at using the remainder of the delta from general reserve.
If I could, I think we need to go from 50 to 45%. And then if there's anything we can save here, I think we should. from that move. So like if there's additional money over that, I think we need to start talking about how to replace it, some of what we took out.
Got it.
I mean, that's my thought.
Okay, so I'll withdraw my motion and we'll go with yours.
So yeah, so I would just motion to reduce the general reserve from 50% to 45%.
And I'll second.
Okay, discussion, and again, that is not, in the recommendation, the word ongoing is there, but we're really just talking about for the one fiscal year.
We could always change our mind.
Yeah.
I mean, we could always bring this back and talk about it again.
Yeah.
I just think for this moment, it sounds like Councilmember Murphy, myself, and Vice Mayor Sasai have made significant cuts along with the council. I think that the general reserve is our last option, and that'll at least get us a balanced budget moving into the new fiscal year. So that's for discussion. To me, I don't think there's really much more to discuss.
I have a question on the motion.
Yes.
Yeah.
So your motion is a reduction from the general fund reserve from 50% to 45%?
Right.
And is that 5% reduction the delta that we're looking for? Exactly the
Yes,
delta?
there's
It's
we're
not
estimating about 250 to 300,000, but I have to do the calculations to reduce the expenditures first, and then calculate what that 50% is, and then take the delta.
Yeah. So it's compounding, meaning that if we cut operations, the 50% goes up, right? And then that comes down. So I think what we're going to do is see the results of that after the real calculations done at our next meeting, and then have a little bit more refine that.
Thank you for explaining.
Okay, so
Not a question.
Is that correct? Next presentation is going to be adoption, or do we have another?
No, the 18th.
The
18th is adoption.
Is adoption, yeah.
You could like if
You
we
can
have,
still, yeah.
I mean,
You can still.
we adopted, and then we can make some
Correct
changes
changes.
right after.
Yeah,
So
you can
I
still
think
do
we're
that at that
okay.
meeting.
Like
Yeah, that's
the whole point of this exercise is that we know, staff knows, employees know what we're looking at going into the fiscal year,
Yes.
and whatever adjustments we got to make, whatever savings we can find, whatever revenue we can generate. That is where I think we need to all be thinking moving into this fiscal year. But we'll at least know that we're balanced and the next year is secure.
okay. Well, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Okay. All right. Okay, I think, does that conclude this item? Because we have then given staff direction for a balanced budget. And then for item 11B, do we need to take action on that, or is that something that can be deferred to the next meeting? What's the,
I think it can be deferred to next meeting because there are not significant changes. And this particular exercise kind of helps that. So, yeah, I don't think we need to spend more time today.
Okay.
Next time, yeah.
okay, with that, then we'll move on to,
In Mayor Tom's.
yes,
Should we extend the meeting?
well, that's what I wanted to find out. We have no new business. Do we have any citizens to be heard?
There are none online. Are there any in person? No.
Okay, so I think then we are ready to adjourn.
Right in the dot.
And we will adjourn to the, in memory of Amber Schwartz. Thank you.
Did you say good work?